This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 537: The Threshold of the Top Advanced Civilization in the Star Sea. After planning a detailed search plan, Song-Chi took a deep breath and activated the Red Sky Jump feature. The warship jump charging was then turned on. Attention, the jump device has been activated. The current charging progress is 1%, 2%, 100%. Charging completed. Red Sky Jump turn on! Accompanied by the prompt sound of the sky brain, violent spatial fluctuations followed, and then a feeling of dizziness enveloped the whole body. After that, the Tianqiu Sangqiong suddenly transformed into a miniature neutron star, and the Mirage feature of the Mirage Dragon 1 Wa Pearl component was also activated. Buzz! After the space fluctuation, the Tianqiu Sangqiong had disappeared into the void. More than 6 million light-years away, there was a similarly dark starry sky. With the Mirage effect, the Tianqiu Sangqiong rushed out of the void silently, without attracting the attention of any creatures in the surrounding airspace. Not bad. Seeing that there was no collision with the Shanghai floating land, Song-Chi was relieved. However, he also knew that this was the norm for long-distance interstellar jumps, and that the event of a collision with a celestial body in the star sea was a very rare event. After all, whether in the era of the multiverse or the current era of the broken star sea, the proportion of celestial bodies in the boundless starry sky was only a very small part, and those invisible and intangible voids were the main components of the star sea. He did not dwell on this point, although the possibility of such an event was extremely low. Song-Chi would never gamble with his own life. In the future, he would activate neutron star fission before each Chicheong jump. As for the present, he did not stop his actions, and continued to control the warship to perform conventional jumps. At this moment, the duration of the neutron star fission and Mirage characteristics has not yet ended, and the single jump distance of the Red Sky Jump device is as long as 13,000 light-years. Although it is not worth mentioning compared to the 2 billion light-years he wants to explore. As the saying goes, a little adds up to a lot. It will take more than a month for the Red Sky Jump to complete the cooling, and there is no point in waiting. Buzz! 2 more conventional jumps. The Tianqiu Sangqiong continued to jump forward for more than 20,000 light-years, and Song-Chi stopped and began to wait for the cooling of the Red Sky Jump characteristic. During this period, he kept an eye on the parts of the Tianming Sinan Pan, and after confirming that there were no other changes on the star map of the land, Song-Chi turned and entered the market. At this time, there are actually many things that can be done. For example, activating the Peeping Eyes feature of the Eye of Heaven, and searching for strange objects in the surrounding airspace. Another example is to take off the time chess, and try to bind the Tai Quantum Sword Light Fort parts to see if the remaining parts of this main gun can be found. He never forgot that the Tai Infinite Sword Stone that was used to transform the Tai Quantum Sword Light Fortress was missing. Or he could go to the alien civilizations in the surrounding star fields to collect some rare resources. The reason why he did nothing was because Song-Chi always had a sense of crisis in his heart. The starfield below him was more than 90 billion light-years away from the Xinhua human galaxy community. What kind of concept is this? Take the Xinhua human civilization for example. The diameter of the entire galaxy community under its jurisdiction is only 1 billion light-years. In other words, there are nearly 100 galaxy communities between this star field and the Xinhua human galaxy community. The Xinhua human river community gave birth to the top-level advanced civilization Xinhua human civilization. And the 8-armed snake demon river community also gave birth to the 8-armed snake demon civilization, which is also a top-level advanced civilization. What about this new river community under your feet? Is there also a top-level civilization that dominates the entire river community? Song-Chi estimated that there is a high probability that there is. This is also the only reason why he remains highly vigilant. He has the market projection order, which is a strong means of saving his life. But what is a top-level advanced civilization? According to the records in the family database, there is only one threshold for the top-level advanced civilization in the star sea, and that is the existence of a level 9 combat unit. Level 9 life in the starry sea, this is definitely a great existence that Song-Chi cannot understand now. Even the market projection with level 7 peak combat power is completely vulnerable in front of this level. If he really encounters this kind of peak life, he even feels that he will not even have the opportunity to enter the market. The starry sea is vast, it's better to stay alive. With this mentality, Song-Chi repeated this routine for a long time afterwards. Red Sky Leap. Hurry on the road, wait for time to enter the market, or comprehend the law, or practice the guidance technique, wait for the Red Sky Leap. The characteristics are cooled down, then continue the same operation. In this daily routine, time passed quickly. In the 4th month, the Tianqiu Sangqiong jumped nearly 20 million light-years, and he found the coordinates of a new time chess on the ground star map, which he recorded. In the 1st year and 2 months, the Tianqiu Sangqiong jumped nearly 60 million light-years, and there were no new discoveries on the ground star map. In the 3rd year, the Tianqiu Sangqiong jumped 160 million light-years, and found another new coordinate of time chess. On the way, he visited a 4th-level resource-based floating land of an intermediate civilization, and was lucky enough to get a batch of rare warship reinforcement resources. In the 6th year, the Tianqiu Sangqiong jumped 340 million light-years away. In the 10th year, the Tianqiu Sangqiong jumped 600 million light-years away. On the way, it encountered a space war between 2 fleets of advanced civilizations. Both sides had no less than 5 7th-level combat units participating. The Tianqiu Sangqiong left the battlefield as soon as possible. 10 years passed in a flash. Zhutian Market once again waited for the cooling period of the Red Sky Jump feature. 5,000 God Kingdom player quotas have been fully issued, and the auction results of 2 market walking orders have also been announced. This market transaction has officially ended. A line of law text appeared above the market, which also indicated the end of this market transaction. A strong repulsive force then acted on the body of each market alien. After tens of thousands of alien races were all sent out of the market, Song Qi quickly counted the transaction income of this market, and then clicked on the market attribute panel. Name, Zhutian Market. Market owner, Song Qi. Level, LV59. Specifications, 700 km 700 km. Basic configuration, 2,500 shops. 170 km 70 km stall area. 1 4-story inn. 1 LV59 full attribute training room. Efficiency doubled when practicing psionic energy. 1 LV59 psionic protection array. 1 LV59 ultra-long-range space door random release platform. 1 5th-level spiritual machine synthesis platform. 1 5th-level strange object origin improvement platform. Additional configuration, light hiding platform, orange, LV50, level 5 bloodline baptism platform, red, God's Kingdom mission platform, gold, LV70, 720 seconds. Features, avoiding danger, can move freely in the void, avoid natural disasters in the dark. Feature 2, space anchor point, can set 4 coordinate anchor points in any star field in the broken star sea. Feature 3, domination status, being in the market, possessing the power of domination. Required for upgrading, 1,000 strands of floating land origin, level 5, market transaction volume reaches 1 million strands. 96800/10000000, level 5 floating land origin, 1 space god crystal. The previous decades of stay in City of Holy Light, and the current 10 years, the market of all heavens has not only been promoted to level 59, but is now not far from accumulating the required transaction volume. It's almost there. Just a few more market transactions, and the Zhutian market will completely meet the requirements for promotion. By then, with a Hunyuan copper replacing the space crystal, the market will be able to directly impact the 6th level. Thinking of this, the depressed mood caused by the fact that he had not been able to find the clues of the time chessboard for 10 years has eased a lot. As long as the market is promoted to the 6th level, the dominance power given by the market's dominant status characteristics will most likely reach the level of the initial 8th level. At that time, he will be able to try to transplant the 7th level time realm tree into the cultivation secret realm. It just so happened that the components of the cheat songs number 004 cultivation secret realm had been strengthened to the 7th level, and the 7th level time realm tree was transplanted in, and could normally receive the blessing of the secret realm accelerator feature. After calming down, he left the Zhutian market. Outside, inside the Tianqiu Sangqiong, Song Qi appeared out of thin air. He scanned the radar map displayed by the Eye of Heaven, and saw that there was nothing abnormal around. Song Qi first activated the Mirage feature that had already been cooled down, and then skillfully activated the Red Sky Transition feature that had just cooled down and charged it. The reason why the Tianqiu Sangqiong was parked outside was not only to ensure his own safety when entering and leaving the market, but also because Song Qi was very confident in the stealth performance of the warship itself. Although the void membrane component was only of red quality, since it was integrated with the Origin Improvement platform of Strange Objects. Its stealth ability was greatly improved, and the stealth effect was only slightly worse than that in the Mirage state. If it did not have the Mirage characteristic that could even hide the spatial fluctuations caused by the jump, Song-Chi would have to visit the surrounding suitable alien civilizations every time after the red sky jump. Buzz buzz buzz. After the violent spatial fluctuations that only the Tianqiu Sanqiong could sense, the Tianqiu Sanqiong disappeared again in the dark starry sky. It's a level 5 life-type floating land, or a level 5 life-type floating land that has not maintained its floating land shield. Song-Chi's eyes lit up. He never thought that the Tianqiu Sanqiong's jump landing point this time would be not far from an unknown level 5 life floating land. The key point is that this floating land has not yet deployed its own floating land shield. This is like a naked beauty standing in front of a hot-blooded man. The temptation is imaginable. Although Song-Chi has always been vigilant about the unknown star field under his feet, it does not mean that he dares not do anything. A level 5 floating land of life is right in front of him. He cannot ignore it. Although he is tempted and has made a decision, Song-Chi is not in a hurry to act. He still has to confirm something. Turning his eyes to the radar map on one side, there are many light spots in it, which are the special energy distribution detected by the spiritual detection feature of the Eye of Heaven component. He didn't need to check one by one himself. The Sky Brain quickly gave the result with its powerful computing power. According to the radar detection results, there are 2 level 6 units and 4 level 5 units on the floating land below. No level 7 units were found. After confirming this, Song-Chi nodded gently. In this way, the danger was eliminated. As for whether the detection of Eye of Heaven would be wrong, he didn't think much about it. Eye of Heaven is a golden radar, and its enhancement level is as high as level 7. Unless it is a level 7 creature with a strong hidden talent, it is basically difficult to avoid the detection of Eye of Heaven. If there is such a dominant creature hiding in the 5th level floating land below, then it can only be said that he is unlucky. In addition, he activated the radar's peering eyes feature. The diameter of the 5th level floating land below is nearly 1 light year. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack to act recklessly. Naturally, we still have to search for good things in a targeted manner. The peering eyes is the key link. Whether we can find the real good things on this floating land depends on it. Oh, there is actually a silver wonder? Not bad. The rarity of silver legendary wonders is well known. The peering eyes shows that there is actually one on the 5th level floating land below. This is considered to be a further surprise for Song-Chi. The effect of Mirage has not ended yet, and the Tianqiu sky did not delay, and quickly flew to the floating land below. There are many creatures living on this floating land, but there is only one dominant species. Is this the Yuangu tribe? Looking at the towering figures on the floating land, Song-Chi was stunned. He saw that there were stars shining faintly on the bodies that were even more sturdy than the star sea giants. There were stars on the heads of these giant creatures, and Song-Chi saw 6 stars on the head of the one with the most. 6-star ancient monster. As a member of the Xinhua human civilization, Song-Chi naturally has a lot of knowledge about the Yuangu clan civilization, which is not inferior to his own. As a top-level advanced civilization in the Broken Star Sea, the Yuangu clan's power is slightly greater than that of the Xinhua human civilization. It controls nearly 2 river communities, and is the most powerful civilization that is most likely to be promoted to a hegemonic civilization in the future. The moment he recognized the other party's footsteps, the first thought that emerged in Song-Chi's heart was to leave quickly. After all, the Yuangu clan civilization is the strongest among the top advanced civilizations. But he quickly suppressed this idea. Although the Yuangu clan is strong, its sphere of influence stretches over tens of billions of light years. It is impossible for any level 5 floating land to attract the attention of level 8 or level 9 Yuangu clan superpowers. The plan needs to be changed. We still have to start, but we can only search one place. And we will withdraw immediately after getting the things. More than a month later, after the red sky leap feature was cooled down, Song-Chi finally revealed the most ferocious side of the Tianqiu Sanqiong. In the middle of the floating land, the ancient Demon King City. With a blood-colored spear tearing through the sky, the star shield covering the sky above the ancient Demon King City completely collapsed. Goo goo goo! Who is this alien, dares to offend the power of the Yuangu? Chapter 538. Surprise. Titanium crystal or veins. The moment the star shield collapsed, the ancient city, that was more majestic than the mountain spanning billions of kilometers, was filled with a true ancient sound. This ancient sound seemed to come from the remnant soul of the ancient demon clan long ago, with waves of soul-stirring meaning, however. After being weakened by the holy light shield on the surface of the warship, the yin and yang collision annihilation shield, the neutron star core armor, and other multiple weakenings, when it penetrated into the interior of the Tianxu Sangqiong, it had been weakened by 99%, and could no longer cause any impact on Song Qi. He did not respond to the other party. He had already planned the action plan. He would not waste any time. Purple Thunder Cannon 10,000 Symbols Purple Thunder Prison. The second attack feature was activated, and under the effect of Zen Meditation Seal Internal Speed, this group attack feature was more like a direct instant. Purple thunder symbols gathered in various places in the ancient monster king city. The next second, the explosion of infinite thunder completely covered the entire giant city. The golden main cannon attack feature was strengthened to the 7th level, and the Yang Tongqin Pei gave an additional attack bonus. In addition, Song Qi also injected a large amount of black hole energy. In this round of explosion, more than 90% of the ancient monsters in the city were killed. But in the same way, the entire ancient demon king city was almost reduced to ruins. Song Qi did not care about this. With the guidance of the eyes of spiritual vision, he could accurately find the core secret library of the ancient demon king city. At the stern of the Tianxu Sangqiong, 2 angel wings spread out diagonally backwards and danced lightly. The next second, the Tianxu Sangqiong disappeared into the sky. Above a ruin in the ancient demon king city, the Tianxu Sangqiong appeared out of thin air. And then a powerful pulling force shot out from the hull of the warship. Under the influence of this pulling force, the debris below floated up one after another, and was finally thrown far away. As time passed, the debris below was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, a strong energy wave came from the side, and a 6th-level ancient demon that survived the self-explosion of the Thunder Talisman came running wildly. Its huge body made a dull tremor sound from the ground every time it took a step. As the debris flew, the 6 stars on its head shone, carrying the majestic laws of light and power, as if it was going to smash the Tianxu Sangqiong directly with one palm. Capturing this scene, Song Qi ignored it. The warship was still pulling the scattered ruins on the ground with all its strength. Buzz! The energy and law power contained in the palm of the ancient demon were extremely rich, even though it had not yet touched the body of the Tianxu Sangqiong. The continuously overflowing energy storm still caused the holy light shield on the surface of the Tianxu Sangqiong to emit ripples. The brilliance of the holy light shield gradually dimmed. However, Song Qi seemed to ignore it. But in fact it was not the case. Although the original ancient tribe was divided into 3 branches, ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient demons, there was no difference in strength among the 3. They all had amazing star and physical talents. If they were hit by the opponent's palm like this, even if the neutron star core armor had evolved to gold quality, it would probably be a bit difficult. When the palm of the 6-star ancient demon was about to touch the hull of the Tianxu Sangqiong, infinite holy light appeared above the warship. The Angel King's True Spirit Guardian. Another golden component feature was activated, but this time it was no longer an attack feature, but for defense. With the protection of the Angel King's True Spirit, the power of the 6-star ancient demon's shocking palm was greatly weakened, and the remaining power naturally could not cause too much damage to the neutron star core armor and the black hole evolution layer. In the gap between the 6-star ancient monster's attacks, the ruins below were also completely cleared, revealing a wall of the secret vault covered with ancient patterns and glowing scarlet stones stained with the blood of high-level ancient monsters. No wonder they were not damaged in the Thunder Talisman explosion. Recognizing the origin of this special stone wall, Song Qi narrowed his eyes. It seems that we need another shot. The light at the bow of the ship shone, and the true immortal quantum sword light feature of the main gun of the Tai quantum sword light fort was activated. This time, however, he could no longer use the Zen seal internal speed to accelerate, and could only slowly let it charge itself. This naturally gave the 6-star ancient demon on the side a chance to attack again. But the Angel King's True Spirit shadow lasted for a long time, so there was no need to worry about these things. During the charging interval, Song Qi glanced at the furious 6-star ancient demon, his eyes moving rapidly. He was thinking about a question. Should he take the opportunity to enslave some of these ancient demons? This is a branch of the original ancient tribe, a true high-level life in the Star Sea, with terrifying potential. If he could bring it back and let the tribe try to raise it in captivity, once successful, It would undoubtedly be great news for the entire family. After all, according to the plan of several core members of their clan, in a few decades or hundreds of years, they will try to let the Dinghai Longxian attack the Star Destroyer. Once the attack is successful, the Longxisong family will be a legitimate immortal family. At that time, it will not be possible without 1 or 2 slave creatures to support the family. Before he could think too much, the charging of the true immortal quantum sword light was completed. The sword light roared and soon fell on the special stone wall below. Boom! The penetration of the true immortal quantum sword light is amazing. Under the frontal bombardment, no matter how strong the stone wall is, it is difficult to resist, and it will soon collapse completely. Everything inside the secret vault was completely presented to Song Qi in the sky. Swish! The hatch of the Tianqiu Sangqiong opened a corner, and nearly 100 terracotta warriors came out in a line, led by 3 Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warriors with brainwave marks, and rushed straight to the secret vault below. Song Qi's primary goal was naturally the unknown silver strange object. As for the others, it was all up to luck. Nearly 100 terracotta warriors rushed into the secret vault, and finally divided into 3 groups, searching the secret vault at the fastest speed. In the Tianqiu Sangqiong, Song Qi himself focused most of his attention on the Yuengdu clan, who survived in the surrounding ruins. Now his ship is equipped with the Ring of Heavenly Power Control, a slave component, and the efficiency of slavery is not low. While the soldiers are looting, the hatch of Tianqiu Sangqiong is opened, and a large number of Jiexing people rush out. These Jiexing people who rush out of the warship have only one purpose, which is to further attack the remaining ancient monsters around, so that the success rate of slavery will be further improved. As the leading group of the top advanced civilization, the Yuengdu people and the 8-armed snake demons are much more difficult to enslave than other creatures of the same level in the Star Sea. If not, the Xinhui human civilization borders the 8-armed snake demon civilization. There may have been a large number of 8-armed snake demon slave creatures in the territory. Fortunately, the Tianquan control ring was of high quality and had a top-grade feature. The authority of enslavement is increased by 1 level, and the success rate of enslavement far exceeded that of ordinary enslavement metals. In a short period of time, Song Qi successfully enslaved dozens of ancient monsters of various levels. Of course, the Tianquan control ring did not have so many enslavement marks. Song Qi sealed the low-level ancient monsters into the market, and sent some to the cultivation secret isolation enclosure, which allowed him to quickly capture so many ancient monsters. Is this titanium crystal? Through the brainwave imprint attached to a Void Shadow Killer Clan terracotta warrior, Song Qi suddenly discovered a small pile of titanium crystals in the corner of the secret vault below. There were not many titanium crystals in this pile, only 100 or so, but it surprised him. Titanium crystals are often produced from titanium crystal veins, and even the worst microveins can never have only 100 titanium crystals, so he guessed that the ancient monster on this floating land should have discovered a titanium crystal vein, but it did not develop the use of titanium crystals, so it only mined part of it. Thinking of this, Song Qi turned around and asked the ancient monsters behind him, who had been enslaved and transformed into the size of ordinary humans. However, the answers he got were very consistent, and it was not clear. The strongest of the ancient monsters currently enslaved was a 5-star ancient monster. So Song Qi's sight instinctively shifted to the 6th-level ancient monster outside that was still attacking the phantom of the Angel King's true spirit. Poshazin seal outside time stop. The time stop feature was activated, and at the same time, Tianqiu Sangqiong was transformed into a mythical mecha form, holding the silver dragon spear and stabbing hard. Not only the Tianqiu Sangqiong in the form of a mythical mecha, but also the 6th-level Yanli giant and the 6th-level Jiexing clan were all summoned by him, and they attacked the 6-star ancient monster that was in a state of time suspension with all their strength. It must be said that the ancient monster clan was very strong. Even if the 3 Tianqiu Sangqiong joined forces, it would be difficult to severely damage it in a short period of time. Song Qi could only activate the Tai Quantum Sword formation feature in the end, because it was a group attack feature. Under the coverage of firepower, the ancient monster King City was further destroyed, and the number of ancient monsters that had already survived was further reduced, and the enslavement operation could only come to an end. Fortunately, the 6-star ancient demon was seriously injured after this attack. In the end, Song Qi only activated the slave mark of Tianquan control ring 5 times, and successfully enslaved it. These titanium crystals. Do you know where you found them? After taking the 6-star ancient demon into the warship, Song Chi asked this first question. This time, he was not disappointed. The 6-star ancient demon did know where the titanium crystal vein was. In a mountain range 100 million miles away from the ancient demon king city. Bursts of laughter came from the Tianxu Sangqiong, which was suspended in the low sky, because the 4 Land Rover mining vehicles he had sent out a moment ago had already sent a warning that the titanium crystal vein below was a small vein, and the reserves would not be less than 70,000. 70,000 titanium crystals. The number is not large. But for Song Chi, who had already run out of titanium crystals, it came at the right time. He ordered several mining vehicles to speed up mining. And at the same time, Song Chi's eyes suddenly turned to the 6-star ancient monster behind him. He thought that he had stayed here for quite a while. And if he really waited for all the titanium crystals to be mined, it would take a long time. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Do you have a way to quickly support fellow tribesmen on different floating lands? Is there any on this floating land?" Hearing his question, the 6-star ancient demon quickly said, "Master, yes, there is an ancient teleportation array built under the floating land, which is connected to a 7th level floating land of my ancient demon clan." Hearing this, Song Chi's heart sank instinctively. This is not good news. Chapter 539: The Giant Hand That Spans the Starry Sky. To be honest, with the means he has now, and the luxurious configuration on the Tianxu Sangqiong, if there is really a 7th level 7-star ancient demon master coming, he is not too worried. At least he is still somewhat confident of escaping unscathed. What Song Chi is worried about is the peak of the 7-star level, or even the 8-star level of the ancient demon master. Facing such a great existence, the Tianxu Sangqiong still has a considerable risk of sinking. Although the 5th level floating land under his feet is connected to a 7th level floating land, who can determine that there is no 8-star ancient demon on that 7th level floating land? Just like the 5th level floating land under his feet, doesn't there also 2 6-star ancient demons? Thinking of this, Song Chi was determined. He quickly opened the hatch of the warship, and 2 5th level Jiexing tribe rushed out. In addition, he took out 2 storage capsules and 2 market travel orders. "You two stay here. Once the titanium crystal is mined, send it to the market immediately through the travel order." After instructing the 2 5th level Jiexing tribes, Song Chi did not stay any longer. Recalled the 6-star ancient monster, and then the Tianxu Sangqiong flew up and headed towards the ancient monster king city. After taking back all the puppet soldiers, Song Chi did not hesitate anymore, and controlled the Tianxu Sangqiong to activate the regular jump of the red sky jump device. In the starry sky 13,000 light-years away from the ancient demon clan's 5th level floating land, the Tianxu Sangqiong appeared. 13,000 light-years. Should it be safe? Song Chi thought to himself. But he did not stop, and activated the second conventional jump. A moment later, the Tianxu Sangqiong was more than 26,000 light-years away from the 5th level floating land. At this point, his tense mind was basically relaxed. The reason why he did not directly activate the Qiqiong jump was that its charging time was nearly 3 times longer than the conventional jump. Song Chi did not dare to bet whether the ancient demon clan support from the 7th level floating land would appear during the charging process. So he took the initiative to activate the conventional jump, thinking of leaving the 5th level floating land as quickly as possible. Seeing that he had jumped more than 20,000 light-years, he activated the red sky jump feature. While charging, he was communicating with the 2 5th level Jiexing tribesmen who stayed on the 5th level floating land, asking them about the progress of mining. Is the floating land in danger now? Titanium crystal. But before he could finish the telepathy, the Jiexing tribesman's urgent voice interrupted him. "Master, the ancient demon master has arrived." Song Chi's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly felt anxious. However, this was not based on his own safety, but on whether the 2 5th level Jiexing clans could bring back the tens of thousands of titanium crystals. The ancient demon master. Their perception is extremely terrifying. Although the 5th level life floating land is not small, it stretches for nearly a light-year. But if the ancient demon master searches with all his strength, or has special detection components, the chance of being discovered is not small. However, before he could think about it, the telepathic voice from another 5th level Jiexing clan made him horrified. "Master, the ancient demon master did not stay inside the floating land. He rushed out of the floating land as soon as he appeared. He is probably chasing." At this point, Song Chi no longer wanted to listen. The starry sky behind Tianxu Sangqiong had already heard a sharp fluctuation of space and energy. Turning his head, he saw a huge palm that was too big to describe sticking out from a giant space crack that was torn open in the starry sky behind him, and pushing forward with vast power. It was visible to the naked eye that this palm with a volume of more than 10,000 kilometers was approaching at a very fast speed. As it pushed forward, the space cracks were just incidental. The scary thing was that wherever the palm passed, the space collapse zone followed it all the way. 8-star ancient monster attacked across the starry sky? Song-Chi could not determine what level of existence the owner of this terrifying giant palm was. It could be a 7-star ancient monster, or it could be an 8-star, because the strength of ancient monsters could not be judged by their size. According to the records, it is very common for the size of the 7-star ancient monster to exceed 1 million kilometers. And there are even larger ones. However, this is not what Song-Chi is concerned about. At this moment, he has only one thought in his mind, which is to do everything he can to get the Tianxu Sanqiong to leave. He doesn't even have time to consider why the other party can accurately lock onto him across nearly 30,000 light years. Seeing the palm of the ancient monster behind him approaching at a very fast speed, Song-Chi only hopes that the charging progress of the red sky jump can be faster. Of course, in addition to this, his brain is also working quickly, and his thoughts are flowing on each component. There are quite a few parts on the Tianxu Sanqiong, and he must make the best use of them, so as to better ensure the safety of the warship. The first thing to be activated is the Pazuo Time Realm feature of the Pazuo Zen Seal component. With the activation of this golden level 7th order time field, the time of a large area of the surrounding star field slowed down 10 times. The moment the Pazuo Time Realm was activated, the palm of the ancient demon master did pause for a moment. But the good times did not last long. It quickly recovered and was no longer affected. Controlling a Star Sea artifact with high-level time resistance? This is really... Song-Chi's face was a little heavy. Even the Pazuo Time Realm could not take effect, which made him feel a little gloomy. However, he dispelled it in an instant, and then quickly activated 2 parts. God Binding Chain Void God Binding Fix Void Locking Heaven Seal Heaven Prisoner Chain. 2 chains rushed out from the void, and accurately wrapped around the giant palm of the starry sky from 2 different directions. But the result was obvious. There was almost no surprise. The 2 chains broke one after another, without hindering the ancient demon's palm at all. In the main control room of Tianxu Sanqiong, Song-Chi was sweating. After 2 rounds of operations, the ancient demon master's palm was already within reach. He didn't have much time left. In addition, the calculation result given by the Cheongtian intelligent brain a moment ago was the charging time of red sky jump, which was almost the same as the time when the ancient demon master's palm touched the warship. In other words, if he couldn't delay for a moment, Tianxu Sanqiong would not be able to avoid this frontal attack. Thinking of this, his eyes condensed, and he quickly activated several parts. MTC Projection Emperor's Tomb 4-fold Projection Golden Source Armor Piercing Cannon, plus Black Hole Evolution Layer Black Hole Singularity Explosion Neutron Star Core Armor Neutron Star Fission. This is not over yet. After activating these parts, he quickly handed over the control of the warship to the Sky Intelligence Brain, and he immediately entered the Zhutian market. The moment he entered the Zhutian market, the ethereal body in the external warship also activated the market projection order in his hand. The space was shaking, the purple mist energy was gathering, the projections of the market of the heavens crossed the starry sky and landed above the Tianxu Sanqiong, until he saw the dominance of the projection of the market completely covering the Tianxu Sanqiong. Song-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. With so many means, plus the protection of the dominance, the safety of the Tianxu Sanqiong can be said to have been fully maximized. The moment the projection of the market was just condensed, the 4 projections with the full combat power of the Tianxu Sanqiong collided directly with the palm of the ancient demon master. With the current combat power of the Tianxu Sanqiong, the 4 warship projections actually still had great maneuverability. However, Song-Chi's only task at the moment was to try to delay the ancient demon lord's palm for a moment, and he could not care about so much. In addition, the singularity condensed by the black hole energy attached to the golden source armor-piercing cannon also exploded, and a micro-black hole condensed in the palm of the ancient demon lord's palm. There was no way. Although the golden source armor-piercing cannon was a secondary cannon, it was only of red quality, and the power of the artillery fire was not even enough to tickle a dominant creature with a terrifying physique. But its firing speed was fast. Only by binding the singularity to these secondary cannons can the singularity be fired instantly. Otherwise, If Blood Spear, Purple Thunder Cannon, Tai Quantum Sword Light Battery were used to carry the power, the ancient demon lord's palm would have already hit the Tianxu Sangqiong before the cannons were fully charged. It's true that under the influence of these multiple means, the ancient demon lord's palm at the back actually paused for a moment. But that was it. Whether it was the 4 worship projections, or the micro black hole in front of the palm of an ancient demon lord, they couldn't make much waves. Finally, the palm of the ancient demon lord collided with the purple mist of the Zhutian market. Until this moment, the giant palm that had been pushing forward was truly stopped, and the two sides were in a stalemate. However, Song Qi's attention was not on the confrontation with the palm of the ancient demon lord, but on the charging of the red sky leap through the ethereal body left in the Tianxu Sangqiong. Note: the current charging progress of red sky leap is 96%, 97%, 99%. Just as it was about to reach 100%, a large amount of special energy suddenly appeared on the palm of the ancient demon lord that was in a stalemate with the projection of the Zhutian market. The next second, these special energies condensed into a small ancient handprint. The ancient demon clan's inherited magical power. The eternal heavenly demon seal. Boom, boom, boom. The entire body of the Tianxu Sangqiong was shaking violently. Under the huge impact force at the stern, the entire warship was thrown forward. In Zhujiangsu City, Song Qi's pupils shrank. The sudden attack from the palm of the ancient demon master caught him off guard. The key point was that the moment when the Tianxu Sangqiong was hit by the special handprint, it happened to be the node where the red sky leap was completed charging. As a result, the Tianxu Sangqiong entered an extremely dangerous situation. Although the warship successfully entered the jump channel, the jump channel collapsed directly under the impact of the ancient handprint issued by the ancient demon master. In other words, although the Tianxu Sangqiong successfully got rid of the unknown ancient demon master, it was trapped in the terrifying space turbulence. In the sky of the Tianxu city, Song Qi's eyes were gloomy. This situation was exactly what he wanted to avoid before, but he didn't expect it to happen in the end. But now, he didn't have time to think about it. What he had to do now was to protect the Tianxu Sangqiong in the space turbulence as much as possible. The good news is that, because the market projection order was activated in advance, it was protected by the dominance of the market projection, and the Tianxu Sangqiong itself had excellent spatial resistance, so it was not seriously damaged by the terrifying spatial turbulence around it. However, the market projection was only a projection after all, not a physical entity. Facing the cutting and collision of infinite spatial turbulence, it was impossible to be completely flawless. One after another, the space cracks and space gale of the purple mist energy passed through, and continuously collided with the energy shield on the surface of the Tianxu Sangqiong ship. The energy shield, which was already crumbling under the special handprint, soon became dimmer. Fortunately, the Sky Intelligence brain acted very quickly and activated the repairability of the last blessing component at the first time. The Yin-Yang hedging annihilation shield was refilled by half again. However, this did not last long. The destructive power of the space turbulence was far beyond imagination. In addition, the power of the market projection was gradually weakening. The brilliance of the Yin-Yang hedging annihilation shield was shaky again not long after. The Sky Intelligence brain could only activate the last repairability of last blessing again. In addition, another orange-quality atomic repair device on the battleship was also used. This allowed the Tianxu Sangqiong to hold out a little longer. But the final result would not change. At a certain moment, the Yin-Yang confrontation caused the annihilation shield to completely overload. Clang, clang, clang. The terrifying space gale began to hit the hull of the Tianxu Sangqiong, but the hull armor was not damaged immediately, because there was a black hole evolution layer on the surface of the armor layer. After the neutron star core armor was upgraded to gold quality, the defense of the black hole evolution layer was also improved to the level of the gold hull armor, so the holding time was pretty good. After dozens of seconds, the black hole evolution layer completely collapsed, and the neutron star core armor began to contact the external space wind. After dozens of seconds, the neutron star core armor also completely collapsed, and the damage to the hull also reached 78%. Seeing this, Song Qi did not wait any longer, and used the ethereal body to activate the last blessing feature of the last blessing component of the Sky Intelligence brain. The next second, the Yin and Yang counterattack destroyed the shield, the neutron star core armor, and the hull of the Tianxu Sangqiong, and the three suddenly returned to their peak state. However, the Holy Light Shield, and the black hole evolution layer did not have this treatment. Both had to wait for the component's own buffering. The power of the market projection is almost exhausted. Market Sky, as the controller of the projection, Song-Chi was the first to notice that the power of the market projection was about to be exhausted. First, he collided head-on with the palm of the ancient demon overlord, and then he persisted in this space turbulence for so long, the purple mist energy had been weakened to the extreme. Originally, this should have been the worst news, because once the protection of the market projection was gone, the sky would soon sink under the endless void turbulence. Although he could continue to use the second market projection order, it takes time to summon the market projection. When the neutron star fission, Zen Seal inner speed, Angel King True Spirit Guardian and other characteristics are all in cooling. It is hard to say whether the Tianxu Songqun can hold on until the second market projection is condensed. However, Song-Chi did not have any worries at the moment, but looked confident. As for the reason, it was naturally the black hole field characteristic of the black hole evolution layer component that had never been used. Chapter 540 Colorful Time Chessboard. In fact, from the beginning to the end, Song-Chi had been on guard against space turbulence. Because of this, he had never used the black hole field feature as an extremely rare, absolute invincibility feature. Black hole field allows the Tianxu Songqiong to ensure its absolute safety during the duration. Song-Chi's previous idea was that, if it really reached the stage of space turbulence with the black hole field feature, it could also guarantee the safety of the Tianxu Songqiong to the greatest extent possible. Originally, it was just an insurance, but he didn't expect to really use it now. However, he did not save the black hole energy. When he condensed the singularity before, he used all 30,000 points of black hole energy in order to delay the ancient demon master's palm for a little time as much as possible, to prevent the Tianxu Songqiong from falling into the space turbulence or being interrupted from jumping. However, this did not affect the activation of the black hole field at this moment. Through the ethereal body, he saw that the black hole energy attached to the black hole evolution layer component had been restored to back to the full value of 30,000 points. As for the reason, black hole evolution layer, the components can absorb half of the energy of external attacks to transform black hole energy. And the space turbulence and space gale before, they carry a lot of energy. So, the black hole energy is full again. Without hesitation, 30,000 points of black hole energy were completely cleared by the Cheongtian intelligent brain, and a special black hole field quickly formed around the Tianxu Songqiong ship. Seeing this, Song-Chi took the initiative to recover the last bit of energy left in the market projection. At the same time, the ethereal body inside the Tianxu Songqiong quickly activated the second market projection order in his hand. Buzz buzz buzz. Under the cover of the infinite space turbulence, the space fluctuations caused by the projection of the market across the starry sky can be almost ignored, and the purple mist energy projected across the starry sky is gathering with difficulty. In the main control room of Tianxu Songqiong, the ethereal body's eyes are fixed on the black hole evolution layer component. Although 30,000 points of black hole energy have been invested, Song-Chi is not sure how long the black hole field can last. After all, it has only been strengthened to the 7th level, and the destructive power brought by the void turbulence in the outside world is extremely terrifying. No, we can't wait for the market projection to slowly gather on its own. In the market, Song-Chi's intuition told him that the duration of the black hole field might not last until the market projection finally condensed into shape. The terrifying space turbulence around him had already greatly compressed the condensation speed of the purple mist energy. Thinking of this, he took the initiative to use the 2 secret arts of Yugwang Xinglin and Shiji Xinglin in this market. Not long after, the phantoms of 2 ancient stars descended outside the psionic shield above the Zhutian market. They quietly floated above Song-Chi's head, one on the left and one on the right. The scattered starlight made Song-Chi look like a star master who was isolated from the world. With the blessing of the 2 ancient stars, Song-Chi's dominance became more and more powerful. In the outer void jump tunnel, the speed of the purple mist energy gathering suddenly accelerated. 1 second before the black hole field collapsed, the market projection was successfully condensed. The second market projection was successfully condensed, which was considered to have fulfilled the initial expectations. Next, it all depends on whether the Tianxu Songqiong can successfully reach the exit of the jump channel before the power of the second market projection is completely exhausted. If not, then Song-Chi can only pin his hopes on the Tianquan control ring part. Up to now, the Tianxu Songqiong has used all its means, And the only thing left is the slavery seal frenzy feature of the Tianquan control ring. If it really comes to that, he can only use the 6th level Jiexing clan on the battleship as a carrier. Activate the slavery seal frenzy feature. Let it temporarily gain the power of domination. And see if it can protect the Tianxu Songqiong. However, Song Qi is absolutely unwilling to go to this step. Because the power of domination obtained with the help of the slavery seal frenzy feature is not the real power of domination. And it is hard to say whether it can protect the Tianxu Songqiong. Market Sky, while remotely controlling the market projection to resist the infinite space turbulence, Song Qi also had a rough guess about the ancient demon master in his heart. First, the other party must have a high-level space-related wonder in his hand, and may also have the ability to track remotely, otherwise it is impossible to explain that the other party can easily track the Tianxu Songqiong, which is more than 10,000 light-years away, and can also attack across 13,000 light-years. Secondly, this ancient demon master is most likely at the peak of the 7th level, or even an 8-star ancient demon. If it is an ordinary 7th level master, the combat power displayed this time seems to be a bit over the standard. Thinking about it, he shook his head gently. If the market had been promoted to the 6th level, the result would never be like this. Fortunately, it will be soon. After retracting that small part of his thoughts, he turned back to the market itself. Under the control of him, the owner of the market, the secret realm of the market began to move rapidly in the virtual sea. Because of the status of the market itself, the 2 ancient star projections summoned before were excluded from the market, and could not be reflected into the market. In other words, the previous projections of the Yaoguang star and the Death Star were all exposed to the outside virtual sea. The amazing starlight shone far away, which must have attracted the attention of many wandering void demons. Therefore, while protecting the Tianxu Songqiong, Song Qi also had to control the relocation of the market's secret realm, so as to ensure the safety of the market itself. Fortunately, today's bad luck seemed to have been spent by the ancient demon master, and no other accidents occurred afterwards. Not only did the market's secret realm successfully move to a new safe area, but even the situation of the Tianxu Songqiong in the outside world was improving. Through the perspective of the ethereal body, Song Qi saw a space crack at the end of the front field of vision from a distance. This space crack is different from the previous space cracks. Its diameter is amazing, and it is located at the edge of the jump tunnel. It is not a space crack inside the jump tunnel, but more like a crack connecting to the outside world. Song Qi was not sure at the first time, but as time went by, he gradually got the answer in his mind. Yes, it is a crack connecting to the outside world. After confirming this, Song Qi was overjoyed. At this moment, the power of the second market projection was also consumed by half, and it could not last too long. He had originally reminded the Sky Intelligence Brain to be ready to activate the Slavery Seal Frenzy feature at any time, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Unknown Starry Sky, a long space fragmentation zone. In the core area of the space fragmentation zone, accompanied by a flash of light, a warship with a very damaged hull rushed out from a space crack. Behind the warship, there was also a strong space gale following. Fortunately, the purple mist projection above the warship had not yet completely dimmed, and finally eliminated the space gale into nothingness. In the warship's main control room, space fluctuations passed by, and Song Qi's figure quietly appeared. Space fragmentation zone? Looking around, he found that the space fragmentation zone where the Tianxu Songqiong appeared was very wide, and there were a large number of irregular space cracks around it. Was it caused by a large-scale interstellar war, or was it a weak space zone? He had some guesses about the formation of this space fragmentation zone, but he quickly ignored them. What he needed to pay more attention to at the moment was the status of the Tianxu Songqiong, and the situation of the 2 5th-level Jiexing people who were still on the 5th-level floating land. Yin-Yang counterattack annihilation shield completely overloaded. Neutron star core armor damage 68%. The hull was damaged 40%. It's still acceptable, but I'm afraid I can't leave this space fragmentation zone today. I can only wait until the 2 repair parts cool down. Song Qi glanced at the radar map and the ground star map, both of which showed no abnormalities, and then entered the market with confidence. Market, in 3rd floor. In a walking room, Song Qi got the storage capsule brought back by the 5th-level Jiexing clan. It contained the mined titanium crystals. The reserves of that small mineral vein were quite good. In the end, 73,000 titanium crystals were mined, enough for him to use for a while. The 4 mining vehicles were abandoned at the bottom of the floating land. Maybe they will be discovered by an ancient monster in the future, but it doesn't matter, they are not worth much anyway. After collecting the titanium crystals, he began to count the gains looted from the secret vault of the ancient monster King City. There weren't many things. After all, it was just a 5th level floating land. It wasn't the accumulation of a civilization's entire civilization. Except for the silver item, there were only 3 red epic items, and not many orange and purple items. But there were many floating land origins, but he didn't lack this thing. Well, he didn't lack anything below the 7th level. In addition, there were some mineral resources. What was surprising was that there were 10 eternal stone bricks among them. Song Qi went back to the outside world and integrated them into the Tianxu Sanqiong ship. The Tianxu Sanqiong has already integrated a lot of this stuff. With the slow strengthening of the black hole evolution layer components, and the blessing of the behemoth heart, Yang Tongxin pendant, the sturdiness of the Tianxu Sanqiong has long surpassed the same level of warships. If not, it is very likely that it would have sunk directly in the space turbulence. So Song Qi is still very concerned about this. Every time he gets a new eternal stone brick, he will integrate it into the warship as soon as possible. On the second day, under the alternating action of the 2 repair parts, the Tianxu Sanqiong was completely repaired. Song Qi did not delay. After activating the neutron star fission feature, he directly started the space jump. When he exited the jump state, he had already appeared in a normal starry sky. His eyes moved back and forth between the surrounding dark starry sky and the ground star map. And Song Qi rubbed his forehead. Because of the space turbulence, he had no idea where the Tianxu Sanqiong was at the moment. In short, he was lost. Unless he went directly back to the empty belt where the space anchor point was first set through the market, and continued to explore in another direction, it would be difficult to find the previous position again. He did not make a decision immediately, but waited for more than a month. More than a month later, the red sky jump feature was activated again. This time, Song Qi randomly chose a jump direction. If he did not find it, he would return to the previous void zone as soon as possible. More than 6 million light-years away. Song Qi looked outside the warship as soon as the jump ended, looking at the familiar and quiet starry sky around him. He was ready to recall the warship and return through the market. At this time, he glanced at the side of the heavenly fate compass plate component, and then his eyes condensed. Is this a new light spot? And this brilliance? Song Qi stared at the colorful light spot displayed on the edge of the territory star map, and his breathing almost stopped. Is this a blessing in disguise? The spatial turbulence directly brought the Tianxu Sanqiong to the vicinity of the main body of the time chessboard. He could basically conclude that this colorful light spot must be the main body of the time chessboard. And the more important thing is not this, but the colorful brilliance. Colorful, what does this mean? The first thing that Song Qi thought of in his heart was the colorful mythological parts. How could he not be excited when he thought that the time chessboard was very likely to be a colorful mythical object? However, after the ecstasy, Song Qi quickly calmed down, let alone that this was just his guess. Even if the 7-colored light spot was really the time chessboard, and it was also a colorful mythical component, he still didn't know whether he could get it, and what the situation was like nearly 200 million light-years away from the other party. It was too early to be happy now. Moreover, even if he hurried at full speed, it would take more than 3 years to travel 200 million light-years. I hope it's not the nest of the Yuangu clan. If so, it would be too uncomfortable. If it is the nest of the Yuangu clan, or other advanced civilizations, then with his current ability, it is impossible to get it. Even if the market is promoted to the 6th level, and the market master reaches the 8th level, it will not work. After calming down, Song Qi entered the market again, quietly waiting for more than a month for the red sky transition to cool down again. In the middle, he opened another market transaction. But this time his luck was very bad. Although there were many alien races entering the market, there were only a few 4th and 5th level alien races. The only good news was that he successfully traded a sky meteorite from a low-level alien. This is one of the special resource formulas that a battleship may use to upgrade to a dreadnought. With this sky meteorite, he has collected 3 of the 4 resources in the formula, and only lacks a high-level space law crystal. Calculate the time. It has been nearly 200 years since I was promoted to battleship captain. Time flies. Thinking of this, Song Qi counted the current situation of the Tianxu Sanqiong again. In 200 years, the battleship's foundation has long been no worse, and the guidance technique has also successfully broken through to level 59. In addition, he also has the blood of the 6th level peak evil god, plus the 5th level time realm fruit, and a drop of the source blood of the master extracted from the corpse of the life-chasing immortal. As long as he can get another high-level space law crystal and find 1 or 2 good hunting spots, he may really try to let the Tianqiu Sanqiong impact the dreadnought. And there is one more thing he didn't say. According to the news from the Dragon Ridge continent, after more than 200 years of unremitting efforts, the diameter of the Dragon Ridge continent has approached 1,000 light years, and it is about to enter the peak of the 6th level floating land. If it can really impact the 7th level in the future, the energy tide, when the floating land is promoted, can also increase the success rate of promotion. Chapter 541 Time, Field and Market Promotion. Time always passes quickly when traveling at full speed. And 3 years have passed. On this day, Song Qi appeared in the Tianqiu Sanqiong again. Without hesitation, his mind turned, and all his attention was transferred to the red sky transition device. Under the seemingly calm appearance, his heart was actually already in turmoil. After 3 years, he was only one last red sky transition away from the colorful light spot, and now, the red sky transition feature has been cooled down again. Suppressing his turbulent emotions, he firmly activated the red sky jump. The jump charging time, which was not short to begin with, seemed even longer at this moment. When he felt a strong sense of dizziness and weightlessness all over his body, Song Qi realized that the jump had been activated. When he turned back again, the Tianqiu Sanqiong was already millions of light years away. The darkness and silence of the outside world were still the same, and there was no difference from the past. Song Qi was not surprised by this, because he did not directly set the landing point at the colorful light spot for this jump, but chose a star field tens of thousands of light years away. Not only him. I believe any other Xinhua captain would make the same choice. After all, if the chessboard of time is really in the ancestral land of a certain advanced civilization, it would prevent the Tianqiu Sanqiong from being directly teleported into the dragon's den and the tiger's lair. It seems that the worst situation has not occurred. After scanning the area and checking the radar map on the side twice, Song Qi's eyes showed a hint of joy. If it is really as he thought before, chessboard of time is controlled by other advanced civilizations and hidden deep in their ancestral land, then this is definitely not the case now. The ancestral lands of advanced civilizations are mostly on the floating lands of advanced life forms. The diameter of the 7th level floating lands of the Star Sea alone can reach an astonishing tens of thousands of light years. Even if they are tens of thousands of light years away, their outlines can be clearly seen, not to mention the higher 8th level floating lands. Since no supergiant floating lands of the Star Sea are seen at present, it proves that there are no advanced floating lands within a large area of the star field nearby. In this way, it can naturally be determined that the chessboard of time is not on the advanced floating land. After confirming this, while the duration of the neutron star fission feature had not yet ended, he once again started a regular jump towards the location of the time chessboard. The first jump went smoothly, and the Tianqiu Sanqiong and the main body of the time chessboard were once again 13,000 light years closer. However, the second jump was abnormal. As the second jump ended, the moment the Tianqiu Sanqiong rushed out of the jump channel, Song Qi in the battleship's main control room noticed something was wrong. The battleship's flying speed is abnormal. Brain. He called the Qiongtian brain. And after a while, the Qiongtian brain gave a conclusion. After testing, the time of the outer starry sky was greatly slowed down. The slowing down ratio was roughly between 1.8 and 2.0. And the slowing down ratio of the battleship itself was 1.2. Time was slowed down by nearly 2 times. Upon hearing this conclusion, Song Qi's mind was not worried at first, but happy. The time covering a large area of the starry sky was slowed down. In addition to high-level creatures who majored in the law of time, only high-level time wonders could do it. In this way, it just further foreshadowed the existence of the time chessboard component. Everything before was not his personal imagination. However, despite his joy, Song Qi's mentality was not very good. At present, the Tianqiu Sanqiong was still several light years away from the colorful light spot. The time slowdown rate was 2 times beyond several light years. What about the center of the colorful light spot? It can be imagined that as the Tianqiu Sanqiong got closer to the center of the starry sky, the time slowdown effect it would receive would become more and more terrifying. It was not just the time slowdown effect, but also the possibility of time acceleration. Although the Tianqiu Sanqiong was currently equipped with components such as Pazuo Zen Meditation Seal and Time Chess, which gave the warship a certain time resistance. The original 2 times time slowdown was offset to 1.2 times. But Song-chi understood that this was probably not enough. I hope it won't be too different. Even though he knew it in his heart, Song-chi still had to try it himself. Only by figuring out more specific information about this time field can he solve it in a targeted way. Only after solving all of these can he finally get the main body of the time chessboard component. Buzz! Space fluctuations came again, and space jump was activated again, but this time it was not the red sky jump device, but the Aurora jump device. In addition, he did not dare to jump too far directly, and only jumped 0.3 light years. It's not that he's timid, but he's afraid that if he gets too close, he'll be stuck in a state of time stop. Although he's not sure if there's a real time stop area, he doesn't dare to gamble, because this possibility is very high. After all, the time chessboard is very likely to be a colorful mythical object, and it's not surprising that it can stop the surrounding time. As for avoiding it by entering the Jution market in advance, Song-chi thinks it's probably useless, because once the time is frozen, the Tianxu Sangqiong will lose all its abilities, unable to activate parts, unable to dodge and escape, and even unable to retract the Xinhua Zuqiu. Once he exited the market and tried to return to the warship, he would be frozen in time. Using brainwave imprints to reversely control the warship? This was even more impossible. An orange object? Could it ignore the field that was most likely emitted by a colorful mythical object? 0.3 light-years away, inside the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song-chi quickly understood the specific situation inside and outside the warship through his ethereal body. The time outside slowed down by 6.8 to 7.2 times, and the time inside the warship slowed down by 2.5 times. This result seemed acceptable, so Song-chi then directly jumped 0.7 light-years. Outside time slows down 60 to 62 times, and the time inside the warship slows down 18 times. After 2 jumps, Song-chi stopped, and the jump times of the 2 jump devices were all used up, and he had to wait for cooling before he could continue. A few hours later, Song-chi's test started again. After the jump charging was completed, Tianxu Sangqiong soon appeared at a distance of 1.8 light-years from the colorful light spot. Outside time slows down 280 to 290 times, and the time inside the warship slows down 70 times. Another jump, and it was only 1 light-year away from the colorful light spot. Time outside slows down 1000 to 1030 times, and time inside the warship slows down 300 times. When the colorful light spot is 0.5 light-years away, the slowdown rate has reached a terrifying 3000 times, and the slowdown speed inside the warship has also reached 1000 times. At this point, Song-chi no longer dared to try. With the time resistance of the Tianxu Sangqiong at present, if he continued to try, it would be very likely that he would not be able to recall. The market sky, gritting his teeth, looked at the strange item exchange shop again, seeing that there were more than 30 silver objects that could not be converted into shipboard parts. Song-chi's eyes were determined. He began to control the ethereal body that remained in the warship outside, trying to activate the market projection order in his hand. However, this operation, which could be completed in 1 second before, took the ethereal body nearly 20 minutes to complete. Fortunately, the market projection order was finally activated. Above the Tianxu Sangqiong, the speed of the market projection condensation was also much slower than usual, but it was not as exaggerated as 1,000 or several thousand times, which was acceptable. The purple mist energy projected across the starry sky finally reached the 7th level, and the impact of the time slowdown was not too great. As time passed, when the purple mist projection completely covered the Tianxu Sangqiong, the 1,000-fold time slowdown inside the warship suddenly weakened significantly. With the protection of the dominant power, the impact of the external time force on the warship was greatly reduced. The original 1,000-fold time slowdown was weakened to only 100 times. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Song-chi continued to control the warship to jump forward. Finally, when the Tianxu Sangqiong was only hundreds of billions of kilometers away from the colorful light spot, even the market projection could not bear it. After discovering this, Song-chi took advantage of the fact that the market projection had not been completely erased by the external time force and hurried back to the warship. At this moment, he laid a space anchor point at the location of the warship, quickly recovered the warship, and then communicated with the Shanghai market order to return to the Jution market. Just these few operations. It almost took him an hour. And this was still under the protection of the market projection. If not, Song Chi would not dare to think about it. And the most troublesome thing is that, although the distance to the time chessboard is only hundreds of billions of kilometers, it will be extremely difficult to move forward even a little bit. With the current configuration of Tianxu Sanqiong, there is definitely no way. But when the market is promoted to the 6th level, the dominance power granted by the dominance status can reach the 8th level. And if more time resistance components are loaded, the operability should be much greater. In the market, Song Chi, who finally returned, was thinking hard about a solution. The first thing that came to mind was naturally the Yoguang Xingling group chat. If he wanted to borrow high-level time resistance enhancing components, who could be more suitable than the large circle of Star Tower members? He did it right away. After returning to the territory of Xinhua human civilization through the space anchor point left in the Dragon Ridge continent, he took out the Yaoguang Xingling as soon as possible. Number 32. Jingja, at all members, need to increase time resistance enhancing components. The higher the quality, the better. Temporary borrowing and trading are both okay. As expected, as he sent this message, it immediately triggered many members' replies. Number 18. Blood Soul, very urgent. Number 32. Awakening, extremely urgent. Please help me. If it is not possible to uninstall without loss, I am willing to bear the full cost of the lost enhancement resources. Number 18. Blood Soul, okay. I have a silver time mirror. I will ask the elders in the clan later. Number 16. Lansong, I also have a silver quality one on my ship. Number 17. Yulong, the ancestor of my family has a golden time wonder. I will ask for you. But don't hold too high hopes. Golden Holy Land quality time wonder? Sure enough, the power of the Star Tower members is exaggerated. Looking at the replies in the Star Order group chat, Song Chi said inwardly, sure enough. As for what Yulong said about not having too much hope, he could understand it as well. After all, it wasn't her, but an old ancestor of the Changsun family. Just imagine, a golden holy quality time artifact. Who would easily lend it out if they weren't very close friends? As time passed, Corpse Dog, Tianlong and other 6th-rank fearless captains also appeared one after another, among which Uncle Corpse Dog even agreed to lend a Sui Shu of the same golden quality. In a short period of time, Song Chi collected 4 silver time artifacts, 5 red time artifacts, and 1 golden time artifact. If all of them could be loaded onto the Tianxu Sanqiong, the time resistance of the warship would reach a very terrifying level. However, the bad news is that only some of these components can be used. There is really no way. The Xinhua warship can only load 2 special components of the same type. For example, Song Chi's own Posha Zen Seal component is classified as a domain component. Among the components taken out by the Star Tower members, there are as many as 3 domain-type time components. Even if he temporarily uninstalls the Black Hole Evolution Layer domain component, he can only load 1 more. Finally, Song Chi borrowed a piece of gold, 2 pieces of silver, and 3 pieces of red. After putting these parts away, he only needed to do the last one, waiting for the market to be promoted to the 6th level. 2 months later, Zhu Tian Market. With the market transaction ended, Song Chi clicked on the market attribute panel. After confirming that the market transaction amount had met the requirements, he took out a piece of Hunyuan copper from the closed storage room. However, he did not directly start the market promotion, but came to the market additional configuration area. He took out a 6th level silver apple, evolved the original orange quality hidden light platform into a red quality one, and strengthened it to level 60. Then, he officially started the market promotion. This promotion takes 1 month. And there are currently 29 days left at 23 hours 59 minutes and 56 seconds seeing this prompt. Song Chi could only wait again. 1 month later, standing on the sky of the market, Song Chi watched with his own eyes as the tremors of the market below that had lasted for a month gradually subsided. What followed was the expansion of the market area. This process lasted for about a few minutes. When the dazzling light gradually dissipated, it also meant that the market of the heavens had officially completed its promotion to the 6th level. Opening the market attribute panel, Song Chi quickly checked the changes after the promotion. However, he was a little disappointed this time. After the promotion to the 6th level, there was no new market configuration, no new features, and even the market did not change. The most uncomfortable thing was not these, but the spiritual synthesis platform. After the promotion to the 6th level, the effect of this configuration which had provided him with countless floating land origins, was greatly reduced. Even if it was strengthened to the 6th level, the effect of synthesizing the 7th level floating land origin was a little unbearable to look at. From the original 100 strands of super strengthened 1st level floating land origin that could be synthesized per month, it was directly reduced to 1 strand. That is to say, in the future, at most 12 strands of the 7th level floating land origin can be synthesized each year. Although he felt uncomfortable about this, he could accept it. The 7th level floating land origin was extremely rare in the Broken Star Sea, much rarer than the 6th level floating land origin. If 1,200 strands could be easily synthesized each year, it would be too exaggerated. However, it was not completely unchanged. For example, the spatial anchor point feature increased from 4 available anchor points to 5. Then, there was the dominant status feature. As expected, the power of domination that the 6th level market can give successfully reached the 8th level from the peak of the 7th level. This change may seem small, but it is actually fundamentally different. At the level of domination, the gap between each level is a world of difference. In addition to these two, the last one is the origin improvement platform of strange objects, which has not shrunk. After being strengthened to the 6th level, it can modify the characteristics of the Black Ultimate Strange Object. Chapter 542 7th Level Time Realm Tree. Enter the Cultivation Secret Realm. After carefully checking the attributes of the promoted Jution market, Song Qi finally fixed his sight on the dominant status characteristic. As the power of dominance granted by it officially reached the 8th level, many things can be put on the agenda. Morning Star Kingdom. The Song family governs the Jialing Star region. The Jialing Star region is not a rich star region. Among the current territories of the Song family, its barrenness ranks among the top. This also made the number of clansmen who had been visiting this star field, including the kingdom's civilian Xinhua captains, extremely small. However, this situation changed more than 100 years ago. In the eyes of other forces in the kingdom, they only knew that for some reason, the Song family suddenly increased their attention to this star field. On this day, dozens of 2nd and 3rd level Xinhua warships gathered here. These Xinhua warships came from the Song family and the Morning Star royal family. After the two sides gathered, they quickly sailed to the same starry sky. The speed of the fleet was not fast, just like an ordinary fleet. However, at a certain moment, this fleet of 40 ships suddenly disappeared in the dark starry sky. Inside the large combined illusion, 40 warships were separated in an orderly manner. In front of them, 2 battleships with a length of 10,000 meters were quietly hovering. And behind the 2 battleships, a vortex channel with strong spatial fluctuations could be seen, which was the entrance to the secret realm of the Time Realm Tree. The 2 battleships belonged to 2 families respectively. The one from the Song family was Song Tianshu, who had just completed his promotion not long ago. Meet the ancestor of Tianshu. 20 members of the Song family spoke respectfully. Hearing this, Song Tianshu in the battleship nodded slightly. Come and rotate with the last batch of clan members, who guarded the secret realm for 20 years? Yes, ancestor. At the front of the 20 warships, Song Liang's eyes flashed with brilliance. When he thought of a special mission he had received before, he felt a little uneasy. Luckily, he was already inside the warship, isolated from the outside world, and no one could detect his abnormality. Okay, go in. Remember not to be careless during the guarding period. This secret realm is extremely important to the family. Yes. Among the warships, the Lianshan, which had been successfully promoted to a cruiser, was not eye-catching. After entering the secret realm with the people from the Morning Star family, a line of 40 warships quickly headed towards the target garrison point. The Time Realm trees in this Time Realm Tree secret realm are not all grown in one place. Some grow in the underground space, and some are located on the ground. The garrison point that Song Liang is responsible for is naturally underground, and it is also the area where the golden head of the Buddha is located at the deepest part of the ground. There are 3 other tribesmen with him. In the encrypted communication group chat, Song Liang and the captain of the Song family and another cruiser looked at each other, and both nodded at the same time. The main corridor of the underground space is close to the deepest part of the ground. Somehow, a Song family cruiser lost control and crashed to one side. Coincidentally, the ship just hit the Morning Star family's leading cruiser that was accompanying it. Clang, clang, clang. A sharp metal collision sound was heard. Under this sudden huge impact, the Morning Star family's leading cruiser was pushed straight to the side of the stone wall by potential energy. and secondary damage was inevitably caused. This is not the point. The key is that there is a large space crack attached to the stone wall. Under the cutting of this space crack, the Morningstar family's leading cruiser's energy shield was directly overloaded, and the ship's armor was also greatly damaged. I'm sorry. I was distracted just now. As the source of all this, the cruiser captain of the Song family hurriedly apologized. Seeing that his voice was sincere, and that no serious consequences had been caused, the cruiser captain leading the Morningstar family did not get angry. However, he did not care. But it did not mean that the people following him did the same. An inappropriate voice suddenly sounded. Don't you have eyes? You can crash into such a wide passage? The one who spoke was another third-level cruiser captain of the Morningstar family. He had always had a good relationship with Razor Morningstar. He had heard that his friend died at the hands of a captain of the Song family, Shulu, and he had been holding his breath in his heart. What's your name? I've apologized. What else do you want? You came to my Song family's territory to lick their faces and snatch the ownership of the secret realm. What? Now you want to drive my Song family out of this secret realm completely? The people of the Song family will naturally not tolerate it, and they responded directly. Who are you talking about? This is the territory of the Morningstar Kingdom. What can't my Morningstar royal family do? Fuck you. Without my Song family's dominant battleship, there is no Morningstar Kingdom. As they cursed, the anger of both sides gradually surged, and even escalated towards the direction of the battleship. This kind of movement, naturally, could not be hidden from the previous batch of captains guarding the core area of the underground. Several warships flew over there quickly. What are you doing? You dare to make trouble here? Who is making trouble? Isn't it your Morningstar family who is causing trouble? The third-level captain of the Song family did not retreat. The bow position even switched to a special ramming angle, which made it more difficult to suppress the matter for a while. However, no one noticed that when the two sides clashed in the corridor, the Lianchin located at the back of the Song family team quietly opened a hatch. I saw a faint space wave passing by, and it seemed that a black shadow flashed to the end of the underground. Under the Tianking, the captains of the two ships who were responsible for guarding this place were attracted by the conflict in the corridor behind, and it happened to be in a vacuum period without anyone guarding it. Buzz buzz buzz. The space wave flashed, and the Void Shadow Killing Clan Terracotta Warrior quietly emerged from the void. The moment the Terracotta Warrior appeared, it quickly took out the golden token in its hand. Market projection order activated. The purple mist enveloped the entire Tianking underground at a very fast speed. Zhutian Market. Through the projection perspective, Song Qi saw the 7th level time realm tree that he had hidden before. As the purple mist energy surged, a special space light curtain blocked the entrance to the underground tunnel behind, and in the eyes of the two captains in the tunnel, the Tianking behind him did not show any abnormality from beginning to end. Isolated from the tunnel behind him, Song Qi no longer had any scruples. The purple mist energy wrapped with the power of the quasi-8th level master quickly turned into a palm, and directly grabbed the 7th level time realm tree. The bronze seal used to conceal its existence had been taken back. At this moment, the 10,000-meter tall white jade tree had reappeared at the bottom of the Tianking. Ziwu grasped the trunk of the white jade tree with his palm, and then slowly lifted it up. Unlike the last time, this time, the palm with the quasi-8th order power successfully shook the 7th order time realm tree, and its roots connected to the ground were gradually pulled up. Just when it was about to succeed completely, a burst of Buddha light suddenly emerged from the bottom of the Tianking. This Buddha light was extremely dim, but it was trying its best to stop Ziwu's palm from taking the next move. Song Qi didn't care. The 8th order power surged in the sky of the market. Finally, the Buddha light was completely wiped out by the purple mist energy, and the 7th level time realm tree was also uprooted. Without rushing to cancel the market projection, Song Qi controlled the purple mist energy to quickly smooth the hole in the middle of the Tianking. Until he was sure that there was no abnormality, he canceled the projection. With the 7th level time realm tree and the Void Shadow Killing Clan warriors, he returned to the Tian Eon market. A few minutes later, the conflict in the rear corridor ended with both sides taking a step back, and the two groups of captains successfully completed the handover. But no one found that the Tianking was any different from before. Zhutian Market, Freestall Area. A beam of light shot out from the high-hanging Tianxu Sanqiong, and when it touched the 10,000-meter-high white jade tree below, the 7th level time realm tree began to shrink rapidly. Finally, it was carried into the warship by a 4th level Jiexing clan. Cheatsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm, the edge of the Green Water Spirit Spring. The 7th level Time Realm tree, which had regained its 10,000-meter height, successfully completed the transplant with the assistance of the top-grade Xianyu Spirit Soil. Looking at this 10,000-meter high Time Realm tree standing on the edge of the Spirit Spring, Song Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. From now on, this 7th level Time Realm tree will completely belong to me, to the Song family, and will no longer have anything to do with the Morning Star family. With the acceleration of the Secret Realm Accelerator, I don't know how long it will take to cultivate the next 7th level Time Realm fruit. I hope it won't take too long. After completing the transplantation of the 7th level Time Realm tree, Song Qi has completed an important task. Next, he has a more important task, which is to do his best to get the time chessboard parts. To this end, he used the Sinan Shiban feature to unload the black hole evolution layer, and instead loaded all the parts borrowed from the members of the Star Tower. After this operation, the time resistance of the Tianxu Sangqiong directly rushed to a frightening level. In the alien star field nearly 100 billion light-years away from the Dragon Ridge continent, Song Qi's figure emerged out of thin air. Because he had just teleported here, he had not summoned a warship, and he had not been protected by the market projection. In order to complete these subsequent operations, Song Qi spent several days. It was not until he entered the Tianxu Sangqiong and summoned the market projection of quasi-8th level combat power that the terrifying time-slowing effect disappeared from him. The time outside slowed down 80,000 times, and the time inside the warship slowed down 80 times. Under the protection of the 8th level market projection and the terrifying time resistance, the time speed inside and outside the warship differed by 1,000 times, which was extremely exaggerated. However, this also made Song Qi feel more at ease, and he controlled the warship to move forward further. After a long time, Song Qi in the market of the heavens shook his head. No, it's still not enough. Time resistance needs to be increased. Outside, the power of the market projection is about to be exhausted, but the Tianxu Sangqiong is still dozens of miles away from the time chessboard. As early as when it was close to 1,000 miles, the time in the outside world had completely stagnated. That is, the market projection blessing and the time resistance of the warship itself did not cause the warship to stop in time. However, before returning, he quickly turned the ship around and controlled the Tianxu Sangqiong to retreat 1,000 miles away. Only in this way, when he comes next time, he will not be stuck in a state of time stop. Chapter 543 Time Chessboard. Get it? Detailed classification of colorful mythical quality. Yabwang Xingling Chat Group. Number 32. Jingjia, time resistance is still not enough, it's very uncomfortable. Number 18. Blood Soul? Are you facing an 8th level time master? So many time parts are not enough? Number 32. Jingjia, no, I'm breaking into a time field with extremely high energy levels. Number 32. Jingjia, at number 17. Yulong, Sister Yulong, does our ancestor have any other ways? Number 17. Yulong, let's talk in detail in the Star Tower. Mortgage and reward. Can the golden wonders that cannot be converted into shipborne parts be used? If not, it's okay to replace it with a golden super main gun. After listening to Yulong's conditions proposed by the ancestor of the Changsun family, Song Qi was a little embarrassed. There was nothing wrong with the mortgage. There were quite a few golden parts on board the Tianxu Sangqiong, and there were also several golden items in the market's item trading shop. They were all suitable for mortgage. The key was the reward. Borrowing a golden time item, he was a little unsure about what to take out as the reward. Seeing Cui Yulong nod, confirming that the blood spear could be used as collateral, he said again, as for the reward, I can take out the 6th level silver apple, silver energy shield. Are there any other things? Cui Yulong asked softly. Hearing this, Song Qi understood instantly. Cui Yulong thought that the several rewards offered by the above were not enough to impress the 8th level ancestor of the Changsun family. Although she was a little reluctant, Song Qi quickly made a decision when she thought that all these were for the purpose of obtaining a colorful mythical level rare item. Sister Yulong, what do you think of a 6th level moon spring? As soon as the 6th level moon spring came out, Cui Yulong finally nodded gently. This should be fine. Wait for your news. A few minutes later, there was another space fluctuation on the login stone platform of the Star Tower Hall. Song Qi thought it was Cui Yulong logging in again. But when he saw who it was, he found that it was not. By May. Come to take the mission? Walking down from the landing stone platform, Bai Mei shook her head with a still cold expression. And then she spoke indifferently. Do you still need a high-level time component? Song Qi's eyes lit up. And he nodded quickly. Even if the ancestor of the Changsun family was really willing to borrow it, it did not mean that the Tianshu Sanqiong would definitely be able to get the time chessboard with the added golden time component. The higher the time resistance, the safer it is. Under his expectant gaze, Bai Mei had a faint light flashing between his eyebrows. And soon a component emitting black light was delivered to Song Qi. After doing all this, Bai Mei did not stay for long, and directly turned around and logged out. Time Platform LV70 Quality, Black. Features, Time Training Platform. Features 2, Time Resistance plus 9800. Bai Mei. Wait. Looking up at Bai Mei's slowly disappearing figure, Song Qi's remaining words were stuck in his mouth. Seeing the other party leave without hesitation, his eyelids jumped instinctively, and he thought to himself, Sister, I know you are a rich woman, but this is a black ultimate component, and it has the attribute of time. You should at least give me a few words. Can you not be so rich and inhumane? Of course, although his thoughts were a little drifting, Song Qi felt warm in his heart. Being able to do this, it also fully represents Bai Mei's trust in me. Right? Just thinking about it. Yu Long also logged in again. She also brought good news. The ancestor of the Changsun family agreed. The next day, Song Qi appeared in the time field of the alien star domain again. This time he spent a longer time to summon the Tianshu Sanqiong and the market purple mist projection. When both were summoned, the time-slowing effect inside the battleship was greatly reduced, and the reduction degree was even greater than the previous time. After that, the Tianshu Sanqiong did not fly slowly again, but let the Qiongtian intelligent brain directly activate the angel wing escape feature. 3 golden time components, 1 black time component, plus several silver and red components, and the protection of the quasi-8th level market purple mist projection above the head. Even if it was bad, Song Qi did not think that the Tianshu Sanqiong would encounter a situation that could not be retrieved. After this jump, the Tianshu Sanqiong jumped directly to the front of the colorful light spot shown on the Tianming Sea Nanpan ground star map. When the warship finally rushed out of the warship tunnel, Song Qi had seen the object floating quietly in the starry sky in front of the warship through the perspective of his ethereal body. This was a square white jade chessboard emitting brilliant colorful light. All the time power in the surrounding starry sky came from it. It was like an eternal and unchanging time treasure. No matter where it was an irreplaceable source of time. In the sky of the market, Song Qi's eyes were extremely hot. When he saw the shape of the white jade chessboard and the colorful light it continuously emitted, he knew that all his previous guesses were correct. The center of this time field is not only the main body of the time chessboard, but the time chessboard itself is indeed a colorful mythical quality star-sea wonder. Without thinking any more, the purple mist projection covering the sky above the Tianshu Sanqiong began to tremble violently. As the purple mist energy surged, it quickly turned into a giant purple mist palm, grabbing the white jade chessboard in front. Under the offset of the power of time, the purple mist palm moved forward very slowly. But fortunately, the Tianshu Sanqiong was close enough to the time chessboard at this moment, and the purple mist palm successfully grasped the time chessboard not long after. Under Song Qi's active control, the purple mist palm began to slowly withdraw the time chessboard. Swish! The hatch of the Tianshu Sanqiong was opened. And finally, the white jade chessboard emitting colorful light was pushed into the interior of the warship by the purple mist palm. That's it? Success? Until the hatch of the Tianshu Sanqiong was closed again. Song Qi in the Zhutian market still felt a serious sense of unreality in his heart. And he only felt that he might have made a mistake in his perception. He really didn't expect that the final collection link would be so smooth. So smooth that it was a little unbelievable. But on second thought, it seems quite reasonable. How terrifying is the time power emitted by the time chessboard? Imagine if he was not the one who possessed the Zhutian market and Yogwang star order. Who would have the ability to break through such a terrifying time field and reach the time chessboard? Even the 8th level Star Sea Lord, who majored in the law of time, would have a hard time. Since the most difficult and impossible thing has been accomplished, it will naturally come to fruition in the end. As the time chessboard was put into the warship, the terrifying time power in the outside world was rapidly decaying, which also indicated that the time chessboard had indeed been put into the Tianshu Sanqiong. Song Qi did not dare to return to the warship directly, but observed the white jade chessboard put into the cabin through his ethereal body. He was afraid that even if it was put into the warship, this time wonder of terrifyingly high quality would still release its own time power without any change. But it was obvious that he thought too much. In the cabin of Tianxu Sangqiong, a large amount of psionic energy began to surge out of the warship. And these psionic energies continued to gather towards the white jade chessboard. This was the psionic energy transforming the Star Sea Wonders on its own. At a certain moment, when a wisp of obscure psionic energy merged into the white jade chessboard, the time force inside the entire warship suddenly dissipated. The ethereal body regained its ability to move. Under Song Qi's control, the ethereal body slowly walked towards the white jade chessboard. And wisps of psionic energy surged out of its body, and soon touched the white jade chessboard. At the same time, an attribute panel appeared in front of Song Qi in the market. Wonderful item, time chessboard. Quality, colorful/superior. Transformable, time chessboard. Note, a time treasure of great reputation in the multiverse era. After the multiverse was broken, it was baptized by a long time, and finally turned into a colorful mythical wonder. At this moment, Song Qi's breathing stopped. After a long time, he turned around and his eyes showed an extreme light. Colorful upper-level wonders. As far as he knew, colorful mythical quality wonders were divided into 3 levels. Colorful lower level, colorful upper level, and colorful extreme level. For example, the first colorful wonder he saw was the civilized Great Wall, where the Yogwang Star Tower was located. But if I remember correctly, even the civilized Great Wall was only the lowest color lower level mythical wonder. In other words, the quality of this time chessboard was 1 level higher than the civilized Great Wall. This alone is enough to make people excited. As for its ability to be transformed into shipborne parts, this is not surprising. After all, from the initial introduction of the time chess parts attributes, this can be seen, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Song Qi shifted his sight to the time chessboard shipborne parts attribute panel again. Time chessboard LV0 quality, color/upper feature, cooling time of all parts of the loaded warship is reduced by 35% feature 2, time resistance plus 1600 feature 3, time chess piece feature 4, time chessboard feature 5, time chess game feature 6, time cage feature 7. The efficiency of perceiving the time law inside the loaded warship is increased by 230% feature 8, 9 life and death chess consumption, 200/s, phantom energy points, no need to charge and buffer effect. The loaded warship will be immune to more than 99% of the time energy influence from the outside world. Required for upgrade, 200 strands of floating land origin, 0 order, 20,000 psionic points, 5 time fragments. Note, this component will occupy 20 slots time chess. The time chessboard has 361 chess pieces. Each chess piece contains a powerful time force, with incredible power. If the chess piece is damaged or destroyed, the time chessboard can automatically generate a new chess piece every year. The current number of chess pieces is 361, all are scattered outside. You can recall them by yourself. Time chessboard. Consume a specified number of time chess pieces, minimum 36 pieces, and psionic points. The consumption of psionic points depends on the number of time chess pieces used. Condition a time chessboard in the starry sky. All non-friendly units within the chessboard will be affected by the time acceleration or deceleration effect of the chessboard area. The specific time multiplier depends on the number of time chess pieces used. 36 pieces or 10 times, 72 pieces or 20 times, and so on. The duration is 10 minutes. The cooling time is 720 hours. Time chess game. Consume 300,000 psionic points. Pull the designated units whose life level does not exceed the component enhancement level, and the battleship itself into the high-dimensional chess game space. Enemy units entering the high-dimensional chess game space. The strength will be forcibly weakened by 1 major level. The duration is 1 hour. The cooling time is 100 years. Time cage. Consume a specified number of time chess pieces, minimum 36, and psionic points, and seal a specified unit that does not exceed the component enhancement level into a cage where time is completely stagnant. The duration of the cage depends on the time chess pieces consumed. 36 time chess pieces can last for 1,000 years, 72 chess pieces can last for 2,000 years, and so on. Note, the outside world cannot cause any damage to the sealed creatures in the time cage. 9 lives life and death chess. The 361st chess piece on the time chessboard is a special 9 lives chess. Its internal seal contains a vast power of life and death, which can be used to absolutely revive or obliterate the specified unit. The target life level cannot exceed the component enhancement level. But each time it is activated, the life and death chess will break into pieces. After 9 times, the life and death chest will completely collapse, and then this feature will be transformed into a random new feature. The attributes of this component are so many that they are a bit exaggerated. However, after reading all its properties, Song Chi had already forgotten all about it. Is this a colorful mythical item? It's really amazing. There is no doubt that the properties of this time chessboard component are extremely scary. Not to mention that once it is installed, the warship will not be affected by more than 99% of the time energy in the future. And its several characteristics are also more amazing than one. What does the initial 35% general cooling reduction mean? This means that as long as this component is strengthened to the 7th level, the cooling reduction will directly soar to 70%. This is effective for all parts on the battleship. If it is strengthened to the limit in the future, its cooling will be reduced by an astonishing 90%. The second is the time chessboard feature, which is a feature that is far more effective than the Pajua time realm. The key is that its cooling time is much lower than the Pajua time realm. As for time chess game and time cage, there is no need to say more. They can weaken the enemy's strength by 1 level and seal the enemy for up to 10,000 years. Which of these effects is not amazing? Moreover, Song Chi also thought of another way to use the time cage feature. For example, if a relative is seriously injured or his life is coming to an end, he can completely seal the other party in this way, and then cancel it when there is a rescue method later. The most exaggerated one is the last 9 lives chess of life and death feature. This feature is equivalent to Song Chi having 9 opportunities to modify the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death in the future. It can directly kill designated enemies, and it can also be used to revive himself and the Tianqiu Sangqiong. This is much stronger than the Time Realm Fruit that can only be used when the battleship is upgraded. It is a real 9 lives. Huh? He took a long breath, and there was a joy in his eyes that could not be concealed. Based on these heaven-defying features, Song Chi instinctively ignored the fact that the component itself needs to occupy 20 slots. In front of these heaven-defying features, what is 20 slots? Chapter 544 Corpse, Dogs Attack Star Destroyer. Inside the Tianqiu Sangqiong, Song Chi's figure emerged. Until he was sure that the time chessboard had been completely transformed into a shipborne component and would no longer pose any threat to him, he returned to the battleship. He reached out and picked up the time chessboard, thought about it, and loaded it onto the battleship. The enhancement of this component requires a rare resource, time fragments, and it cannot be enhanced at present, but even with a level 0 attribute, it also has a great blessing for the Tianqiu Sangqiong and himself. For example, the efficiency bonus for comprehending the law of time. In addition, there is another thing that needs to be done immediately. Alien Star Field, Unknown Star Sea. A vast continent with a diameter of more than 200,000 light years. In the center of the continent, the ancient sacred mountain covered with ancient prohibitions is like a pillar supporting the sky of the entire 8th level floating continent. At this time, a small silver light suddenly rushed out from the inside of the sacred mountain. After the silver light swept out of the sacred mountain, it shot straight towards the sky. Leave it to me. This sudden change caused an ancient sound that resounded through the heavens and the earth to be heard from the inside of the sacred mountain. Then, a hand with a length of more than hundreds of thousands of kilometers and surrounded by infinite laws stretched out from the interior of the sacred mountain and caught up with the flying silver light at a very fast speed. The laws of light and power that were beyond the ordinary level of perfection were constantly intertwined, and finally turned into a law net, which completely covered the silver light. The speed of the silver light was not fast, and it was soon wrapped by the law net. However, what was surprising was that even though the law net with the power of the 8th level master had wrapped the silver light somehow ignored the powerful law net and passed through it directly. Capturing this scene, the owner of the terrifying giant palm seemed to understand something. He began to slowly withdraw his outstretched palm and stopped blocking. This situation is happening in many star regions in the Star Sea. Some of them have not been discovered by creatures. These silver lights rushed out from remote corners of the Star Sea and converged towards the same destination. However, not all silver lights successfully poured into the starry sky. On a Star Sea continent that was even more advanced than the floating land where the ancient sacred mountain was located, a silver light was tightly bound in a blood palace, and no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free. In the main control room of Tianqiu Sangqiong, Song Chi stared at the time chessboard in front of him, his brows slowly furrowed, and said with some surprise, "There is still a chess piece that is not returned." He had just activated the recall function of this component, and originally thought that with the high-quality color of the Time chessboard component, recalling all the chess pieces was just a done deal, but he didn't expect that there was actually a chess piece that could not be recalled. Could it be a Star C wonder that can block the call of the Time chessboard? Speculating this, Song Chi's heart skipped a beat. The idea of reversing the location of the opponent came to his mind immediately. Unfortunately, the Time chessboard did not show the coordinates of the chess piece. Only a vague direction hint. He tried to bind the Time chessboard with the Heavenly Fate compass plate component, but no light spot appeared on the ground star map. Should I keep it? Song Chi hesitated. He was considering whether to keep the chess piece. If it was really as he thought before, with this vague direction guidance, he would have a certain chance to reversely lock on the existence of another colorful mythical object in the future. Anyway, 359 chess pieces were basically enough at the moment, and the lack of one would not have a big impact. However, after pondering for a long time, he gave up the idea. The reason was very simple. Let's not talk about whether the chess piece trapped was a colorful object of the same level. Even if it was, what kind of creature would control the other party? A lucky person like himself who was at level 5? No. Song Chi didn't think so. The probability was too small. Instead, he believed that it was a peak existence of level 8, level 9, or even higher than level 9. If so, keeping this chess piece would be like a mine that could explode at any time. He could use the Heavenly Fate compass plate to reverse search for the location of the Time chessboard. Wouldn't it be possible for those peak existences whose strength far exceeded his? Once the other party came to him without any preparation, let alone the Tianxu Sangqiong, which was only a battleship now. Even if it was successfully promoted to a star destroyer in the future, it was probably impossible to escape unscathed. In addition, even if he left the chess piece, the other party might not be able to guess his thoughts. If they used it to set up a trap, what would happen if he slipped through it? Based on the above, Song Chi took the initiative to control the Time chessboard to break the chess piece. Although this would take a year for the chess piece to recover, it would at least ensure the safety of the Tianxu Sangqiong and himself. On the Red Continent, deep in the blood-colored hall, Kagadugu, at the bottom of the blood pool with scorching blood bubbles, a giant figure full of chaotic power opened his blood-red eyes, but soon closed them again and fell into a deep sleep again. Longji Continent, Qingwe Manor. Returning to the territory of human civilization, Song Chi took out the Yugwang Star Order immediately. Yugwang Star Order Chat Group. Number 32. Jingja, at all members, the mission was perfectly completed, thank you very much. Number 32. Jingja, at Baimei Shirgo, Yulong, Shuepa, are you free now? Yugwang Star Tower Hall. Uncle Shirgo, this is your Suishu, thank you so much. Sister Yulong. He had already borrowed the three-eyed soul-fixing ring in the family's inherited battleship room, and unloaded several parts here without damage. At this moment, all the parts were returned directly, and Yulong also gave him the blood spear. Well, except for the black ultimate quality time and space platform. It's not that this component cannot be uninstalled without loss. Three-eyed soul-securing ring, although it cannot be effective for black quality components, don't forget that he also has Heavenly Fate compass pan. The main thing is that Bai Mei has not logged in, and it seems that he can't spare the time at the moment. This time, it really helped a lot. Thank you all. If there is anything in the future, just ask. I will never refuse to help. In the hall, Song Chi thanked him sincerely again. Silver, gold quality time wonders can lend this level of components for free. To be honest, this is extremely rare. If there is a chance, he will definitely repay with all his strength. The corpse dog and his men waved their hands casually, seemingly not caring. The members of the Star Tower were like this. Everyone would try their best to lend a hand if they could. At this time, the corpse dog said, by the way, after all these years of full preparation, I have decided to attack the Star Destroyer again, so I should not show up in the group for the next period of time, and I'll tell you in advance. Hearing this, the eyes of several people fixed at the same time. The corpse dog had attacked the Star Destroyer once before, and that time he successfully saved his ship at the cost of 2 golden sanctuary parts. This time, the special part will no longer be effective. Once it fails, given the age of the corpse dog, it is likely that he will never be able to attack the captain of the dreadnought again. Thinking of this, everyone felt heavy in their hearts. After all, the identities of the members of the Star Tower were not simple, and they all knew the difficulty of attacking the Star Destroyer. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Corpse Dog was about to speak to break the atmosphere, but was interrupted by Yu Long on the side. Uncle Corpse Dog, do you have the 7th level Overlord blood in your hand for this attack on the Star Destroyer? If not, I can. I have a drop of the blood of the evil god, who has just entered the 7th level. 50,000 years old golden blood Qilin fruit can increase the success rate of the dreadnought attacking the Star Destroyer by 1%. At the same time, Tianlong Xuepa and others also spoke one after another, and took out the resources in their hands that would be of some help in attacking the Star Destroyer. Not everyone is so generous and selfless. Although the relationship between the members of the Star Tower is good, the resources that help attack the Star Destroyer are not easy to come by. They are also related to their own future limits. How can they really contribute selflessly? The reason for this is that, in addition to the deep friendship between the members of the Yaoguang Star Tower, the probability of Corpse Dog's second attack on the Zhulu ship is not low. Once the attack is successful, Corpse Dog will become a powerful Star Destroyer captain. In this way, the help they provide today will be doubled or even 10 times in the future. Song Qi hesitated for only a moment, and then took out a white jade fruit from his body. Uncle Corpse Dog, this is a 6th level Time Realm fruit. You should be able to use it. The moment they heard the 3 words Time Realm fruit, not only Corpse Dog, but all the members of the Star Tower Hall changed their expressions. They had heard of this legendary resource that could give a second life to a promoted warship. Jingja, you. Corpse Dog wanted to say that this was too precious. But when he thought of the second battleship promotion that was about to begin, he couldn't say it. Finally, he took the 6th level Time Realm fruit and said solemnly, Jingja, what do you need? Components, upgraded fire sources, special resources, all of these will do. Song Qi thought about it, and then said, Uncle Corpse Dog, do you have special resources like time fragments? Time fragments? Wait a minute. Hearing that Song Qi needed time fragments, Corpse Dog quickly logged out. When his figure disappeared in the Star Tower Hall, Yu Long and others beside him turned their eyes to him. Song Qi had already thought of an answer for this. A 6th level Time Realm tree was accidentally discovered during an exploration of an alien star region before. Unfortunately, the production rate of this resource is too slow, and it is really gone for the time being. He knew the value of this resource. Time Realm fruit. The reason why Song Qi took it out was that he had considered it carefully. First and foremost, the 6th level Time Realm fruit is indeed precious. But later when Song Wujiang's flagship is successfully upgraded, with the 3-eyed royal family's flagship and the starry sky dragon shark, even if his identity is exposed in the future, he can still keep one 6th level Time Realm tree. Chapter 545, All-Out War Against the 8-Armed Snake Demon Civilization. This point is naturally the most important. Song Qi never thought that his identity could be concealed forever. But it only goes up to the 6th level Time Realm tree. As for the 7th level Time Realm tree, this must not be exposed even if you kill him. Things that can assist Star Destroyers in attacking the 8th level and give them a second life are not enough to be described as strategic resources. Once exposed, the immortal giants of the 8th level, and even the 4 pillars of the Xinhua royal family will be jealous. In addition to this, then refer to the current situation of the Song family. The 6th level Time Realm fruit, not to mention the present, even in the next few hundred years, except for the Dinghai Longxiang, there will be no warships that can use it, and the ancestor Song Wujiang already has one. Instead of keeping it in his hands and gathering dust, it is obviously a better choice to trade it with the members of the Star Tower in exchange for rare resources or high-level components. Finally, after more than 100 years of continuous acceleration, the 6th level Time Realm tree in the Cultivation Secret Realm has not only produced 1 round, but the second round has also produced fruit. It will not be long before he gets another 6th level Time Realm fruit. In short, when it is the turn of the Tianshu Sangqiong to attack the Star Destroyer, there will be no shortage of the 6th level Time Realm fruit. Not counting his side, the Time Realm tree Secret Realm is also about to be harvested with the continuous investment of void crystals from the 2 families. After saying this, Song Qi did not say anything more, and the people around him did not continue to ask more questions. However, how much they believed in their hearts, and what they thought, only they themselves knew. Song Qi could roughly guess some, but he did not care. This was originally part of his plan, wasn't it? Only in this way will there be Star Tower members who will come to him privately to trade with the real good stuff in their hands later. Right? 10 minutes later, the Corpse Dog logged in again. Jingja, this is 68 time fragments. This is all I can get at the moment. You take it first. He handed a storage box to Song Chi, and then continued, "This is definitely not enough to trade for your 6th level Time Realm fruit. How about this? If I succeed in the promotion later, I can help you 3 times for free. Even if I fail to succeed in the promotion, I will continue to help you collect resources such as time fragments in the future." Song Chi would certainly not refuse. The 3 free opportunities for the Star Destroyer captain to help out, this has exceeded his expectations. Although the relationship between the members of the Star Tower is good, not every help is free. For example, when Song Chi helped Chui Yulong, he used Black Hole Den Stone and Escape Stone as compensation. After talking with the corpse dog, Song Chi turned his eyes to Tian Long, Yulong and others beside him, without any embarrassment, and directly asked them if they had the resource of time fragments. Time fragments, as one of the special time resources, are the same as space fragments, except for being produced in certain star fields with extremely rich time energy. Then, they are also the special resources of a very small number of secret realms with the existence of time laws. In addition to these 2 stable production methods, the collapse of the secret realm with the law of time will also produce time fragments. However, no matter which of the above 3 methods is used, it is extremely difficult. Song Chi had asked the ancestor before. Although there are certain reserves of time fragments in his secret vault, they were all discovered by the clan members of the family inadvertently during the exploration of the star field in the past 3,000 years. The family currently has no means to stably produce time fragments. After saying this, Song Chi took out the silver apple, law fruit, and 10,000 years dragon blood fruit and other resources. With the help of these resources of decent value, he successfully traded a lot of time fragments from the members of the Star Tower. Finally, he spent a lot of mall points and exchanged some time fragments in the Star Tower Mall, together with the accumulated time fragments in the family's secret library. It was enough to strengthen the time chessboard to the 7th level. In the Jutian market, Song Chi took the time fragments obtained from various channels and began to strengthen the time chessboard. Do you want to spend 200 strands of 0-level floating land origin plus 20,000 psionic points plus 5 time fragments to strengthen the time chessboard from LV0 to LV1? Confirmed. With the consumption of floating land origin, time fragments, titanium crystals, and other resources, time chessboard was successfully strengthened to LV70 by Song Chi. Just right. Looking at the 3 time fragments left in his hand, Song Chi thought he was lucky. Although future enhancements will be a headache, at least it has been enhanced to the upper limit of the battleship. Looking at the properties of the 7th level time chessboard components, it can be said that there have been earth-shaking changes. General cooldown reduction from 35% 70% time resistance from 1600 to 1000 time law perception blessing from 230% 440%. In addition, the duration and time speed of the time chessboard feature have also been greatly improved. Even if the chessboard field is constructed with a minimum of 36 time chess pieces, the speed has increased from 10 times to 45 times, and 72 pieces have reached 90 times. And so on. The duration has increased from the initial 10 minutes to 45 minutes. And the cooling time has dropped to 240 hours. The characteristic of time chess game is that the cooling time is reduced from 100 years to 65 years. And the duration is increased to 3 hours. However, time prison and 9 lives chess of life and death have not changed, and are suspected to be constant characteristics. Star Tower Hall. Thank you. Song Chi thanked Bai Mei after handing the black top-quality time platform component back to Bai Mei. A black time component. How can he not be grateful? Ask yourself. If he had lent the black hole evolution layer component before, Song Chi thought it would be difficult to do it, regardless of being stingy or not. It is really difficult to measure the value of parts of this level. Sitting in the Jutian market, there are only 3 black parts on the Tianxu Sanqiong. It is really difficult for him to lend one out casually. However, after this, his mentality may change. The 2 talked for a while, and Song Chi walked towards the Star Tower task window. However, Song Chi soon found that Bai Mei did not leave, but walked towards the task window with him. Bai Mei, are you also taking a mission? Yes. The response behind him was still plain and concise. Song Chi, who had long been accustomed to it, did not care and continued, Secret Realm Exploration Mission? It can only be said that it was a coincidence. Not long after, Song Chi and Bai Mei successively took on the Secret Realm Exploration Mission that had been issued for decades. In such a long time, the information of this mission has been updated many times. As early as 20 years ago, the discovered universe Secret Realm was named Blood Battle Secret Realm. Although it was the lowest level of the universe secret realm, there were also 8th level Blood Battle clan natives in this secret realm, and there were nearly 10 7th level Blood Battle overlords. The degree of danger of the secret realm can be seen. The reason why the secret realm mission is still hanging on the Star Tower is that although the Blood Battle secret realm is dangerous, it is also extremely valuable. After such a long period of exploration, it has been determined that the most valuable resource produced in this secret realm is a special artifact called Blood Battle Monument. The Blood Battle Monument can not only be transformed into shipborne components, but also is a rare control-free component. Its function is similar to the Behemoth Heart on the Tianshu Sanqiong, which can obtain the ability to be immune to control. Moreover, unlike the Behemoth domination of the Behemoth Heart, the immune control ability of this Blood Battle Monument is a permanent effect, which can be effective without activation. This is not the most important thing. The key is that according to the information provided by the previous explorers, this Blood Battle secret realm contains silver quality, and even gold quality Blood Battle Monument rare objects. Song Chi is naturally very interested in this Blood Battle Monument. He was in a hurry to get the time chessboard before, so he didn't accept the task. Now that the time chessboard is in hand, he chooses to accept this task as soon as possible. The quality of the Behemoth Heart component is still too low after all. Song Chi has long wanted to get another high-quality control-free component. This is the best opportunity now. After the two of them accepted the mission, the prompt sound of the Star Tower intelligence sounded. The mission has been accepted. Please wait patiently. The main hall will arrive on time in half a year. See you in half a year. Yes. Buzz buzz buzz. Jutian Market. The entrance of the market, accompanied by violent space fluctuations. Hundreds of vortex channels slowly condensed. A new market transaction officially started. As the first market transaction after being promoted to the 6th level, Song Chi made some adjustments this time. Time passed, and a few minutes later, a space portal was triggered. After a while, a creature holding a large mace, and with vigilance in his eyes walked out of one of the space portals. This creature had a dog head and a human body, and the life fluctuations emanating from it were not high. Kobold? After a casual glance, Song Chi immediately lost interest. Dog-headed creatures are considered the lowest race in the Star Sea. Although their number is terrifying, their upper limit is too low. This second-level dog-headed man walked carefully to the gate of the market, and its tiny eyes involuntarily fell on the regular light curtain on the side of the gate. When he saw the most prominent sentence in the subtitles engraved entirely, with the power of the law, the pair of tiny eyes suddenly widened to the extreme. 8th level, Golden Holy Land Wonder. As if he had heard its somewhat stuttering muttering, the goblin Luke, who was strolling inside the market, immediately ran out at the fastest speed. Where is the 8th level? Where is the Golden Holy Land Wonder? Following the line of sight of the dog-headed man, who was only a little taller than him, Luke, who seemed to have 2 fangs in his mouth, saw the law text listed at the top of the rule light curtain. Today, the exchange price of market projection order has been changed comprehensively. In the future, 6 silver items will be needed to exchange for 1 market projection order. Correspondingly, the useful life of market projection order will be increased to 100 years after exchange. In addition, if it is exchanged with a golden sacred item, only 1 item is needed to obtain a 500-year useful life of market projection order, and the exchanger will have 5 opportunities to summon the market projection in these 500 years. Note, market projection has an 8th level combat power. After reading this new information, Luke was in a good mood just a second ago because he successfully transformed into a vampire bloodline and gained a lifespan several times longer than before, but it was no longer so good. Level 8, Golden Star Sea Wonder. Compared with these two, what is its lifespan of 2,000 years? Thinking, a trace of level 4 magic began to emerge around its short legs, carrying its short body towards the inn. In the past few hundred years, the Viscount Thor's mansion behind it has been exploring the starry sky outside the Silver Continent with all its strength. With the help of a large number of sophisticated machines, the exploration range has long exceeded imagination. During this period, in addition to discovering the level 5 starry sky plant Songhai flower, there are naturally a lot of other gains. Among them, there is a Golden Holy Domain quality Star Sea Wonder. Since getting this Golden Holy Domain Wonder, the ancestors of Viscount Thor have tried their best to develop its efficacy. But unfortunately, after 100 years, they still have nothing to show for it. Finally, The ancestors of the Viscount's mansion unanimously agreed that this golden holy domain wonder is a special material and has no effect on him. However, the involvement of the golden wonder is too great. So great that the old antiques of Viscount Thor's mansion have never agreed to Luke's proposal to bring it to the market to try to trade it. I must convince the ancestors this time. Flying along, Luke swore secretly in his heart. Even because he was too excited, there was a faint blood color flowing in his eye sockets. Luke's reaction was not unique. In the following time, many old customers of the market were like this. Through the god's perspective, Song-Chi captured these scenes clearly, and a satisfied look appeared in his eyes. Preliminary view, his adjustment effect this time was obviously good. As for why there was such an adjustment, the market projection was upgraded from the 7th level to the quasi-8th level, which was completely a qualitative change. The exchange price could not remain unchanged. Right. Finally, after careful consideration, he changed the exchange price of market projection order. This would screen out a large number of alien races again. He was very clear about this after all. Taking out 2 silver treasures and 6 silver treasures at one time is a completely different concept. But Song-Chi did not regret it. For him now, the golden holy treasures are more attractive. He believed that the 5 opportunities to take out in 500 years should attract the attention of some alien races. For example, the Night Elves, the 5th level Half-Ratmen, and the Wizard Civilization, etc. This change was just to pave the way for the future, so until the end of the transaction, no alien race really came to ask about it. It's not surprising. Song-Chi believes that some aliens will not be able to hold back. Time flies, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Song-Chi and Bai Mei met again at the Yeoguang Star Tower. The two stood on the civilization Great Wall outside the Star Tower, waiting for the arrival of the warships from the main hall. And their eyes could not help but look at the dark starry sky opposite. At this time, Bai Mei suddenly whispered, according to rumors, the 4 empires seem to be preparing to launch a full-scale war against the 8-armed snake demon civilization. Chapter 546. The Song family mobilizes. It would be a lie to say that he was not shocked when he heard the news suddenly. But Song-Chi's expression did not change. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Do you know the specific time?" Bai Mei's voice was still cold, but he gave a rough answer. "Within 100 years. 100 years. Hearing this answer, Song-Chi did not continue to ask other questions. The two of them just waited quietly. From the beginning to the end, Song-Chi did not doubt the truth of what Bai Mei said, but his heart tightened, and he immediately began to think about what preparations he and his family needed to make next. The all-out war against the 8-armed snake demon civilization. In front of this, the previous wars to open up the Tianpan River system were just child's play. The 8-armed snake demon civilization controls the entire 8-armed snake demon river system community, and its territory stretches for nearly 1 billion light-years. This level of civilization war, whether it is scale, intensity, or danger, is top-notch. Under this premise, whether you can prepare in advance, the difference is huge. Thinking of this, Song-Chi's mind changed, and he quickly contacted a Jiexing clan who stayed in Longji Continent through telepathy. Longji Continent, Qingwen Manor. Song Chao watched the 4th-level Jiexing clan, who came out of his son's courtyard and approached him, understanding that Song-Chi was looking for him for something. Soon, the 4th-level Jiexing clan spoke directly in the common language of the Star Sea. After listening, Song Chao's face was solemn. According to the 4th-level Jiexing clan, this matter was of great importance, and it was necessary to go to the ancestral temple to find the ancestors. Knowing the importance, Song Chao did not hesitate at all, and immediately summoned his own ship. Qikong it is still just a cruiser now. Although Song-Chi had already used resources to pile up the seeds of his father and mother's fire to orange, Song Chao and Chen Lixia had never tried to attack the Zhulu ship. However, after more than 200 years, both the Blue Sky and the Dragonfly have reached the limit of the cruiser. The two have decided to try to start the battleship promotion task in the near future. When the 4th-level Jiexing clan also boarded the battleship, the Blue Sky soared into the sky. Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. Dragon Whale Palace. Knowing that it was Song-Chi who took the initiative, Song Wujiang did not hesitate and directly activated the Chaos Mist ability of the Dragon Whale Palace. A few minutes later, Song Wujiang's face showed an extremely solemn expression. How credible is this news? Nearly 100%. After getting the definite reply from the 4th-level Jiexing clan again, Song Wujiang's deep eyes seemed to be shining rapidly. After a long time, he nodded gently. I know about this matter. If so, the family needs to prepare many things in advance. 100 years is not bad. It's enough for us to do a lot of things. In addition, Xiaoqi, since you have something to do now, just do it with peace of mind. You don't have to worry about the family. Yeah. On the civilized Great Wall, Song Qi told the ancestor the news. And his heart was slightly relieved. Although this matter caught people off guard, after all, there is still 100 years of preparation time. It is not all bad news. The most crucial point is that, as long as the Song family can make full preparations this time, it may not be impossible to gain greater benefits in the subsequent huge battlefield of civilizations. The war between the two top advanced civilizations, as long as they can gain a tiny bit of insignificant benefits from it, will be enough for the Song family to benefit infinitely. At least, it can make up for the gap in the foundation of the Song family and become a truly immortal family. Even bolder, it is possible to use this to further impact the foundation of the immortal giants in the future. As their thoughts were drifting, a strong space fluctuation suddenly came from behind. Turning their heads, they soon saw the steel giant beast that emerged from the space vortex channel. It was the warship that came to pick up Song Qi and the others. The Star Destroyer from the Beidou main hall. Chasing stars and chasing the moon. By Mei. Jingzhe. Come on board. Without any delay. After rushing out of the space vortex, the hatch of Chasing Stars and Chasing the Moon opened immediately. At the same time, a faint call was heard by Song Qi and the others. After confirming that the other party was the main halls receiving warship, Song Qi and Bai Mei's psionic energy surged at the same time, and the 5th level psionic energy carried the two into the air, and soon boarded the Star Destroyer hovering in the sky. The sound of the hatch closing behind them was heard, followed by the space fluctuations again. Before Song Qi could think more, a soft female voice sounded beside him. The second jump is about to start, and the next destination is Tianxian Star Tower. Please come this way. Catwoman. She was a Catwoman with a life level as high as the 6th level. Song Qi's expression remained unchanged. He followed the Catwoman, who was obviously the maid of the captain of the Beidou main hall Star Destroyer, to a window seat somewhere in the cabin. Bai Mei also sat beside him. He was not surprised that this star chaser was going to Tianxian Star Tower. The 7 towers of Beidou had no less than 200 members under them. It was not surprising that other Star Tower members took on tasks in the past few years. Song Qi was more interested in the other people sitting in the back. From the way they were dressed, it was not difficult to see that they were all people of high status. Members of other Star Towers? Or the younger generation of the captain of the Star Chaser and Moon Chaser? As if she had seen through his and Bai Mei's inner thoughts. The 6th level Catwoman, who had not yet left, explained, the following people are also members of the Big Dipper's 7 towers. And they have also accepted the mission this time. Song Qi nodded in thanks, but did not continue to pay attention. Influenced by the Xinhua Battleship Man certificate on the Star Chaser and Moon Chaser, the psionic energy in everyone's body was now sealed, and it was impossible to see much. Dragon Spine Continent. Dragon Whale Ancestral Temple. As Song Wujiang's mind changed, waves of impressive energy fluctuations began to spread over the hall. However, not all seats had energy fluctuations. Only a few of them had changes. After just a few seconds, projections descended over the hall one after another, including Song Wujiang. The number of people finally settled at 7. Song Wujiang, Song Xiuan, Song Xingru, Song Dingbang, Song Tianhao, Song Tianshu, Song Xuansong. Except for Song Qi. All the core members of the Song family ancestral lineage in Longji continent had gathered, being summoned suddenly, even though they didn't know what happened. Seeing this lineup, Song Xiuan and the others knew that there must be something important. But before speaking, Song Xingru asked the doubts in her heart. Why isn't Xiaoqi here? Didn't he say that he can travel between Longji continent and Chixing continent at any time? In response, Song Wujiang said truthfully, Xiaoqi is busy at the moment. But this summoning of you to project here is also related to Xiaoqi. According to the information Xiaoqi got from Yoguang Star Tower, our Xinhua human civilization is preparing. After describing the specific situation in detail, Song Wujiang stopped, and did not rush to ask for everyone's opinions, but prepared to let them digest this earth-shaking news first. We will go to war with the 8-armed snake demon civilization within 100 years? Are you sure Xiaoqi is right? If that's the case, then you, the ancestor, must attack the Star Destroyer captain in advance. For a war that affects the entire civilization, it makes a huge difference whether there is a Star Destroyer captain in charge. Yes, and the strength of the tribesmen below should be improved as soon as possible. Only in this way can we protect ourselves as much as possible in the subsequent war, and even make a fortune from the war. As Song Wujiang finished speaking, the discussion of the crowd soon rang out in the hall. However, although everyone's opinions were different, there was one point that was extremely consistent. That is, several people all agreed that the ancestor Song Wujiang should try to let the Dinghai Longxiang attack the Star Destroyer before the war started. There was absolutely no dispute about this. As for the reason, it was actually very simple. Where did the name of Xinhua human civilization come from? Xinhua seeds, Xinhua battleships, Xinhua captains, Xinhua networks. Since their birth, Xinhua source seeds and Xinhua battleships have been the foundation of Xinhua human civilization. And Xinhua battleships have always been the greatest military deterrent of Xinhua human civilization to the outside world. Although the Song family has a three-eyed royal flagship, which seems to have dominant combat power, everyone in the family knows that this kind of dominant combat power is not recognized in the mainstream of human civilization. It is at least weaker than the Star Destroyer of the same level. The problem lies here. Once you are weaker than others, you will not have the right to speak. Losing the right to speak in a giant civilization battlefield involving two river communities will have extremely serious consequences. In short, a force without a true Star Destroyer captain will not be able to escape the fate of cannon fodder in the subsequent civilization war. A full-scale war between two top advanced civilizations, the battle line stretches over 1 billion light years. In a war of this magnitude, there will be countless deaths. Who will fill this hole? Those immortal families that have been passed down for thousands of years? If you really think so, then you are too naive. Everyone discussed for a long time. Song Wujiang spoke again. It seems that everyone agrees. In this case, let's do this. In the next 100 years. No. Within 50 years. We will fully assist Dinghai Longxiang in attacking the Star Destroyer. Only in this way can we have enough time to attack the 7th level guidance technique. Otherwise, a half-baked Star Destroyer captain may not be recognized by those people. At this point, even the people in the hall nodded solemnly. Song Wujiang said again, in addition, the strength of the clan members below cannot be left behind. Let's do this. In addition to the highest secret vault, the family's several treasure houses are fully open to the clan members. The foundation accumulated in the past 3,000 years, as well as the large amount of resources plundered from the Jiexing clan, is now time to play their role. Hearing this, Song Xingru, who was sitting on a golden throne above, hesitated slightly. Although she knew that this matter was of great importance, she thought it was inappropriate to use all the family's 3,000 years of heritage. Ancestor, isn't this too exaggerated? If all the family's heritage is used at once it encounters a setback, the operation of the family may be difficult to maintain. Moreover, in this case, the outside forces may not be able to see something from it. Song Wujiang did not need to speak for Song Xingru. Song Xuan in front of him took the lead in explaining, no, this is not an exaggeration. The intensity of the full-scale war between the two top advanced civilizations is beyond imagination. If we are not careful, we will die and the family will be destroyed. Only if we try our best can we have a certain chance to protect ourselves. Besides, it is an entire river system community. As long as we take a little benefit from it, it will be enough to build a truly immortal family. Our current efforts are for the purpose of earning 10 times or 100 times in the future. As he said, Song Xuan changed his tone. But the last point is correct. Opening the family secret vault directly like this will indeed easily attract attention from the outside world. This matter still needs to be handed over to each branch, using their own secret vault as a cover, and then using confidentiality agreement components to cover it up. Delay the time for the news to leak as much as possible. After decades, this news should be released by the 4 empires. After discussing the arrangements for the family members, everyone talked a lot more, including the subsequent secret acquisition of genetic drugs, terracotta warrior tree components, slave creatures, star drones and other types of war resources, as well as the full production of Hellfire mechas. In short, after the orders were issued, the entire Song family giant machine began to operate at full capacity again. Okay. In addition to these, there is one more important thing. The Dragon Spine continent is only one step away from becoming a level 6 peak floating continent. It's time to start planning for the Red Star continent in advance. The Hidden Veins have already identified several suitable locations for absorbing the origin. as long as we can absorb a trace of the origin core of the Red Star continent. The difficulty of the subsequent Dragon Spine continent's promotion to level 7 will be reduced by at least half. This time, Song Wujiang said a series of words before stopping, but it also showed the importance of this matter, which was far more important than anything before. If the Dragon Ridge continent can successfully upgrade to level 7, the energy tide generated after the upgrade will be able to increase the success rate of the Dinghai Longxiang upgrade, and it will be much easier for Song Qi and Song Dingbang to attack the Dreadnought. However, the Song family has planned this for a long time, and it must not be rushed. In the end, Song Xuan said, "We can make all preparations in advance, but if we want to take action, let's wait for Shaoqi to return." Although there is no such thing as floating land will in the superdimensional continent, the movement caused by absorbing the origin core will never be small. Our preparations alone cannot guarantee absolute safety. Only Shaoqi controls the Star Dragon Shark, and the Domination flagship and the projection of the Tiantian market are the safest. No one objected to this proposal. After all, this matter is related to the promotion of the Dragon Ridge continent. It is of great importance. No matter how cautious it is not too much. That's it. Let's do it this way. Make all the preparations first, and start as soon as Shaoqi comes back. Song Qi naturally didn't know what was happening in the clan. After several jumps of the Star Chaser and Moon Chaser, he had arrived at the Beidou main hall with the personnel of various star towers. Chapter 547 Galaxy Ship like Yoguang Star Tower. Big Dipper Hall is also located on Civilization Great Wall, or the entire Big Dipper Tower, and Big Dipper Hall are all located on the colorful mythical wonder Civilization Great Wall, but they are located in different star regions. Song Qi and others did not get the opportunity to leave Star Chaser, but because of the window, Song Qi still managed to get a glimpse of the Big Dipper main hall, which he had heard of for a long time. Unlike the Yoguang Star Tower, this Beidou main hall is more like an ancient hall, surrounded by brilliant starlight, as if the entire hall has been transformed into a star temple. In addition, there are 7 high towers standing around this ancient hall, and the 7 sub-towers surround this starlight temple like the moon surrounded by stars, adding a bit of mystery to this ancient hall. But that's all. The Star Chaser Star Destroyer is very fast. After rushing out of the space corridor, it quickly rushed into the hall in the middle, leaving Song Qi with only a glimpse of it. After rushing into the hall, Song Qi always felt that the Star Chaser had shrunk a lot. Otherwise it would be impossible for a ship with a length of tens of thousands of kilometers to appear so small inside the hall. Before he could think about it, the Star Chaser had already flown to a high platform on the right side of the hall that was shimmering with rich starlight. Seeing this scene, Song Qi had some guesses in his mind. The Big Dipper Hall has its own transmission configuration? As soon as he thought of this, he felt a strong dizziness. Then, there was an indescribable spinning sensation. When he came back to his senses, the Star Chaser and Moon Chaser had already appeared in the dark starry sky. However, looking to the side, Song Qi quickly caught sight of 3 super battleships with terrifying captains. Millions of kilometers. 8th Order Xinhua battleships. And Galaxy battleships. For the Xinhua battleships after the 7th Order Star Destroyers, Song Qi only knew that the 8th Order was the Galaxy battleship. According to records, the captains of the 8th Order Galaxy battleships had a lifespan of more than 300,000 years, which was the same as the current Xinhua human civilization. As for the 9th Order, there was no record of it in the family database. Of course, the ancestors probably knew about it, but Song Qi never asked. Star Destroyers were extremely far away for him now, not to mention the 8th and 9th levels, withdrawing his sight from the 3 Galaxy ships in the distance. Song Qi turned his attention back to the Big Dipper main hall. He only heard him muttering in his heart, "Is it really a fixed-point transmission? If so, the Big Dipper Hall is probably a colorful mythical quality star sea wonder." After joining the Yoguang Star Tower for so many years, he thought he had some knowledge of the Yoguang Star Tower. In his opinion, the quality of the Yoguang Star Tower alone is probably a black ultimate level wonder, and gold is definitely not the only one. Based on this, he had naturally guessed the quality of the Big Dipper Hall with 7 towers. But before that, he could not be sure that the Big Dipper Hall was a colorful mythical quality artifact. Today's fixed-point teleportation, and the fact that even his 5th level peak guidance technique was vulnerable to the extreme teleportation backlash, made him completely sure of his idea that the Big Dipper Hall must be a colorful mythical quality artifact. However, it was impossible to determine which level of color it was. Lower, upper or extreme. While thinking, Chasing Stars and Chasing Moon had already flown close to the 3 galaxy ships. Is the one in the middle the galaxy ship of the Beta main hall? Seeing the direction that Chasing Stars and Chasing Moon was approaching, Song-Chi whispered. But this was heard by Bai Mei beside him. Then a faint explanation sounded in Song-Chi's ears. The one in the middle is the Lord of the Beta's 7 Stars Hall and the Greedy Wolf Hall. The one on the right is the Preaching Wangju of the Shandong Shang family of the Xianqing Divine Dynasty. And the one on the left is the galaxy ship of the Holy Hall Federation. After hearing the explanation, Song-Chi nodded gently, and he became more and more certain in his heart that Bai Mei's background was far beyond his imagination. 10 minutes later, Song-Chi and a dozen other people were all sent off to Chasing Stars and Chasing the Moon, because the psionic energy in their bodies was sealed. They had to stay here for a day, and they could officially enter the secret entrance behind the 3 galaxy ships the next day. Not only them, but also the captains of the other 2 galaxy ships were waiting in front of them. Obviously, it was not only the Big Dipper Palace that was continuously transferring people, but also the other 2. After the previous act of understanding, including Bai Mei's explanation just now, Song-Chi already knew that the other 2 were by no means ordinary forces. Let's not talk about the galaxy ship of the Holy Temple Federation, the Shandong Shang family, which originated from the Xianqing Divine Dynasty, is an absolute behemoth. According to some information Song-Chi learned in advance, the Shandong Shang family was a big family that founded the Xianqing Divine Dynasty together with the royal family of the Xianqing family. It can be regarded as a legitimate family of the dragon. Its family inheritance has been passed down to the present day. Its family inheritance time has already exceeded 200,000 years. It is said that the Shang family has 3 galaxy ships exposed, which is also the top existence among the immortal giant forces. Judging from the Shandong Shang clan and the Big Dipper Palace, it is obvious that the 8th level galaxy ship from the Holy Temple Federation is not simple. Originally, Song-Chi thought that this day would pass easily in front of the 3 galaxy captains. But who knew that not long after, an accident soon occurred. And the key is that this accident is closely related to him. The story starts with a male member of the Shang family who came over on his own initiative. The psionic energy on this person is also sealed, and no specific information can be seen. But the other party's target is directly aimed at Bai Mei beside him. Xiaomei, you also accepted the mission? Looking at the other person's smiling face, Song-Chi initially thought that the 2 had a good relationship, until he saw Bai Mei's already cold expression became even colder. Faced with the greeting of the Shang family man, Bai Mei turned sideways, without even trying to respond to the other person's attention. So it was only this point that was naturally not a surprise, mainly seeing Bai Mei's obviously disgusted expression, but the Shang family man seemed to have not seen it, still walked up to Bai Mei with a thick face, as if he wanted to do something. In this regard, Song-Chi, who had not taken any action, could no longer stand by and watch. He stepped forward with his right leg and blocked the other party's way. He did not say anything, but just stopped the other party firmly, facing Bai Mei's smiling face. When he turned to Song-Chi, the expression on the face of the Shang family man changed so quickly. He showed impatience and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you stop me?" Song-Chi did not remain silent this time. He did not retreat at all, and said sarcastically, "It is important for people to know themselves. It is obvious that they don't want to pay attention to you. Why do you still come here to embarrass yourself?" After saying that, Song-Chi stared at the other party with the same coldness. On the opposite side, Shang-Chi's eyes were already extremely gloomy. He had grown up, and no one dared to talk to him like this. What was his identity? The captain of the 7th level Star Destroyer had a son at an old age, and Liazu was the ancestor of the Shang family's 8th level galaxy ship, from birth to now, who was not respectful to him. Boy, it's not the same to be a hero saving a beauty. Some people are not something you can afford to offend, even if you are Yoguang. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure had descended on Shang-Chi. The next second, he was thrown away by a huge force. The whole person was like a cannonball and shot into the starry sky. In the end, it was the captain of the Shang family's galaxy ship who took the initiative to take him back. Tan Lang, you passed. The voice of the galaxy captain of the Shang family came, seeming to be somewhat dissatisfied with the actions of the Tan Lang Palace Master. However, the Tan Lang Palace Master, who was born in the Big Dipper Palace, was still tough. You can't say anything. When my Big Dipper Palace was fighting for the inheritance of human civilization, your Shang family was still hiding in the rear and bullying others. Tan Lang. In a few words, the two galaxy captains seemed to be ready to fight. Even as the parties involved, Song Chi himself felt a little scared, fearing that the two big guys would really fight regardless of everything. This is in the alien star domain. The strict rules of the four empires of Xinhua humanity that forbid internal friction are not effective here. In addition, his psionic energy is sealed, so he can neither summon warships nor enter the Shutian market. Once he is affected by the aftermath of the battle, I am afraid that even 800 lives will not be enough to die. Fortunately, there is a galaxy captain by his side. After the mediation of the galaxy captain of the Holy Federation, the two bosses finally stopped fighting. Of course, this is actually mostly superficial. If a galaxy captain really wants to take action, just leaking a little breath just now, he can directly crush Shang Jia into meat paste. In essence, it was just a casual attack to teach a dandy boy a lesson. As for Song Chi, he could feel by Mei looking at him at a certain moment. Her personality made it impossible for her to thank him in person. But Song Chi could feel the gratitude in his eyes. After the small episode, there was finally nothing else. Soon, the next day arrived. After the three captains successively lifted the seal of the psionic energy, more Xinhua warships began to appear in the starry sky. When the last person summoned a warship, the voices of the three galaxy captains also sounded. Go in. Remember, the secret realm is very dangerous. When exploring, your own safety is the most important. Those present were the best children of several families. They did not want to see serious casualties. After everyone responded, dozens of warships rushed to the entrance of the secret realm one after another. When it was Song Chi's turn, Shang Jia of the Shang family seemed to be waiting for him deliberately. When Tianxu Sangqiong came forward, he controlled his warship and rammed it. Clang, clang, clang. After the sharp sound of metal collision, Shang Jia quickly rushed into the secret realm again, as if this step was just an ordinary demonstration and provocation. In the main control room, Song Chi had a sarcastic look on his face. In front of Chontong, he actually saw all the other parties' self-proclaimed secret actions. Chapter 548 Golden Blood Battle Monument. If I read correctly, in that collision just now, the other party put a special tracking mark on the Tianxu Sangqiong. This tracking mark is extremely hidden. Not only is it difficult for Captain Xinhua to detect it with his naked eyes, even if it has been immersed in the hull of the Tianxu Sangqiong, the abnormal state purifier components have not given any prompts. That is, he has double pupils, so he can clearly capture the other party's small action. But it's not just Shang Jia. Just at that moment, Song Chi also put the Death Starlight mark on the other party's ship, and later in the secret realm, it's really uncertain who is tracking whom. Following Shang Jia's ship, the Tianxu Sangqiong also quickly sank into the entrance to the secret realm. However, just before the battleship completely disappeared in the vortex channel, a faint light shot out from behind. Under the intense sense of weightlessness during the transmission, Song Chi vaguely heard the prompt from the Cheongtian intelligent brain. Please note that the battleship is bound by a special aura, which is initially judged to be a mixed gain aura that temporarily increases defense and movement speed. Do you want to try to activate the abnormal state purifier component to clear it? Benefit aura. Did Bai Mei also see Shang Jia's little move, muttering in his mouth? Song Chi rejected the Cheongtian intelligent brain. Since it is a gain aura, there is naturally no need to purify it. Although he was confident enough in the combat capability of the Tianxu Sangqiong, it did not mean that he would underestimate the enemy. Shang Jia was the direct descendant of a leading giant force, and it was said that he was the son of an elder of the Shang family's star destroyer. He might have a powerful weapon in his hands, so he naturally had to pay enough attention to it. Not long after, the strong sense of weightlessness slowly dissipated, which also meant that he had successfully entered the bloody battle secret realm. Looking around, the location of the Tianxu Sangqiong was a quiet starry sky, and there were no other Xinhua warships around. Obviously, the way to enter this bloody secret realm is also random teleportation. Song Chi, who already knew this, didn't care. The battleship engine started, pushing the Tianxu Sangqiong forward. This bloody secret realm is incredibly large, and the internal space stretches for tens of thousands of light years. Now he only needs to do one thing: to determine his own position as soon as possible, and then try to move towards the core star field of the secret realm. Although there are many blood war monuments bred in this bloody secret realm, most of the high-quality blood war monuments are in the core star field of the secret realm. Song Chi's minimum goal this time is to get a silver-quality blood war monument. If there is a chance, he will naturally be more envious of the golden blood war monument. However, whether it is silver or gold, this level of blood war monument can only be obtained by going deep into the core star field of the secret realm. As he traveled along the way, his eyes occasionally scanned the death tracking seal component. You didn't actively approach the Tianxu Sangqiong. Is it because the distance is too far? Or do you want to explore the secret realm first? The death tracking seal component showed that Shang Jie's ship was not in a hurry to track him. Well, it's better to get the high-quality blood war monument first. Buzz! In the battleship's main control room, golden light flashed, and the peering eye feature of the Eye of Heaven radar was activated. The next second, the warship radar chart showed a number of light spots of various colors. Most of these light spots were purple, followed by orange, and there were only 2 red ones. Seeing that there were no silver or gold quality blood war monuments within the detection range, Song Chi hesitated for a moment, but finally firmly controlled the Tianxu Sangqiong and rushed towards the center of the secret realm at a very fast speed. Although he could easily get these orange and red blood war monuments with a little more time, it has been 100 years since the exploration of the secret realm, and there are quite a few silver blood war monuments taken away by the 3 explorers. And there are even gold ones. Even though the Blood War secret realm is a cosmic level secret realm, it is only the lowest level among the cosmic secret realms. He does not think that there will be too many silver and gold blood war monuments in it, or it takes a very long time to breed this level of blood war monuments. If he does not take this opportunity to get 1 or 2 of them as soon as possible, he will always feel uneasy. If he really has to wait until the next batch of high-level blood war monuments are bred, then he will have nothing to do. As the 2 top advanced civilizations are about to go to war, the Tianxu Sangqiong must be promoted before the war officially begins. Once promoted to a dreadnought, it will no longer be able to enter the Blood War secret realm in the future. With the permanent concealment state of the void membrane, plus the concealment effect of the mirage feature, and the red sky jump device, the Tianxu Sangqiong could have jumped directly into the core star field of the bloody battle secret realm. However, the detection range of the Eye of the Soul feature is limited after all. After slowly detecting step by step, Song Chi spent more than a month to complete this step. Fortunately, his luck was pretty good. Not long after entering the core star field, he successfully discovered the existence of a silver blood battle monument in a detection. Of course, it is not completely certain that this is a silver quality blood war monument at the moment, although there were no other Star Sea wonders in the Blood War secret realm at first. The 3 forces have explored for many years, and many captains have died during this period. It is inevitable that other silver wonders are left in the secret realm. Mirage Dragon 1 Hua Pearl Mirage is activated. In the starry sky, the Tianxu Sangqiong, which was hidden in the void, started to jump again. When it appeared again, it was already several light years away. This is a floating land with a small area. The diameter of the floating land is only hundreds of millions of kilometers. If it were in the outside world, it would not even be a 4th level floating land. But this is in the Blood War secret realm. According to the results of the spiritual detection of the Eye of Heaven, there are 5 level 6 units on the floating land in front of us. Swish! The hatch of the battleship opened, and the flame giant, the 6-star ancient monster, the 6th level Jishin clan, and the level 6 units that can currently fight on the Tianxu Sangqiong rushed out of the battleship one after another. After they were far away from the battleship, the 3 of them expanded at full speed under Song Chi's command, and in the blink of an eye they restored the full form of the level 6 units. How amazing is the pressure of the level 6 life! The Blood War clan on the floating land in front was alarmed at the first time. In less than 2 minutes, 8 6th level creatures, each over 100,000 meters tall, have officially confronted each other in the starry sky. The size of the blood fighting clan is quite similar to that of the Star Sea giants, except that they are born with special blood-colored scales on their bodies. This blood-colored scale perfectly covers the entire body, more like a special bionic skin armor, which does not affect the actions of the blood-fighting clan, and can also give unparalleled defense. With the blessing of this layer of blood-colored scales, coupled with their already excellent physique, it seems that all the blood-fighting clan were born to fight, and their combat power is the best among creatures of the same level. It is said that a captain of a genius ship, under the power of the Holy Temple Federation, had once let a 6th level 8-armed snake demon king enslaved by him, by special means fight against the 6th level Blood Battle Clan one-on-one. In the end, the 8-armed snake demon with royal blood won with only a slight advantage. From this point alone, we can see the terrifying individual combat power of the Blood Battle Clan. What is the 8-armed snake demon? It is a dominant race of the top advanced civilization in the Star Sea. In the past countless thousands of years, it has spread its amazing individual combat power in the surrounding vast Star Sea. Not to mention that it is an 8-armed snake demon of royal origin. But Song Chi was not in a hurry, even though the Blood War clan still had the advantage in numbers. At a certain moment, the energy of the Flame Giant, the 6-star ancient monster, and the 6th level Jiexing clan was flowing wildly, under the gaze of the 5-6 level Blood War clan members on the opposite side. The bodies of the three, which were clearly in their prime, began to expand again. Moreover, as their bodies expanded, the energy intensity of their bodies also increased. In the end, the 6th level Jiexing clan expanded to 110,000 meters. The Flame Giant expanded to 120,000 meters. And the 6-star ancient monster was the most exaggerated, reaching 130,000 meters. Similarly, the combat power of the three also increased by 10%, 20%, and 30% respectively. It sounds like the increased combat power is not much, but this is 10% to 30% of the 6th level life. And the actual combat power increase is extremely exaggerated. This is not the end. When the 5-6th level Blood Battle clans rushed towards the three Yanling giants, Song Chi activated the characteristics of the Pajuo time world. In this way, there is a slowing effect of several times time, coupled with the increase brought by Big and Small Rui to the three Yanling giants. And the Tianqiu Sangqiong also provided long-range firepower strikes from the side. These 5-6th level Blood Battle clans, with amazing single combat power, were quickly taken down. However, Song Chi did not kill them, but used the Tianquan control ring to enslave all 5 Blood Battle tribes. The identities of the Blood Battle tribe are sensitive, and it is not easy to take them out as slave creatures directly. However, the Tianqiu Sangqiong is about to start the battleship promotion mission, and it is very good to use it to improve the success rate of promotion in the future. We must take this opportunity to enslave more. It just so happens that all the ancient monsters have been handed over to the family. The market secret realm and the cultivation secret realm are empty. It shouldn't be a problem to temporarily get dozens of them. While confirming this idea, Song Chi did not stop his actions. The Tianqiu Sangqiong quickly rushed into the not-so-big floating land in front. A few hours later, the Tianqiu Sangqiong, which had successfully looted a circle, left the floating land again and continued to rush towards the core star field of the secret realm. In the battleship's main control room, Song Chi held a silver object in his hand, which was the silver Blood War monument that had been detected in advance. Blood War monument LD0 quality, silver features. The battleship equipped with it gains an aura of immunity to control, and will not be affected by control effects lower than the enhancement level of this component. Feature 2, Blood Carnival. Feature 3, War Encouragement. Feature 4, Blood War Spirit Armor Consumption, 40/S, Psionic Points. Effect, the battleship equipped with it is filled with a war aura, and the creatures inside the battleship will always retain a courage to fight, and will never be defeated even if the external situation is corrupted. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requirements, 40 strands of floating land origin, 0 level, for 1,000 psionic points, 1 blood battle stone. Note, this component needs to occupy 4 slots. Blood Carnival, for each blood of a unit of the same level bathed by the loaded warship, the warship's firepower will be constantly increased by 20%, lasting for 10 minutes, can be stacked up to 10 times. War Inspiration, consume 80,000 psionic points, let the designated unit enter a state of boiling fighting spirit, temporarily increase combat power by 50%, lasting for 30 minutes, cooling time 360 hours. Blood Battle Spirit Armor, consume 10,000 psionic points, attach a layer of blood scale armor with a defense energy level equal to the component's enhanced level to the designated unit, can defend against external attacks, lasting for 60 minutes. At most 10 units can be attached with spirit armor at the same time, after the blood scale armor is broken. The attached unit needs 24 hours to attach again. There is no doubt that the properties of this blood battle monument are extremely high quality. It not only has a permanent control-free effect, but also increases the firepower of warships, increases the combat power of friendly units, and improves the defense of friendly units. Each of these abilities, taken alone, can be considered very popular, not to mention the combination of them in one. But it is precisely because it is too good that Song Qi is not satisfied with the silver legendary quality. He wants to get a golden holy quality Blood War Steel. But this is obviously very difficult. According to the information updated in the Star Tower task window, there are only a few golden holy quality Blood War Steel in the entire Blood War Secret Realm. And one of them has been taken away by the Shang family. No need to force it. Just do your best. As he thought, a trace of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. Strange. How did it suddenly jump there? If I'm not mistaken, that's the edge of the secret realm. Seeing that Shang Jia's ship suddenly appeared at the edge of the secret realm through the death tracking seal, Song Qi's eyes flashed, and his thoughts were running at high speed. The next second, the Tianqiu Sangqiong suddenly turned around, and his intuition told him that this was unusual. Thousands of light years away from the Tianqiu Sangqiong, the Shang family's temporary base in this bloody secret realm, a battleship with a length of 13,000 meters quietly left the large floating land fragment where the base was located. If anyone from the Shang family noticed, they would definitely find that this battleship was Shang Jia's flagship. In the battleship's main control room, Shang Jia controlled the battleship to speed along, and his eyes occasionally swept across the silver tracking component on one side. I'll let you live a few more days, and you have to complete your brother's instructions first. As he said that, he increased the speed of the battleship again. Buzz! After a jump, Shang Jia continued to control the battleship to speed through the completely unfamiliar starry sky. At a certain moment, the speeding battleship seemed to pass through a special transparent curtain, and the ship suddenly disappeared into the starry sky. Inside the battleship, Shang Jia stared straight ahead, where coffins of astonishing length were floating neatly in the starry sky. Seeing this, Shang Jia's mouth curled up slightly. If it wasn't for my elder brother's accident, who would have thought that the Blood War clan would place the clan cemetery in such a corner? Muttering to himself, Shang Jia quickly turned his sight to the radar map on the side. When he saw the dazzling golden light displayed on it, his excitement became stronger. His target this time was the second Golden Blood War monument. The first piece had been taken away by his elder brother before, and the remaining second piece was what he was determined to get. Chapter 549 Success Yellow Bird. Buzz buzz buzz. The battleship continued to move forward, heading towards the starry sky coffin, where the second Golden Blood War monument was located. However, when it entered the range of thousands of miles of the coffin that was originally floating quietly suddenly began to tremble violently. Not long after, a phantom of the Blood War clan emitting a rich golden light condensed above the coffin. Looking at its height of tens of thousands of kilometers, there is no doubt that this phantom of the Blood War clan has real dominant combat power. The residual soul of the master-level Blood Battle clan's true spirit is waiting for you. Shang Jia was not surprised at the appearance of this phantom of the Blood Battle clan. Long before, his elder brother was also blocked by a residual soul of the master-level Blood Battle clan's true spirit. Otherwise, how could he only take one piece? As the battleship's hatch opened, a 6th-level slave creature rushed out. Then Shang Jia inside the battleship activated an active characteristic of the slave component of the battleship again. With the activation of this active characteristic, it can be clearly seen that the aura of the 6th-level Abyss Dragon Demon that had just rushed out of the battleship was rapidly rising, and its body size was also expanding. Finally, the Abyss Dragon Demon, which was only at the peak level of the 6th level not long ago, had its combat power soared to the 7th level. If nothing unexpected happened, the characteristic that Shang Jia had just activated was probably a one-time characteristic that burned vitality, similar to Slavery Seal Frenzy. As the Abyss Dragon Demon's combat power soared to the 7th level, Shang Jia, who knew that the duration was extremely limited, did not delay and directly ordered the Abyss Dragon Demon to meet the residual soul of the Blood War clan's master. When the powers of the masters collided, the terrifying energy shock wave began to rage in this closed starry sky. Fortunately, the coffins floating in the starry sky were far enough apart from each other, and the impact was not great. However, the Abyss Dragon Demon was forcibly promoted to the domination stage by external forces, and was obviously no match for the remnant soul of the Blood War clan's domination. It was quickly suppressed by the other party. If there was no external force, the balance of this battle would only tilt towards the remnant soul of the Blood War clan's domination at a very fast speed. But don't forget, there is also a battleship on the side. As the legitimate son of a powerful Star Destroyer captain, Zhang Jie's ship configuration is definitely luxurious. Although this is not enough for him to directly participate in the domination-level battle, he can still provide assistance from the side. Although the Abyss Dragon Demon forcibly obtained the dominant combat power by burning his life, the residual soul of the Blood Battle Clan Overlord was not much better. It was the true spirit left after the death of the Blood Battle Clan Overlord in an unknown time. Both sides were rootless duckweed, so no one could say anything about the other. What Zhang Jie needed to do at this moment was to influence the Blood Battle Clan Overlord's residual soul as much as possible to provide blessing for the Abyss Dragon Demon. With the increase of one and the decrease of the other, the Abyss Dragon Demon could consume more of the true spirit in the residual soul of the Blood Battle Clan Overlord, which was already scarce. Turtle Shell of Destiny Domain, Wind of Revival, Crown of Heavenly Frust Imprisonment. As the battleship's components were activated one by one, it was really hard to say. This made the Abyss Dragon Demon hold on for more than 10 minutes. But this was the limit. The forcibly raised domination power, after all, could not be compared with the real domination power. Even though Zhang Jie had tried his best, at the 15th minute, the Abyss Dragon Demon was slashed by the remnant soul of the Blood Battle Clan domination. After the Abyss Dragon Demon died completely, the hatred of the remaining soul of the Blood War Clan leader was directly transferred to Zhang Jie's warship. However, Zhang Jie inside the warship did not show fear because of this. Instead, a smile appeared on his lips. Because at this moment, the remaining soul of the Blood War Clan leader had also dimmed for the most part, and anyone could see that it was powerless. However, as natural warriors, the Blood War Clan not only had unparalleled combat capabilities during their lifetime, but even if only a trace of true spirit remained, this combat instinct was still retained. Realizing that he could not hold on for much longer, the eyes of the master of the Blood War Clan's master soul suddenly emitted a faint light. It was unknown what means he used. Zhang Jie's ship was forcibly imprisoned in place. In the battleship's main control room, Zhang Jie, who was originally full of confidence, had a trace of panic in his eyes, but fortunately he was not stupid enough. After a brief panic, he immediately activated a red control-free component on the battleship. Control of the master unit. The role of the red control-free component is naturally limited, but it gave his battleship a little space to move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he activated another component. Virtual Mirror Transformation. Thousands of kilometers behind the battleship, a special virtual shadow of the battleship was projected here. The next second, the virtual shadow of the battleship began to solidify strangely and quickly. On the other hand, Zhang Jie's ship was rapidly illusory. Seeing this scene, the Tianxu Sanqiong, which had been quietly disappearing in the distance, suddenly took action. It's time. Let the residual soul of the Blood War Clan's master complete the final blow and cover up the traces of the Tianxu Sanqiong's attack as much as possible. This is already the best choice. After making a decision, a faint golden light shot out from the void. In the distance, Zhang Jie's face suddenly froze inside the battleship. Impossible. How can there be a second stage of control? His eyes were filled with fear. But before he could think any more, his thoughts had completely stopped. Outside, the residual soul of the Blood War Clan Lord, holding a golden long sword, slashed down fiercely. The Lord attacked with all his strength. The battleship had no time to activate any defensive means. The result can be imagined. Ka! Without any delay, Zhang Jie's battleship was split in half under this sword with the ultimate power of the Lord. Just like a piece of tofu. In an instant, the battleship suddenly dimmed, and together with Zhang Jie in the battleship's main control room, they completely fell into this closed starry sky. Until the moment of death, Zhang Jie had not figured out 2 points. Why the residual soul of the Blood War Clan's master could release control methods twice in a row, and why he, who had a bright future, died so simply in this dark corner, at the edge of the closed starry sky. Until this time, the Tianxu Sanqiong appeared. But what was more eye-catching at this moment was the extreme purple lightning that had completely condensed and formed at the bow of the battleship. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon Ninefold Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder. As expected, the ninefold Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder, in the form of a Star Destroyer, directly wiped out the residual soul of the Blood War Clan's master, which was already almost completely dim. Until this moment, it can be said that Song Qi was the biggest yellow bird behind this war. But it is obviously too early to say this now. Following the radar map of Eye of Heaven, Qianqiu Sangqiong rushed straight to the coffin in front. Because of the isolation of the special curtain on the outside, peeping eyes could not detect the existence of the Golden Blood War Monument, but after following Shang Jia into this closed starry sky, he had already noticed the shining golden light spot shown on the radar map. However, he did not lose his vigilance. The remnant soul of the Blood War clan lord was in front of him, so he did not dare to be careless. Fortunately, the remnant soul of the lord was obviously the last resort, and no accidents happened to the Qianqiu Sangqiong afterwards. With the help of the traction force of the warship, the giant coffin below, which was more than 10,000 kilometers long, was pushed open. The next second, Song Qi successfully saw the golden light emitted from the inside of the coffin. After taking it into the warship, he quickly determined that this strange object emitting golden light was the Golden Blood War Monument. Without the time to carefully check the specific properties of the Golden Blood War Monument and the difference between it and the Silver Blood War Monument, Song Qi's first action was to turn the ship around as quickly as possible. And when he returned to the sky above Shang Jia's ship, several 6th-level Blood War clans rushed out and cleaned up the remaining parts inside the warship as quickly as possible. In theory, it would be the best choice not to move the opponent and let him stay here with the illusion that he was killed by the residual soul of the Blood War clan master. But he had already taken the Golden Blood War Monument, so it was not appropriate. So Song Qi changed his strategy and further used the Blood Battle clan to plunder the warship, trying to make the Shang family think that the Blood Battle clan had picked up the final bargain. In just a few minutes, the Blood Battle clan successfully completed the plunder. The warship sank, and most of the parts would also be broken with the warship. So there were not many parts left. Only 12 pieces. But luck was good. There was a golden part among them. Without rushing to check, Song Qi activated the proportional zoomer first, zoomed Shang Jia's ship to the smallest, and then threw it into the virtual sea full of void turbulence through the market. He believed that Su Hai would clear all the traces left behind for him. The Blood War clan took the final advantage and destroyed the bodies. Isn't this reasonable? After that, he did not stop for a moment, controlling the Qianqiu Sangqiong, whose appearance had been completely changed under the 10,000 changes feature, and left this closed starry sky at the fastest speed. After leaving the closed starry sky, Qianqiu Sangqiong quickly activated the red sky jump device to return to the core star field of the secret realm, trying to separate itself from this incident as much as possible. In the main control room of Qianqiu Sangqiong, Song Qi's expression was no longer abnormal. We have done our best. I hope the Shang family won't do anything too outrageous. However, even though he thought he had done his best, he did not think there was no risk at all. The starry sea was vast, and there were too many special and strange things. As a giant family with a heritage of more than 200,000 years, it was normal for the Shang family to have some special tracking and to track down parts. Based on this, Song Qi did not think that what he did this time was perfect. However, it would be a lie to say that he was really worried. Shang Jia's body and his ship had all been destroyed in the virtual sea. He would keep the dozen or so parts he got from him in the market for a long time in the future, including the Golden Blood Battle Monument, behind the shield of the Zhutian market. A secret place far beyond imagination, he believed that it would be extremely difficult for the Shang family to track them down. Let alone half a year or a year, even if he was given 100 or 1,000 years. What would happen? As long as he was given enough time, even if the Shang family really tracked them down in the future, at that time, neither he nor the Song family would necessarily be afraid of the other party. Chapter 550 Golden Sky Frost Crown successfully obtained a Golden Blood War Monument. Strictly speaking, Song Qi can finish this mission. If nothing unexpected happens, on learning that the civilization war is about to begin, the family must have already started a full mobilization. Pre-war preparations, such as the promotion of the Dragon Ridge continent to the Dinghai Longxiang and the attack on the Star Destroyer, etc. All of these require him to return as soon as possible to cooperate, but Shang Jia had just died, and it was obviously not appropriate to leave in a hurry now. In desperation, Song Qi could only let the Sky Intelligence Brain continue to control the warship to move towards the core star field of the secret realm. As for himself, he entered the Zhutian market as soon as possible. Freestall area. The attributes of the Golden Blood War Monument have already appeared in front of us. Blood War Monument LV0 quality, gold. Feature. The warship equipped with it obtains a control-free aura, and will not be affected by the control effect of the energy level corresponding to the enhancement level of this component. Feature 2, Blood Carnival. Feature 3, War Inspiration. Feature 4, Blood War Spirit Armor. Feature 5, the authority of the control-free aura energy level is increased by 1 level. Compared to the Silver Blood War Monument, this Golden Blood War Monument, in addition to its own higher enhancement limit, only has 1 more. Feature 5. However, it is this characteristic 5 that makes the value of this component soar. With the blessing of this characteristic of the authority of the control-free aura is increased by 1 level. The component only needs to be strengthened to the 7th level in the future, which will greatly weaken the control means triggered by the 8th level master. As for why it is not completely immune, it is naturally because of the level of the battleship itself. At the battleship or even the dreadnought stage, it is naturally impossible for a component strengthened to the 7th level to exert its full effect. After reading the properties of this Golden Blood Battle Monument, Song-Chi temporarily put it into the strange item exchange shop. At present, he dare not load it directly to avoid being tracked down by the Shang family by special means. The number of Golden Blood Battle Monuments in the entire Blood Battle Secret Realm is limited, and no matter if there is 1 more or 1 less, it is very easy to find out. The next moment, he had another Golden Sanctuary component in his hand, which was contributed by Shang-Chi's ship. Sky Frost Crown LV0 Quality, Gold Characteristic, Frost Shield Characteristic 2, loading the battleship's Ice Law Perception Efficiency increased by 140% Characteristic 3, Ice Resistance plus 1000 Characteristic 4, Frost Confinement Characteristic 5, Sky Frost 1 Bird True Spirit Guardian Consumption, 40/S, Phantom Energy Points, Effect, after loading. Infinite Frost Power will bless the entire battleship, and improve the battleship's hull strength to a certain extent. Required for upgrade, 40 strands of floating land origin, 0 level, for 1000 psionic energy points, 1 drop of blood of the Sky Frost Phoenix, 0 level, Frost Shield. The Sky Frost Crown contains infinite frost power. After loading, it can form a layer of frost shield on the outer layer of the battleship energy shield. The protection value and shield value of the frost shield are equivalent to half of the standard energy shield of the same quality. It buffers for 1 hour after overload. Frost Imprisonment consumes 80,000 psionic energy points. The Sky Frost Crown stimulates frost power. Freezes the designated target for 2 seconds. Cooling time is 72 hours. Sky Frost Phoenix True Spirit Protection consumes 100,000 psionic energy points. Summon the 8th level Sky Frost Phoenix True Spirit to protect oneself. All designated friendly units within the coverage of the Sky Frost Phoenix True Spirit can enjoy 80% of the protection effect. The duration is 30 minutes. The cooling time is 5 years. Song-Chi raised his eyebrows. This Sky Frost Crown is very similar to the Angel King's wings on the Tianxu Sanqiong. Both are large-scale True Spirit protection components, but one is of light attribute, while the Sky Frost Crown is of ice attribute. For Song-Chi, who had not yet comprehended the law of ice, this component was obviously not a perfect fit, but it could not be denied that it was a top-grade component. First, the Frost Shield feature was likely to provide the Tianxu Sanqiong with a 3rd layer of energy shield after the Yin-Yang Hedging Annihilation Shield and the Holy Light Shield, which could further enhance the defense of the Tianxu Sanqiong. Second, the Frost Confinement was also an extremely powerful means of control. The most important thing was the Sky Frost 1 Bird True Spirit Guardian feature, the True Spirit Protection of the 8th level Star Beast Sky Frost 1 Bird, which could undoubtedly become another important trump card for the Tianxu Sanqiong. However, even if he was jealous, Song-Chi did not dare to load it into the Tianxu Sanqiong at the moment. At least, he had to wait until the crisis was over. Except for this Sky Frost Crown component, the other components were not suitable for the Tianxu Sanqiong, and Song-Chi did not pay much attention to them. In the warship outside, Song-Chi's figure reappeared. Maybe I have to pay more attention to Heavenly Fate Compass Pan. Remember that the characteristic of the seal of this component is Heavenly Fate Confusing Heaven's Secret. If this characteristic can be unlocked, even if the 2 components of the Golden Blood Battle Monument and Sky Frost Crown are directly loaded, the Shang family will find it difficult to trace the traces. His mind was racing, but he shook his head again. Tianming Sinan Pan is also a broken part. If you want to unlock its characteristics 4 and 5, you must find its other half. But how easy is that? After decades in the City of Holy Light, how could he not have considered this? He even tried to let the 7th level astrologer divine not only this Tianming Si Nanpan, but also the Tai Quantum Sword Light Cannon. But neither of them yielded any results. According to the 7th level astrologer in the astrology tower, the broken parts of these two parts are too far apart, which is beyond the range of his divination. Shaking his head, Song Qi stopped thinking and continued with his previous operation. In the next 2 years, Tianqiu Sanqiong has been wandering in the core star field of the secret realm, using the spiritual detection and peekaboo eyes of the Eye of Heaven to capture as many blood battle clans of the 6th level and blood battle monuments of purple quality or above as possible. Although a golden blood battle monument has been obtained, this kind of permanent control-free component is very rare, so it is naturally good to collect more, so that my parents, Song Ting, the family ancestors, and many elders can also use it in the future, without having to search for the Golden Blood War Monument. Song Qi could naturally let go of his hands and feet, which also made him very fruitful in the past 2 years. Among them, the Heavenly Power Control Ring of the 6th level Blood War Clan enslaved 16 heads. The Slavery Medal enslaved 7 heads. The Cultivation Secret Realm temporarily sealed more than a dozen heads. And the Market Secret Realm had dozens of heads. Adding up, there were more than 70 heads. However, this was the limit of what he could enslave now. The Dimensional Space Stone did not have the ability to seal inside. If the 6th level Blood War Clan was really put in it, I am afraid that the internal space of the entire strange object would be messed up. In addition, a lot of Blood War monuments of various qualities were also obtained. There were 80 purple ones, 35 orange ones, 15 red ones, 4 silver ones, and the Golden Blood War Monument, a total of 135 pieces. On this day, Song Qi wanted to continue the action, but the Eye of Heaven received a special prompt. This is, someone is attacking the real 7th level Blood War Clan Overlord. Seeing the energy level prompt displayed on the radar chart, Song Qi was quite surprised. There were 2 7th level units displayed on the radar chart, and they were not the kind of true spirit remnants that had been encountered before, but all were Overlord units with entities. After hesitating for a moment, Song Qi activated the Mirage feature, and then controlled the Tianqiu Sanqiong to move closer. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was already in the core area of the secret realm. With such a big commotion, he had to go over to take a look. Bai Mei? Arriving at the edge of the battlefield, Song Qi saw Bai Mei's ship not far away. And if he was right, the other party was not here to join in the fun like him, but more like the main force assisting in the battle at the edge. Looking at the battlefield in the distance, the 12-winged Archangel Master with 6 pairs of holy light wings is fighting against the 7th level Blood Battle Clan. It must be said that the Angel Clan is worthy of being one of the 10 dominant civilizations, even when facing the same level Blood Battle Clan Master with amazing single combat power. It is still not inferior. In the main control room of Tianqiu Sanqiong, Song Qi frowned. The two sides seemed to be evenly matched. But in his opinion, this 12-winged Archangel of the dominant level suspected to be summoned by Bai Mei is not in a good situation. Don't forget, there is an 8th level Blood Battle Clan Master in this Blood Battle Secret Realm. He didn't know what method Bai Mei used to temporarily hold the other party back, but he knew that no matter what method it was, it would never last too long. His eyes flickered, and before he made a decision, Bai Mei suddenly took the next step. A ray of black light emerged from Bai Mei's ship, and the next second, the 7th level Blood Battle Clan, who was fighting against the 12-winged Archangel in the distance, suddenly stopped. Seeing this scene, Song Qi understood that Bai Mei had activated the time-freezing feature of the time platform component. This feature was even more overbearing than the Zen Seal Outer Time Stop. So even though Bai Mei's ship was only a battleship, it still made the Blood War Clan Overlord pause for a few breaths. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 12-winged Archangel was filled with holy light. And finally, at the moment before the Blood War Clan Overlord broke free from the time-freezing state, he successfully took the Golden Blood War Monument from him. Let's go! In the Tianqiu Sanqiong, Song Qi heard the call from Bai Mei. She moved very quickly, almost at the moment of activating the time freeze feature of the time platform, and did not pay attention to the final result at all. Song Qi's response was also not slow. The moment he heard the other party's reminder, the red sky jump device was no longer activated, followed by the Zen Seal Inner Speed feature. This made the warships jump more like instantaneous, and when it appeared again, it was already at the entrance of the secret realm nearly 10,000 light-years away. But Bai Mei was faster than him. When Tianqiu Sanqiong rushed out of the jump channel, Bai Mei's ship was already waiting there. Before the two of them had time to say hello, a strong space fluctuation came from behind again. Song-Chi was tense all over, and his mind was focused on several parts such as Angel King's wings and Neutron Star core armor in advance. If there was any accident, he would not hesitate to activate the characteristics such as Angel King's True Spirit Guardian and Neutron Star Fission. When he caught the situation behind him from the corner of his eyes, he relaxed a little. Following closely behind him through the void was Baime's 12-winged Archangel. After arriving, Baide quickly took back the 12-winged Archangel, and then the two battleships left the secret realm without hesitation. What Song-Chi and the others didn't know was that just 2 seconds after they left the secret realm, the void at the entrance of the secret realm cracked again, and a figure of the Blood War clan leader with a height of more than 1 million kilometers appeared and disappeared in it. The soaring energy permeated the depths of the void, and finally it seemed to be affected by the 3/8 level pressures outside the secret realm, and then it turned and left. Outside the entrance of the secret realm, there is a quiet starry sky. Song-Chi, who had just left the secret realm, immediately noticed that the atmosphere was wrong. Looking up, his pupils shrank slightly. In the quiet starry sky, in addition to the 3 giant galaxy ships before, at some point, there was also a star destroyer with a length of tens of thousands of kilometers on the side of the Shang family galaxy ship. On the warship communication channel, Bai Mei's voice sounded. Shandong Lingzuan, the one above Shangjia. This further confirmed Song-Chi's thoughts. The family already has an 8th rank ancestor in charge. What could have caused Shangjia's father to travel billions of light years to come here? Obviously, the Shang family has discovered that Shangjia is dead. Calm down, all traces have been eliminated, and those parts are all left in the Shutian market. Even if the other party has strong means, it is impossible to find him. Song-Chi's mind turned, which made his face calm again. On the side, the Baimei ship and the Tianqiu Sanqiong were traveling side by side. In the main control room of the battleship, Baimei's eyes were fixed on the distant Shandong Lingzuan Star Destroyer, and there was a cold light in his eyes. The next second, black light flashed in the warship. Life link activated. In a corner that no one could see, a completely undetectable black light shot out from the Baimei ship. Until the black light sank into the Tianqiu Sanqiong ship on the right, no one noticed it, including the 3 galaxy captains in the distance, and Song-Chi himself. The 2 warships flew over and quickly returned to the side of the galaxy ship of the Big Dipper Hall Gonlang Hall Master. Before this, many members of the Big Dipper 7 towers had already returned. Originally, Song-Chi and the others should not have attracted too much attention, but the fact was just the opposite. With the return of the 2 battleships Tianqiu Sanqiong, a lot of eyes in the starry sky gathered here. Members of the 7 Big Dipper towers chatted in a group. Yoguang Star Tower Jingjia, what's going on? Why are you all looking at us? Tianxian Star Tower Qilian, the direct descendant of the Shang family who had a conflict with you before died in the secret realm. Did you see the Star Destroyer? Someone else's father came to cause trouble. It can't be you. Yoguang Star Tower Jingjia, is this true? Song-Chi pretended to be surprised, but didn't say much. Too much talk leads to mistakes. There is really no need for that. Just when the group chat was getting heated, the Tanlang Palace Master of the Beidomain Palace spoke. Okay, if you want to investigate, then do it. These little guys can't always stay with your Shang family. But I still say the same thing. You can investigate whatever you want outside, that's your Shang family's ability. Don't even think about boarding the ship. Chapter 551 The Legendary Heritage of the Shang Family. Faced with the extremely tough words of Palace Master Tan Lang, the Shang family responded quickly. Don't worry, Lord Tan Lang, there is no need to do this. Our Shang family has its own means. After saying that, the Shandong Lingzuan Star Destroyer flew all the way to the center of the 3 galaxy ships, and then a cold male voice came from the Star Destroyer. All warships, come over here. After hearing this, the Xinhua warships of the 3 families all moved. That's right, even the Shang family's clansmen were also included in the search range. In the Tianqiu Sanqiong, Song-Chi's expression did not change much. He did not know what kind of agreement the Shang family had reached with the 2 galaxy captains of the Beidomain Hall and the Holy Hall Federation. But now that the 3 galaxy captains had acquiesced, he could only do as he was told. After a while, dozens of Zhulu ships and battleships gathered in front of the Shandong Lingzuan. Under the gaze of the Zhulu ships and battleship captains, the Shandong Lingzuan Star Destroyer began to flash with intense colorful light. On the side, a voice, like a soliloquy, sounded in the main control room of the galaxy ship of the Greedy Wolf Palace Master. Colorful brilliance, mythical components, sure enough, did you bring the light-chasing and shadow-chasing mirror? One of the two mythical treasures of the Shang family. In the top circles of Xinhua human civilization, the information related to the foundation of each family will actually be summarized by outsiders to some extent, and the top giants, like the Shang family, are naturally no exception. According to some currently known information, the Shandong Shang family has two major foundations of the family, both of which are colorful mythical level star sea treasures, one of which is this light-chasing and shadow-chasing mirror. It is said that the light-chasing mirror has powerful tracking and transmission capabilities. The reason why the Shang family can continuously send their children to this star field is because of the transmission ability of this mythical component. Otherwise, this star field is more than 200 billion light-years away from the human civilization. How can those ordinary beacon components mark and transmit it? At this moment, the Shang family is obviously preparing to use another tracking ability of this light-chasing mirror. As the colorful light shone, soon, a giant spirit mirror began to condense above the Shandong Spiritual Honor Star Destroyer. This spirit mirror was even bigger than the Shandong Spiritual Honor, and its illusory mirror was pitch black. After just a moment of staring, the three families' disciples all withdrew their gazes in horror. Their hair stood on end, as if what they just stared at was not a mirror, but a giant beast from the abyss that wanted to devour people. Ignoring the reactions of these Zhulu captains and battleship captains, Shang Yuanshan took out two objects from his side in the main control room of the Shandong Spiritual Honor Star Destroyer. The first item was a blood steel emitting brilliant golden light, which was the golden blood war steel that their Shang family had obtained before. The second item was a set of special bionic armor, which Shang Jia had worn before. Reaching out, Shang Yuanshan first placed the golden blood war steel on the light-chasing shadow mirror component on one side. As this colorful/lower myth component gently shone the outside world, the giant spiritual mirror above the Shandong Spiritual Lord Star Destroyer was shining with colorful light. Finally, when the colorful light faded away, several images suddenly appeared in the dark mirror, in the middle of the giant spiritual mirror. Among them, there was a burly 7th level Blood War Clan overlord, and an 8th level Blood War Clan who stood tall and proud. The last one was a special battleship. Seeing these images, everyone in the surrounding starry sky turned their eyes, and turned to Baimei's battleship. The last battleship shown in the giant spiritual mirror in the sky was Baimei's battleship. The key point was that a dark chain was connected between the mirror and Baimei's battleship. All of this shows that Baimei is the person that the Shang family's mythical component is looking for. At the critical moment, the voice of Tanlang Palace Master beside him sounded at the right time. The target of this search is the Golden Blood Battle Monument. Not to directly identify the murderer. Yoguang Star Tower Baimei. I want to ask you, where did the Golden Blood Battle Monument on your ship come from? Is there any evidence to prove it? As soon as this voice fell, Baimei's cold voice sounded. Your Excellency, this Blood Battle Monument was taken from a 7th level Blood Battle Clan overlord. The 12-winged Archangel on my warship can serve as evidence. In addition, there were many captains around who saw the battle and can all serve as witnesses. After Baimei finished speaking, Songqi also said, Your Excellency, I saw it with my own eyes, and am willing to be a witness. Shandong Spirit honored title in the main control room. Shang Yuanshan's face was gloomy, but it was not directed at Baimei. He was very clear about Baimei's identity, and knew that he would never attack Shang Jia. He never cared about his son Shang Jia. As a Star Destroyer captain, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, he had many children. Although Shang Jia was the youngest, he was favored more. But that was it. What Shang Yuanshan cared about was the second Golden Blood War Monument. This Golden Blood War Monument was extremely valuable. Even for him, a veteran Star Destroyer captain. It was very attractive. The first one had been chosen by an 8th level ancestor in the clan, and he had been waiting for the second one. In order to ensure that Shang Jia could get it, he even temporarily unloaded 2 golden parts. Because the 3 golden parts involved in the exchange had a great impact on the combat power of a Star Destroyer captain, he would make such a big move this time to mobilize the ultimate foundation of the clan, in order to recover the losses as much as possible. However, after such an operation, he did not find any useful information. How could he not be angry? Shandong Lingzuan in the main control room of the Star Destroyer, Shang Yuanshan took off the Golden Blood Battle Monument and put on the bionic armor instead. Outside, the giant spirit mirror above the Star Destroyer was activated again, shining with colorful light, and the colorful mythical parts were activating their own great power. Deep in the virtual sea, the secret realm of the market. Standing in the middle of the freestyle area, the ethereal body looked at the sky above with worry. At the node where the giant spirit mirror in the outside world released its power, it can be clearly seen that the light curtain of the psionic protection array in the sky is also emitting ripples inexplicably. It was the same the first time before, and it was obviously not a coincidence. As time went on, the ripples emitted from the psionic protection array intensified, and the psionic light curtain gradually dimmed. Just when Song-Chi was feeling anxious, the ripples suddenly dissipated, and the dark energy curtain returned to calm. Seeing this, Song-Chi's tense mood finally relaxed. Jutian market is still strong enough. As he muttered, his eyes lit up. In this case, is it enough to prove that the status of Jutian market itself is at least at the colorful myth level? As for whether it is lower, upper or extreme, it is hard to say whether it is upper or extreme. But it should be more than lower. Even if the special mirror myth component used by the Shang family is only colorful/lower, then the Jutian market that can shield its surge cannot be of the same level. Right? And don't forget, the mirror myth component is driven by a 7th level star destroyer, and Jutian market has just recovered to the 6th level. It is reasonable that Jutian market is higher than the myth mirror component of the Shang family. Isn't it? For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Song-Chi's mind. Outside, Shandong Lingzuan above the star destroyer. As the colorful light faded, no image appeared in the dark mirror. For more than 2 years, Shang-Jia and the wreckage of his ship had long been shattered by the endless void wind. How could they still be tracked? Inside the warship, Shang Yuanshan was still silent, and he obviously could not accept this result. In the end, it was the master of the Greedy Wolf Hall and the captain of the Galaxy of the Holy Hall Federation who spoke one after another. Okay, enough of the trouble. Let's stop here. If you dare to use this as an excuse to stir up trouble behind your back, I will personally visit your Shang family. With the 2 captains of the galaxy speaking, Song-Chi and others naturally dispersed. A few hours later, 2 new star destroyers arrived. They were from the Beta Main Hall and the Holy Temple Federation, and after taking over their respective captains, the 2 star destroyers quickly teleported away. Civilization Great Wall, Yogwang Star Tower. There were only Song-Chi and Bai Mei when they went there. But when they came back, there were 7 people. Shui Yang, Xian Hu and others also came back together. They stayed in the Blood Battle secret realm for hundreds of years, and each of them got the Silver Blood Battle Monument. After confirming that it was difficult to get the Gold Blood Battle Monument, they, like Song-Chi, tried their best to collect Blood Battle Monuments of Orange, Red and other qualities in the secret realm, and did not leave the secret realm until now. Jingjia, what do you mean, did you get the Silver Blood War Monument? While chatting, several people walked towards the task window. Why did the Star Tower issue the task? Is it just to encourage its members to actively explore the secret realm? Of course not. After completing the task, you still need to hand in the task items. This is also the key. The task handing in is also divided into multiple ways. First, hand in the Gold Blood War Monument. Each piece will reward you with 15 Chaos Monument Enlightenment opportunities. Second, hand in the Silver Blood War Monument. Each piece will reward you with 1 Chaos Monument Enlightenment opportunity. Third, hand in the Red Blood War Steel. Every 15 pieces will reward you with a Chaos Steel Comprehending opportunity. Well, there is no 4th type. The Star Tower is even too lazy to accept the orange and purple quality Blood War Steel. But think about it, there are so many monsters in the Beta Main Hall and the 7 towers. The purple and orange Blood War Steel may be hard to find in the outside world, but it is too bad for the members of the Star Tower. In front of him, Shui Yang and the others thought about it, and finally handed in 30 Red Blood War Steel and 1 Silver Blood War Steel. When it was Song-Chi's turn, he did not hesitate and only took out 1 Silver Blood War Monument. If he was not embarrassed, he would not even want to take out one. The number of times the Chaos Monument can be comprehended is indeed attractive. But for him who now has multiple means of comprehending the laws, the attraction is not too great. On the contrary, as the Xinhua human civilization and the 8-armed snake demon civilization are about to start a full-scale war, the 8-armed snake demon has the innate magical power of the petrified eyes, and the importance of the Blood War Monument to the Song family in the future is self-evident. As for Bai Mei's turn, she only took out 15 Red Blood War Monuments, which she accidentally obtained when she was planning the 7th level Blood War Clan Overlord. From beginning to end, She never took the initiative to search for the blood war monuments under the golden color. After completing the task handover, the few people logged out of the Star Tower. Chapter 552 Everything is ready. White Crow Star Region. Asteroid belt around White Crow floating land. Buzz buzz buzz. The roar of a large number of engines interweaves, making this asteroid belt attached to the third-level White Crow floating land, which stretches for billions of kilometers. Particularly noisy. However, the residents of the White Crow floating land in the middle have long been accustomed to it. After all, anyone who has lived in this environment for dozens or hundreds of years would probably be numb to it. In the central area of the asteroid belt, hundreds of thousands of interstellar mining ships are busy here, and one by one, large asteroids are constantly being pulled, ingested, and finally transferred to the large transport ships on one side. In the distance, a special starship slowly flew to a 1,000-meter cruiser. Sir, a new batch of asteroids has been loaded and unloaded, and 1,000 large transport starships can set off at any time. In the starship control room, Song Taiman reported respectfully to the middle-aged man on the communication screen. Although both parties were from the Song family and looked middle-aged, he was the only one who knew how big the gap was between him and the other party. He was just an ordinary lower-level collateral member of the Song family who had not awakened. And the man in front of him seemed to be the same age as him. But in fact, he was already over 400 years old. If you really count, he is a person of the same level as his ancestor. Song Lin responded softly, and his mind moved the next second. Not far away, a voice was heard almost simultaneously from the control room of 1,000 large transport starships. All transport ships, listen to my orders. Follow me. After that, 1,000 transport ships carrying asteroids of different sizes activated their starship engines together, and followed Song Lin's cruiser to the side, where there was a short-distance teleportation stargate. When they arrived at the short-distance teleportation stargate, the stargate transmission was quickly activated, and the 1,000 large transport starships quickly disappeared in the asteroid belt. Looking at the thousands of starships that had disappeared, Song Taiman had not yet retracted his gaze. He heard that these batches of asteroids that were transported away were all to be sent to the main line of the family. He heard from some of the clan members that this was because a certain high-level life floating land under the main line of the family was about to be upgraded. This was to prepare in advance for the diameter expansion after the floating land was upgraded. He also heard that once a floating land was upgraded, the energy tide after the upgrade would benefit many Xinhua warships, and even assist the Xinhua warships in upgrading. Song Taiman used to be extremely envious of what he heard, but the reality was very cruel. No matter how much he envied and yearned for it, it had nothing to do with him, an ordinary person who had not awakened. But now it was different. Song Taiman in the past 2 years was no longer the same as before. He turned all these yearnings and envy into full enthusiasm. I should be able to make a lot of contributions after this trip. Enough to exchange for a few doses of body-quenching liquid. Xiaohao will go to the main vein to awaken the fire next year. Taking this opportunity, I should be able to break through the guidance technique that is stuck at the peak of level 6 to level 7. The guidance technique of level 7 has a high chance of awakening the outer starry sky of the White Crow floating land. Accompanied by violent space fluctuations, Song Lin appeared with 1,000 large transport starships. Without stopping for long, the cruiser and the 1,000 large transport ships went all the way to the distance. After passing through a fantasy light curtain, a 3,000-meter-long Zhulu ship appeared in their sight. Xianfeng clan elder Song Lin spoke respectfully inside the warship. Well, go! After receiving the order, Song Lin led 1,000 large transport ships to the depths of the fantasy space again. After a while, a space vortex channel with a terrifying diameter emerged. Having already passed through it many times, Song Lin was not surprised at all. Together with 1,000 large transport starships, they successively entered the space wormhole channel in front. Dinghai Star Region, Dragon Spine Continent. Falling Fire Plane. Inside the large combined illusion space wormholes are neatly arranged above the sky. At a glance, there are no less than dozens of them. From time to time, fleets rush out of these wormholes, and after landing, a large number of loading and unloading trucks waiting here will come forward, cooperating with the transport starships to unload the asteroids that have been transferred. And this scene not only happened inside this large combined illusion space, outside the Dragon Spine continent, there were also captains of the Song family Xinhua who were doing the same job. After connecting with the steward of the Internal Affairs Hall behind him, Song Len could not wait to control the warship and rushed out of the illusion space. He had an excitement on his face that was hard to conceal. Just now, he received a notice from the captain of the Zulu family stationed here, saying that there was no need to continue the transportation work for the time being. As a cruiser captain who had lived for nearly 400 years, Song Len was naturally not the kind of ignorant new member of the clan. The moment he heard the notice, he immediately understood the meaning. The Dragon Ridge continent has made all preparations to impact the 7th level floating land. There was no need to continue collecting those floating land fragments. Asteroids, which meant that the floating land fragments and asteroids gathered around the Dragon Ridge continent were enough. However, although he had a guess in his mind, Song Len was not sure. Thinking about it, he clicked on the quantum communication bracelet on his hand. Grandpa, is the Dragon Ridge continent going to be promoted? Song Mingsong replied quickly, but not in the private chat box, but in the group chat of the core members of the 10th Straight Vein. The family is indeed making every effort to promote the promotion of the Dragon Ridge continent. But not so fast. I will inform you as soon as it is officially confirmed. Before that, try not to start the battleship promotion. Moreover, this matter is forbidden to be publicized, and it is strictly forbidden to leave the Dragon Ridge continent in the near future. Understood? Information like this has been mentioned in many small circles of the Song family at this moment, and the Song family has not controlled it too much, because at this point in time, this is no longer a secret. Even if the outside forces want to use this to cause trouble, it is too late now. Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, Dragon Whale Hall. Wrapped in the chaotic mist, several figures gathered in this hall. Song Wujiang, Song Xuan, Song Shishing, Song Xingru, Song Dingbang, Song Tianhao, Song Tianshu, Song Tianmong, Song Xuansong, Song Qi, Song Yin. For fearless captains, 7 battleship captains, including direct and hidden veins, more importantly, all 11 people are here in real body, not projection. Okay, since Xiaoqi is returned, it's time to officially start all the plans made by the family. In the middle of the hall, Song Wujiang was the first to speak. After he finished speaking, Song Shishing followed up by saying, Red Star Continent has identified 4 suitable origin core intake points. Now we need to decide how many people to send over there to assist in this intake. If there are too few people, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop the large number of alien races attracted by the noise caused by the theft. But too many people won't work either. Dragon Ridge Continent, Dragon Abyss City, Dragon Shark City. These places all need high-level clansmen to guard them. Hearing this, the hall fell into silence, and no one spoke for a while. There is no way. This matter is indeed difficult to handle. In theory, the more high-level combat forces mobilized, the better. Whether or not one can steal a trace of the floating land origin core of Red Star Continent is the key to the promotion of Dragon Spine Continent. Whether Dragon Spine Continent can impact the 7th level floating land is also related to the success rate of Dinghai Longxiang to be promoted to a Star Destroyer, which is the most important thing at present. After a long time, Song Qi took the initiative to speak and broke the silence. My suggestion is that everyone should go. Hearing his words, the other 10 people in the hall turned their eyes to him. No one was in a hurry to refute, but were waiting for Song Qi's subsequent explanation. However, Song Qi's explanation was very simple. I can leave a market projection order in each of these 3 places. Not to mention that the probability of a fire in the backyard just happening at the point where we set out is extremely low. Even if something unexpected really happens, it can be easily suppressed with the market domination projection. On the contrary, the Red Star Continent is an 8th level floating continent, and stealing its floating continent origin core this time will inevitably cause a lot of turmoil. We must do our best to prepare. No one refuted his explanation, only the ancestor Song Wujiang asked a question. Xiaoqi, Dragon Ridge Continent, Dragon Abyss City, Dragon Shark City each keep 1 market projection order, and we also need a spare at the theft point. Do you have enough market projection order? Song Qi hesitated for a moment, and then nodded gently. Don't worry, ancestor. In fact, he only has 3 market projection orders in his hand. The other 2 are in the hands of his wife Shen Yuren and the Night Elf tribe. But the situation is urgent. He can only temporarily take back the one in Shen Yuren's hand. He believes Shen Yuren will not have any ideas. Okay, in that case, there is nothing more to say. Everyone go back and prepare well. We will officially take action in a month. After getting Song Qi's definite reply, Song Wujiang quickly made the decision. Finally, he asked Song Shishing, How is the situation of the hidden vein? Is the secret vault open to all clan members? This civilization war is related to the rise and fall of the Song family for thousands of years. As early as when Song Qi delivered the news of the war, the hidden vein also received the order to prepare for war. As a big piece of the overall strength of the Song family, the hidden vein will also follow the main vein of the Song family to participate in the civilization war. This will allow the Song family to have a stronger voice and autonomy in the subsequent wars. Song Wujian will naturally not let the hidden vein continue to be covered up. Of course, all this is based on the successful promotion of Dinghai Longxiang to a Star Destroyer. As long as the promotion goes smoothly, the Song family will officially enter the ranks of true immortal clans. Immortal clans? Even if looking at the entire Xinhui human galaxy community, this level of clan power is also the top of the pyramid. No matter what kind of threat they face, they have enough confidence to say no. Under this premise, it is completely unnecessary to set up hidden veins. After discussing this matter, when everyone was about to leave, Song Qi took out the storage capsule containing hundreds of blood battle steel. This is a special control-free component that I collected at the Star Tower this time. It will have a certain restraining effect on the 8-armed snake demon in the future. These blood battle steel were not all he got in the blood battle secret realm. He had already taken out 5 red and 10 orange ones. One was given to Shen Yuran, and the rest were left in the 10th straight vein for his relatives. After reading the detailed properties of the Blood War Monument, Song Wujiang and others saw its terrifying value at a glance. However, they were all family members, and no one said anything grateful, but just kept this feeling in their hearts. The key to the distribution was the 3 silver Blood War Monuments. The ancestor Song Wujiang and the original ancestor Song Xuan each took one. There was no dispute about this. But when it came to the last piece, there were some small disagreements. According to the meritorious service, Song Shishing was naturally the most suitable. But Song Xingru was also a new dreadnought captain. Finally, the two of them both declined at the same time, each taking a red Blood War Monument, and gave the silver Blood War Monument to Song Yin on the side. According to them, in terms of potential, Song Yin and Song Qi are the best in the family in the past 3,000 years, and are the key to the family's future success. So it is most appropriate for Song Yin to take it. Song Wujiang also agreed with this. After the 3 silver Blood War Monuments, the others each took a red Blood War Monument, and then left. Time passed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. It was still the ancestral temple of Longji Mountain, and it was still the 11 core members of the Song family. Xiaoqi, how is it? I have handed a market projection order to Grandpa, so if there is any accident in Longji continent, you can summon him at any time. Okay, then let's go without delay. Swish, swish, swish. Many rays of light flashed, and soon only Song Qi was left in the ancestral temple, and the others had already entered the inner space of the dimensional space stone. Then Song Qi changed his mind, and through the market, he quickly arrived at the hidden vein station in Red Star continent. In order to collect the time chessboard, he temporarily cancelled the space anchor point left in Holy Light City, and the only anchor point left in Red Star continent was the one in Longyuan City. After arriving in Longyuan City, without alarming any clansmen, the 11 people left directly from the transmission room in the western district of the outer city. In the Battleship Magnetic Wave Communication Group chat, Song Shishing immediately took out a super large floating land geomancy map. This map is different from the 2 maps that Imaya carefully created before. It is a full floating land map of the 8th level superdimensional continent Red Star continent, so it is naturally impossible to be too detailed. Pointing to this map, Song Shishing said, the most suitable stealing point is located in the Jiangsan Sea, 80,000 light years west of Longyuan City. This is a huge desert that stretches for thousands of light years. Because of its extremely harsh environment, there are very few alien races in this area. Even if there is a big commotion in the subsequent theft, it is impossible to attract too many alien races in a short time. Sweeping the overall map of the Red Star continent, Song Wujiang and Song Xuan both nodded in agreement. Okay, this is it. Everyone agreed, and the team set off again. Because they were all the top combat forces of the Song family, the jump devices on the battleship were not bad, and the speed of the 11 people traveling was very amazing. And they soon arrived at the Jiangsan Sea. Chapter 553 8 years. The Jiangsan Sea, Central Area. As the core area of a supergiant desert, the location where the Song family members are now located, Even if it is just a preliminary estimate, the thickness of the yellow sand is probably more than 100 million kilometers, which is terrifying. As the 11 warships slowly descended, they quickly passed through a layer of illusionary light curtain that could not be captured by the naked eye. When they were completely immersed in the illusionary space, a brand new scene appeared before their eyes. It was still full of yellow sand, but there was a giant sinkhole hole that was specially dug above the yellow sand land below. The hole here has a diameter of hundreds of kilometers, and leads directly to a cenote tens of trillions of kilometers deep underground. It was shaped by the Hidden Vein clan using high-level casting materials found in an alien colony on the other side of the Dragon Ridge continent. They also purchased several high-level Goblin War God digging vehicles from another large neutral city, Ancient Goblin City. It took nearly 200 years to complete. Good. It's hard for the clansmen below. Looking at this perfect stealing point that cost a lot of manpower and material resources to build. The direct lineage people who came here for the first time spoke in a heavy voice. The depth is more than tens of trillions of kilometers. And the top layer is still highly fluid yellow sand. The pressure is extremely terrifying as you go down. Even with the best casting materials, accidents are inevitable. It can be imagined that in order to build this stealing point, the Emai people must have paid a great price. The 11 warships went down all the way and soon flew to the deepest part of the tunnel. This is a very open underground circular stone chamber, with a radius of no less than thousands of kilometers and a height of more than tens of thousands of kilometers. Therefore, even if 4 dreadnoughts and 7 battleships all entered, it would not feel crowded. In the middle of the stone room, there is a weak zone of the Earth's core. This is also the location reserved for stealing the Red Star continent's origin core. After confirming these, the voices of communication in the battleship communication group chat sounded again. Perfect. Let's start the arrangement. As Song Wujian spoke, everyone around began to act. First, Song Xiuan saw the hatch of the immovable Pluto opened, and 2 transport vehicles drove out from it. The 2 transport vehicles were fully loaded. After landing, the various machines on the transport vehicles began to turn autonomously, and finally they were spliced into a super-large nuclear fusion reactor. After adding enough nuclear materials, this large nuclear fusion reactor purchased from a large chain of machinery stores under the Xianxin Consortium on the Yinpan continent began to operate at full capacity. Not long after, a layer of nuclear energy shield with an energy level comparable to the peak of level 6 emerged in this underground stone chamber, wrapping the entire underground area inside. And this was only the second insurance after the first layer of large combined illusion space that had been laid out long ago. Immediately afterwards, Song Shirshing's ship also opened, and then a piece of jade with golden light was pulled out from it. Shao Qi, seeing the jade being taken out, Song Xiuan took the initiative to greet him. Song Qi naturally understood the meaning. With a swish, the hatch of the Tianxu Sanqing opened, and the mini-sized star dragon shark rushed out. After rushing out of the warship, the size of the star dragon shark began to expand rapidly, and in a short time, it recovered to its peak form of tens of thousands of kilometers in length. At the same time, the golden jade that Song Shirshing took out was also swallowed by the star dragon shark. Under the urging of the dominant power in the star dragon shark, the entire underground stone chamber was filled with golden light, and was finally enveloped by a majestic illusion array power. The golden jade was none other than the golden sacred treasure illusion array stone that Song Yiming had obtained from the Posha Heritage Tower before. Although this illusion array stone could not be transformed into a shipborne component, it contained an amazing source of illusion. Under the urging of the dominant power in the star dragon shark, the entire underground stone chamber was covered by the law of illusion. This also meant that when the floating land source core was officially stolen, no matter how big the change was, it had to break through the cover of the illusion array space first. This is the third insurance of the Song family. It is still not over. In the warship communication channel, everyone in the Song family looked at each other. The next second, several warships activated their space blockade components at the same time, including Tianxu Sanqiong. Inside the warship, with Song Qi's mind turning, the level 70 Fixicong locking heaven seal was activated. The next second, a completely closed space blockade array appeared at the edge of the entire underground space. Not only Tianxu Sanqiong, but also Song Xiuan, Song Shirshing, Song Tianhao, and other people who had such components activated the components one after another according to the scheduled batches. For a moment, the entire underground stone chamber had several layers of air-blocking curtains surrounding it. But what was interesting was that Song Wujiang did not move at all. Dinghai Longxiang was not loaded with any blockade components. Of course not. On the contrary, Dinghai Longxiang was currently loaded with the highest quality space blocking component among the 11 warships present. The owner of this component, the air blocking prison of Golden Sanctuary quality, was Tuoba Jun of the Tuoba royal family of the Silver Plate Kingdom. When Song Wujiang attacked the Black Devouring King Beast, he took the initiative to borrow it once. This time, in order to reduce the risk of stealing the Red Star Continent Origin Core, Song Wujiang borrowed it again. The reason why they didn't activate it right away was not because they were reluctant to do so. This was the first time that the Song family stole the core of the floating land of the 8th level floating land. Although they knew that the subsequent disturbance would not be small, they didn't know when it would break out and when the concentrated outbreak point would be. In addition, the duration of all space blocking components was not long, and the cooling time was not short. In order to prevent the sealed sky prison from falling into cooling when a real big disturbance broke out, the Song family unanimously decided not to activate this golden blocking component first, and to activate it when there were certain signs later, with the illusionary array stone blessed by the starry sky dragon shark, and the multiple insurances prepared by the Song family. Even if the movement came too fast, it would not break through all the blockades at once, and there was no need to worry about sealed sky prison not being able to activate in time. After making all these preparations, Song Wujiang took the initiative to signal Song Shishing. After receiving it, Song Shishing did not hesitate, and Dinghai Xinglong slowly moved to the weak point of the floating land core in the middle of the stone chamber. At the same time, the Silver Origin Core Stealer component that had been installed inside the battleship was activated. A silver beam of light shot out from the hull of the Dinghai Xinglong ship, and sank directly into the weak point of the Earth's core below the warship. Buzz! After the silver beam of light officially completed the connection, everyone could clearly feel the slight tremor coming from the ground of the entire stone chamber. Although the Super Dimension continent does not have the floating land origin will of a normal floating land, it still has its own instincts and has a natural rejection of stealing its own origin core. However, the theft has just begun, and the Red Star continent does not have a mature origin will, so the rejection is still very weak. Battleship Magnetic Wave Communication Group Chat. Dinghai Longxiang Song Wujiang, Shishing, how about it? Can you calculate how long it will take? As soon as this was said, the eyes of the people around him all shifted to Song Shishing's communication projection. Because this is not only directly related to the subsequent safety of everyone, it is also related to whether the Dragon Ridge continent can complete the upgrade before the civilization war begins, whether the Dinghai Longxiang can impact the Star Destroyer, whether Song Wujiang's guidance technique can break through the 7th level, and a series of other issues, which are extremely important. After all, if it takes decades to steal just this one ring, then the subsequent time will certainly not be enough. It doesn't mean that after getting a strand of the 8th level floating land origin core, the Dragon Ridge continent can immediately attack the 7th level floating land. First of all, it will take time for the Dragon Ridge continent's floating land core to merge and absorb this strand of the 8th level origin core. Right? Secondly, it will also take time for the floating land to officially attack the 7th level. Right? Moreover, even if the promotion is completed, the subsequent expansion of the floating land area will also take time. If they hadn't considered this, how could they let Dinghai Xinglong preside over this extraction? Dinghai Xinglong is one of the 4 dreadnoughts. If a large number of alien races are really invaded in the future, the combat power that a dreadnought can provide is incomparable to that of a battleship. Of course, this needs to exclude the ships of Song Qi and Song Yin. Once the theft of the floating land's origin core is carried out, no matter what happens afterwards, before the theft is completed, the Dinghai Xinglong will be unable to move, which is equivalent to completely losing the combat power of a dreadnought. The Song family understands all of this. But why do they still do this? The reason is, of course, the advantage of the dreadnought over the battleship. The origin core stealer, which is also enhanced to level 70, is naturally much more effective when installed on a dreadnought than on a battleship. And what it reflects is the time required for the entire theft process, and the success rate of the theft. Based on this, everyone decided to let Dinghai Xinglong to preside over the theft. Under everyone's gaze, Song Shishing gave the answer. Not bad. If you just want to steal a small portion of the floating land origin core, 8 years will be enough. 8 years. Everyone murmured, and then nodded. This time is within expectations, and they are quite confident about it. The theft process takes 8 years. But it doesn't mean that they will really have to fight with the aliens for such a long time afterwards. If this is true, let alone the Song family, I am afraid that even the Chong Sun family, with the 8th level Shinhua captain behind Yulong, may not be able to withstand it. There are quite a few 8th level alien races on this Red Star continent. According to the Song family's estimation, in the first few years of the theft, the abnormal movement of the core of the origin of the floating land should be enough to be covered up by the means they arranged. The real headache is the last year. In fact, it is true. Time passes. In the first 3 years, although the entire underground stone chamber space has been trembling, it is all covered by the nuclear shield and the illusion array stone-derived illusion space. Until the 4th year, the repulsive force of the Red Star continent's origin core began to intensify, which made the underground stone chamber space tremble more violently. After that, the nuclear energy shield derived from a large nuclear fusion reactor had to be overloaded every once in a while, unable to withstand the impact of the internal tremors. Fortunately, there were space blockade formations arranged in batches by Song Chi and others. In the 6th year, the underground tremors became more and more terrifying, and even the formations activated by the silver space blockade components would occasionally be shattered. In the 7th year, there were occasional multiple layers of blockades that were broken, and the underground noise was transmitted. Fortunately, each time it was quickly replaced by another set of blockade components. Therefore, many alien races were attracted. But the number was not large, and they were quickly cleared by the Song family warships. In the 8th year, the noise became more and more terrifying. The large nuclear fusion reactor was completely useless, and Song Chi and other space blockade components could no longer be divided into 2 groups. Because if they were separated, they would not last until the other group was cooled again. In this case, the Song family could only group all the silver and red space blockade components into one group, and the golden sealed sky prison in the Dinghai Longxiang into a separate group. And this barely achieved a balance. However, halfway through the 8th year, this method was also difficult to maintain. Boom boom boom. In the inner area of the blazing sand sea, there were giant sand ridges shuttling at high speed. These sand ridges protruded upward from the sand bottom and spread forward rapidly as if they had life. Their widths varied, but they were at least hundreds of meters. If you look down from a high altitude, you will find that these things, which look like sand snakes, are frantically converging towards the center. Sand sea sky, 9 warships are hidden in the void. According to the records, these should be the largest hunting species in the Jiang Desert, the Earth Sand Crocodile. What do you say? After uploading the detailed information of the Earth Sand Crocodile to the group chat, Song Wujiang began to solicit everyone's opinions. According to the information provided by the Hidden Veins, the Earth Sand Crocodile is considered to be a native creature of Red Star Continent, and did not come to the Red Star Continent through the superdimensional portal. Their genetic bloodline level is not low, as high as 81 points, which is considered to have just entered the 5th level of the Song family genetic bloodline spectrum, enough to be called the son of the Star Sea. The Earth Crocodile has a very high affinity with the law of Earth, and is like a fish in water in the yellow sand, and its combat power is several points stronger. After reading these data, Song Dingbang said, according to the radar detection results, there are no 7th level Earth crocodiles at present. My personal opinion is to directly summon the 3-eyed royal family domination flagship to kill these Earth crocodiles as quickly as possible, and to deter the increasing number of alien races outside the Sand Sea. This should make them stay calm for a while. I agree. It's only a few months away from the completion of the theft by Xingzhu. We can delay as long as we can. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Song Wujiang summoned the 3-eyed royal family domination flagship, with this domination flagship from the Overlord civilization firing at full force. The Earth crocodiles that gathered from all directions below were quickly killed. You should know that in addition to the Golden Death Star destroyer cannon obtained from the Star Tribe, this flagship also has many super cannons from the 3-eyed clan, all of which are quite powerful. Chapter 554 Mythical Combat Power. The extreme Sun Sand Sea, above the sky. The dominant flagship is releasing its might with all its strength. This oppressive 7th order might has stopped more and more alien races gathering at the edge of the Sand Sea. The 7th order combat power, that is the threshold of advanced civilization in the Star Sea. Even the weakest 7th order civilization is not something that can be challenged casually by any cat or dog. And there is an unexpected episode. In the images of the core area of the Sand Sea projected by some alien races, some alien races recognized the footsteps of the three-eyed royal family's dominant flagship. The flagship of the three-eyed clan is from the three-eyed clan, a hegemonic civilization. As soon as these words came out, many creatures in the alien group immediately showed doubts. The three-eyed clan civilization is a hegemonic civilization in the Star Sea recognized by the Xinhua human civilization. It has been passed down for more than 1 million years. Its reputation is not only spread in the territory of the Xinhua human civilization. Many aliens have heard of its existence. After a while, almost all the aliens in the group knew the identity of the three-eyed clan as a hegemonic civilization, which made it even more difficult for any creature to rashly go to the depths of the Jiangsan Sea. The civilization of Broken Star is endless, but those who can be called overlords are all those who have at least 10th level mythical combat power in the tribe. Facing such a master from such a civilization, no creature will rashly become an enemy. Deep in the Jiangsan Sea, Song Qi and others thought about this possibility and confirmed that no other three-eyed tribe had appeared on the Red Star continent before. But they really didn't expect that the borrowed name would work so well. For 3 months afterwards, no other creatures stepped into the Sand Sea. However, the deterrent power of the three-eyed tribe also has an upper limit. After all, it is only a 7th level three-eyed tribe flagship that has appeared. As the reaction of the origin core of the Red Star continent becomes more and more intense, gradually, more and more dominant alien races gather around the periphery of the Jiangsan Sea. The rhythm of the breath emitted by the origin core of the floating land is deeply attracted even to the dominant creatures. The breath of the origin core of the 8th level floating land. Its temptation can be imagined. It should be clear that the origin core of the high-level floating land is not only useful for the low-level floating land, but also for the low-level Star Sea creatures. It is also an extremely rare resource. The core of the high-level floating land origin contains a large amount of Star Sea origin. If you can absorb it, you can greatly deepen your understanding of the laws of the Star Sea. This is very tempting for any living being. The energy rhythm emanating from the depths of the Jiangsan Sea at this moment is mixed with a strong breath of the Star Sea origin. And it is also a very high-level Star Sea origin. This is why so many 7th level dominant aliens were attracted in such a short period of time. As for why no 8th level great power came, it was just that the energy rhythm emanating at the moment had not yet reached the 8th level. Bang! In the atmosphere of fanaticism and fear finally, a 7th level master of the Star-Devouring Wolf clan took a step forward. He was unwilling to continue waiting outside. As a well-known existence among the giant beasts in the starry sky, although the Star-Devouring Wolf clan cannot be compared with the Three-Eyed clan, there are also many 9th level Star-Devouring Wolves in the clan, so he is not too afraid of the name of the Three-Eyed clan. With the first leader, naturally, many masters of other races began to stir. In the sky deep in the Jiangsan Sea, this scene was clearly seen by everyone in the Song family, with the Eye of Heaven feature of Eye of Heaven. In the group chat, Song Wujiang turned his gaze to Song Qi. Xiao Qi, the family will later provide 5 silver artifacts that cannot be converted into shipboard parts as compensation, so take action now. There is only 1 month left to complete the initial theft. We can use the power of the 8th level master to deter for a while. Perhaps we can complete the theft without bloodshed this time. Inside the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Qi nodded, and his figure disappeared quietly the next moment. At the same time, inside the three-eyed royal master flagship in the sky, the 4th level Jixing clan suddenly activated the market projection order in his hand. As the purple mist spread, the vast 8th order power quickly enveloped the entire Jiangsan Sea, hundreds of light years away. Just as several alien masters of the same extraordinary origin were about to follow the 7th order devouring star wolf to the depths of the Sand Sea, a vast energy wave suddenly came from the sky above. Swish! The void was torn apart, and an indescribably large purple mist palm stretched out from the depths of the void space and slapped the Sand Sea below. On the periphery, several alien masters were cold all over, and they could sense that the purple mist palm in the sky was carrying the 8th order power. That is, the purple mist palm did not target them. This was the only thing that the dominant creatures were thankful for. However, the 7th level star-devouring wolf that took the first step was not so lucky. The infinite purple mist energy completely locked it. In the end, it could only spit out a golden object that looked like a finger bone from its huge mouth. Ka! The finger bone collided with the purple mist palm. The two sides were deadlocked for only a moment. Then, there seemed to be a crisp sound on the golden object's finger bone. The next second, the finger bone was blasted into the depths of the yellow sand below at a high speed. At the same time, The slightly dim purple mist palm pressed down again, and finally slammed hard on the majestic body of the 7th-level star-devouring wolf. After the attack, the purple mist's palm did not stop, as if it was just a warning, and did not carry any killing intention. Looking at the level 7 star-devouring wolf again, silver blood was flowing on its body at a height of tens of thousands of kilometers, and it was obviously seriously injured. He felt the obscure gaze coming from behind him, and the devouring power in his body suddenly spread backwards, until all the malicious gazes were repelled. And then he urged the dominant power in his body to recall the deep yellow sand below, and the golden light radiating from the surface seemed to have a dim finger-bone wonder. After doing all this, the 7th-level star-devouring wolf raised his eyes and looked towards the core area of the sand sea, and finally turned around with strong fear. This time, he did not turn back to the alien creatures behind him, but retreated directly from the sand sea. He was very clear about the injuries in his body. Although the 8th-level master, who was suspected to be a three-eyed tribe, did not kill him, his injuries were still serious. A one-on-one battle might not be a big problem, but if other masters joined forces to attack, he would definitely not be able to stop it, and there was even a risk of falling. Knowing this, he would not stay here any longer. The aura of the 7th-level Star Sea origin was indeed very tempting, but it was a treasure that an 8th-level master of the three-eyed tribe had determined to take. It was not so easy to take advantage of the situation. With the retreat of the 7th-level star-devouring wolf, the alien masters, who were originally ready to move, also settled down again. In the following month, Song Chi consumed 3 silver wonders to charge the market projection order, and made 3 moves to shock different areas around the Sand Sea. The effect is pretty good. How is it? How long will it take? Hearing the inquiry, Song Shirshing, who was deep underground, responded quickly. It will take about 7 days. Hearing this, the Song family members in the outer world of Sand Sea and Sky looked embarrassed. A day ago, the energy rhythm of the core of the floating land's origin had already reached the 8th level. According to their estimation, it won't be long before an 8th level master will arrive. 7 days is too long. In the main control room of Tianxiu Sangqiong, Song Chi's eyes flickered, and after a moment, his voice rang out in the communication group chat. I have a plan. Ancestors, be careful. After saying that, the warship flew straight down. Deep underground, Dinghai Xinglong was still stealing with all its might. When Tianxiu Sangqiong re-entered the stone chamber space, Song Chi in the warship's main control room suddenly turned his sight to the time chessboard component. Time chessboard. Activated. At the top of the stone chamber, an illusory chessboard that almost occupied the entire upper section of the stone chamber slowly took shape under the construction of 108 chess pieces. What followed was that the stone chamber space under the entire virtual chessboard began to change dramatically. Under the influence of the virtual chessboard, the time flow rate in the stone chamber space gradually distorted. And finally, under Song Chi's control, the time flow rate in the entire stone chamber space began to increase wildly. Until the end, the flow rate was fixed at 135 times. At this time flow rate, the speed of Dinghai Longxing stealing the origin core naturally also received a corresponding increase. Inside the Dinghai Longxing battleship, Song Shirshing looked overjoyed. He roughly estimated the time flow rate created by Song Chi. The original 7 days were reduced to less than an hour and a half. In this way, the success rate of the theft would be raised countless times. Good boy. After the intense excitement, Song Shirshing forced himself to calm down. After all, the core of the floating land was not in his hands yet, so it was too early to get excited. Outside, Song Xingru and others were quite tormented. Although Song Chi said he had a way before, more than an hour had passed, but no news came. It was hard not to be anxious. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in the Dinghai Longxiang, which came from the super long-distance communication disc subdisc left by Song Chi. Ancestor, you can come down now. Hearing this, ripples appeared in the depths of Song Wujiang's dark eyes. But thousands of years of experience still allowed him to remain calm enough. It's done. Prepare to retreat. Under his synchronous control, the three-eyed royal flagship in the sky was shrinking rapidly. And after retrieving the Dinghai Longxiang, the 9 warships fell to the depths of the corridor below at the fastest speed. After more than 10 seconds, there was a violent space fluctuation above the high altitude where Song Wujiang and the other 9 warships had stopped. The void was quickly torn apart mercilessly, and black claws covered with scales stretched out from it, and with the 8th order power that permeated the sky and the earth. They probed towards the sand sea below. There was no doubt that the one who took action was an unknown 8th order master, who felt the rhythm of the origin of the star sea below, and wanted to take it away through the air. Under the terrifying pressure, even tens of trillions of kilometers deep underground, Song-Chi still felt a little uncomfortable. However, the heavy breathing could not hide the corners of his mouth that were raised. "Sorry, it's too late." As soon as the voice fell, his figure also disappeared in the underground stone chamber space. After a few breaths, the overwhelming 8th level power slowly arrived. Under the terrifying pressure, the corridor that took nearly 200 years to build in the hidden vein collapsed. But it doesn't matter anymore, because the Song family's goal has been achieved. Above the sky, as time goes by, more and more 8th level bosses appear. Among them, there is even the 8th level peak Angel King behind the City of Holy Light. However, no matter how strong they are, it is impossible for them to search for Song-Chi and others, who are already 80,000 light years away. After this incident, the Jiang Sand Sea was bustling for a while, and some aliens found the weak point of the Earth's core deep underground. But no one could use it to continue to extract the floating land origin core of the Red Star continent. Chapter 555. The success rate of the promotion of Dinghai Longxiang first. It is already incredibly difficult to extract the origin core of an 8th level floating land. Even if an 8th level powerful person takes action, it will take a long time. The volume of an 8th level floating land in the star sea is always 1,000 times, 10,000 times, that of a star sea life of the same level. If you want to extract the origin core of the floating land, it will take a long time. Although the Song family only spent 8 years this time, it is because the origin core stealing instrument itself has a great bonus for extracting the origin core of the floating land. In addition, the strand of origin core extracted by the Song family this time is only a tiny trace of the entire Red Star continent origin core. Less than 1/1,000,000th of it. So it can be so smooth. Furthermore, even if there are 8th level powerful beings willing to spend this time, will other great beings of the same level just watch peacefully from the side? Therefore, the extraction of the Song family this time is not replicable. The base of the hidden vein, Longyuan City. After returning, the 11 people gathered in Longyuan Palace as soon as possible. In addition to them, there are also 30 captains of the Zhulu under the jurisdiction of the entire hidden vein. A strand of the floating land origin core of the Red Star continent has been obtained. The most important thing next is to assist the Dragon Ridge continent in impacting the 7th level floating land. Before that, most of the clansmen on the hidden vein side naturally need to return to the territory of the Xinhua human civilization. The 6th level floating land was promoted to the 7th level floating land. This is a qualitative transformation. The energy tide generated after its successful promotion is extremely exaggerated. If you can personally bathe in the scouring of this tide, it will be of great help to Captain Xinhua. For this theft operation, the people of the hidden vein also paid a lot. They should have the opportunity to bathe in this energy tide baptism, like the direct vein people. Let's do this. All the tribesmen who have successfully awakened have the opportunity to choose freely. Shirshing, remember to let the tribesmen below count as soon as possible, and send those who are willing to return to Longji continent, with Yuchi's dimensional space stone. It is not difficult to do this. After saying this, Song Wujiang turned his voice to another matter. Longyuan City is fine, but Lansha City cannot be left without someone to stay. Who do you think is more suitable? Hearing this, Song-Chi was ready to agree. He could travel between the two continents at any time, and it was most appropriate for him to do this. But before he could speak, Song Yao took the lead and took it. Let me do it. For this old man, who had also contributed almost his entire life to the family, someone beside him was ready to persuade him. But Song Yao did not give others a chance to speak. It's settled. I'm old now, so I won't take up the hard-won opportunity of the family. Even if I can successfully return to the ranks of battleship captains by using this energy tide, there is still no possibility of breaking through the dreadnought in the future. Although the energy tide of the 7th level floating land is amazing, we still need a lot of clansmen. Let's leave it to the young people. Hearing this, the 4th level clansmen who were about to speak were silent. They were not young anymore, and they all wanted to take this opportunity to see if they could upgrade their ships to battleships. In this case, what qualifications do they have to persuade? As Song Yao said, if the Dragon Ridge continent is successfully upgraded to the 7th level floating land, there will be many clansmen who want to take this opportunity to attack the Zhulu ship, or even the battleship and dreadnought. In addition, The Dinghai Longxiang will be the first to bear the brunt. It can be said that there is always someone who needs to give way. Seeing that Song Yao had made up his mind, and knowing his character, no one tried to persuade him. In the following months, millions of people from the entire hidden vein began to be transferred back to the Dragon Spine continent by Song Qi through the dimensional space stone. Half a year later, Dragon Spine continent, Dragon Whale Hall. Just like when discussing important matters of the clan in the past, the hall was surrounded by chaotic mist, isolating everything from the outside world. Looking up, the 100 starry sky thrones expanded after the second restoration of the Dragon Whale Hall. At this moment, all of them were sitting on them. If we add the more than 30 Zulu captains who returned from the hidden vein standing in the hall below, including the 4th level clansmen who have recently stayed on the Dragon-rich continent, the number of clansmen above the level of Zulu captains of the Song family gathered in the Dragon Whale Hall at this moment has exceeded 200. Such a huge number would be unimaginable if it were hundreds of years ago. I still remember that when Song Qi and his 10th direct vein just returned to the family, there were only more than 40 elders in the clan. Even with the hidden veins, there were only 60 to 70 people at most. And now, this number has tripled. All of this is thanks to the family's full efforts to digest the large amount of resources seized from the Jiexing clan over the past few hundred years. It is precisely because of the huge dividends brought by the battlefield that the top leaders of the Song family are generally positive about the subsequent civilization war that is 1,000 times or 10,000 times larger. After everyone arrived, Song Wujiang, who was at the head of the hall, finally spoke. After nearly 200 years of unremitting efforts, the Dragon-rich continent has officially begun to impact the 7th level floating land. According to calculations, the duration of this promotion is about 10 years. That is to say, 10 years later, if everything goes well, the Dragon-rich continent will produce the first energy tide of the 7th level floating land. Everyone must be prepared. Those who have reached the limit of a certain stage can try to use this to upgrade the warship. After speaking, he paused slightly, and then added again, in addition, the seedlings under each branch, who are capable of trying to upgrade must also be reminded, so that they can prepare in advance. This matter is of great importance. Whether the overall strength of the family can be greatly improved again before the civilization war begins depends on this time. Everyone must not have any small thoughts. Do you understand? Please rest assured, Ancestor, this time is the key for my Dragon Ridge Song family to officially impact the immortal family. We will never dare to neglect it. After everything was explained, the chaotic fog in the hall gradually dissipated, and the clansmen left one after another. Just as Song Qi was about to turn around and leave, Song Wujiang stopped him. Shao Qi, remember, the battleship promotion mission will start on time in 8 years. And the mission time for the battleship to attack the dreadnought has been increased to 2 years. Don't get it mixed up. Don't worry, Ancestor. Your grandson knows. Speaking of the battleship promotion mission, do you have a suitable place to bathe in the blood of aliens? Do you need the clan to prepare some 5th and 6th level aliens for you? This time, when the Dragon Ridge continent is promoted, a large number of clan members will concentrate on starting the battleship promotion mission 8 or 9 years later. Even though the Song family has already purchased cheap robbery slaves through multiple secret channels before this, and accelerated the exploration of alien domains, trying to collect suitable alien hunting points as much as possible, it is still a bit stretched. That's why Song Wujiang asked this question. Song Qi, who had been prepared for this, shook his head gently. The dozens of 6th level blood battle clans brought out from the blood battle secret realm are enough to meet the subsequent promotion needs of Tianqiu Sangqiong, and there is no need for more trouble. Time passed quickly, and 5 years passed in a blink of an eye. That day, Song Wujiang took Song Qi to the territory under the jurisdiction of the Morning Star family. Of course, they were not going to visit the Morning Star family. Since the Time Realm Tree Secret Realm, the relationship between the two families has been very tense. This time, the two warships were still traveling in secret. Huntian Star Region, Misty Star Region. After the Dinghai Longxiang and Tianqiu Sangqiong rushed into the black hole radiation zone in the middle of the mist, the two warships rushed straight into the inner circle of the black hole. After stopping in a certain area deep in the black hole, Song Wujiang in the main control room of the Dinghai Longxiang suddenly turned his sight to the Void Exile component. However, this time, it was not to activate this Golden Sanctuary quality component, but to actively cancel the Void Seal effect of a certain period of more than 100 years ago. As this component was triggered, the void not far from the two warships began to tremble violently, and a huge space crack quickly emerged in the next second. The space crack was not the main point. The two people's eyes were always focused on the familiar black devouring king beast that slowly struggled out of the space crack. This 7th level black devouring king beast still retained Song Chi's meteorite spear that pierced its body. The injuries on its body were still the same as before, and they were very serious. Just after escaping from the void seal, the black devouring king beast had no time to express its anger with a roar, and Song Chi had immediately activated the Zen seal outer time stop, which stopped it in place again. Beside him, the Ding Hai Longxiang, which had just finished charging the genuine Star Destroyer's Fury parts, suddenly exploded. Swoosh! The beam pierced through the void inside the black hole, and finally accurately hit the black devouring king beast, which was already extremely seriously injured. Its bloody mouth became even more hideous. As expected, the black devouring king beast finally fell under the powerful weapon Star Destroyer's Fury. Ancestor, what's going on? What's the success rate of promotion? Hearing Song Chi's question, Song Wujiang in the Ding Hai Longxiang turned his head and glanced at the Battleship Promotion task panel of his ship. Battleship Promotion Mission, Ding Hai Longxiang. Current promotion success rate, 47.501%. Initial 0.001% plus special resource formula 10% plus 7th level peak evil god blood 12% plus 7th level dominant source blood 12% plus 8th level dominant ordinary blood 1% plus bathing in alien blood 12.5%. Promotion special resource formula 3/3 space debris *1, 6th level star core *1, extreme stone *1. Additional promotion resources 7th level peak evil god blood, 7th level dominant source blood, 8th level dominant ordinary blood, bath in alien blood, 7th level black devouring king beast, 6th level sword slave tribe, 6th level earth dragon. Scanning the battleship promotion mission panel, Song Wujiang's eyes were filled with satisfaction. 5 years have passed since the promotion mission was launched. During this period, he naturally killed many 6th level aliens. In addition, after killing the dominant black beast, the success rate of the battleship promotion has reached a very impressive level. The promotion of the Dreadnought to the Star Destroyer. The promotion success rate of more than 47% is absolutely unimaginable for outsiders. 47.501%? This does not include the core energy title bonus after the Dragon Ridge continent is promoted to the 7th level floating land, and the second chance given by the 6th level time realm fruit. After hearing the answer of the ancestor, Song Chi's eyes gradually brightened. Calculated in this way, the chances of the Ding Hai Longxiang being successfully promoted this time are really high. Inside the black hole, Song Chi took back the meteoric spear on his own initiative, and at the same time activated the super body contraction card to shrink the body of the black devouring king beast. After taking it back to the market, the two did not waste time to take a detour back to the Dragon Ridge continent, but directly returned to the Dragon Ridge continent through the market. There are only 5 years left before the Dragon Ridge continent is officially promoted. Now every minute is extremely precious. On this day, the Zutian market became lively again, and a new round of market transactions began again. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of Shanghai aliens coming and going in the market, Song Chi couldn't help shaking his head. I don't know what kind of expression these aliens would show if they saw that there were dozens of 6th level creatures with a height of more than 100,000 meters sealed above their heads? Huh? Just as he was thinking about it, Song Chi's eyes suddenly raised, and a light hut came out of his mouth. In his sight, the 5th level night elf, who walked down from the 4th floor of the market, had a different pace today. Not only did his steps become more hurried, but the strange item exchange shop that he would only visit at least halfway through the market transaction in the past was once again listed as his first choice this time. Could it be that he is here to trade the Eternal Night Gem? Thinking of this, Song Chi suddenly became interested, and most of his attention fell on this night elf, who had been promoted to the 5th level decades ago. Just as he had judged before, the 5th level night elf was indeed targeting the item exchange shop. And the key point was that after entering the item exchange shop, his sharp eyes fell directly on the Eternal Night Gem. Respected Lord of the Market, the moon god worshipped by my Crescent Moon tribe has awakened. I came here to ask you how to get this Eternal Night Gem? Hearing this, Song Chi fell silent. What did he need? This was indeed a good question, which made his thoughts run at a high speed at this moment. Golden Super Main Gun. Golden upgraded fire source. Blood of the 8th level evil god. In a short time, a large number of items that were urgently needed at the moment emerged one by one in his mind. But a few seconds later, another item that he wanted appeared in his mind. The golden holy domain wonder that concealed the secret of the worship. In the past 10 years since leaving the bloody battle secret realm, the market's secret realm has been continuously tracked by the Shang family many times, which made him dare not load the golden bloody battle monument and Sky Frost crown 2 parts. The 2 golden holy domain quality parts that were obviously extremely rare, but were placed in the market and could not be loaded for a long time. Song Chi's discomfort in his heart can be imagined. After a long thought, he gave a reply. 8th level evil god blood. Golden fire treasure. And golden treasure that conceals and confuses the secrets of heaven. All 3 types of treasures are acceptable. In the end, he still did not mention the golden quality super main gun. Although the Tianxu Sanqiong will have a second super main gun slot once it is promoted to a dreadnought. It is also a fact that the golden super main gun is the least valuable of the several items he wants. In addition, he still has the silver super main gun All Souls Destruction Bow in his hand. So Song Chi finally excluded it. After receiving the reply, the 5th level night elf bowed lightly. His face still respectful. I will bring your words to the mistress and moon god intact. Your majesty, please wait for a moment. After speaking, the 5th level night elf quickly left the shop and reported to the new moon mistress behind it. Chapter 556 The Eternal Scale of the Mythical Python. The waiting time is always so long, even if the 5th level night elf left the market for only a dozen minutes. But for Song Chi, it was far from that. At about the 15th minute, the 5th level night elf finally returned again. When he re-entered the strange object exchange shop, he did not make any extra movements, and directly took out 3 strange objects emitting brilliant golden light from the storage necklace. A wisp of fire, a special snake scale, and a drop of blood with a pure silver color. The power of the law swept through the strange object exchange shop, and then Song Chi successfully obtained all the information of the 3 items. Special item, Dark Divine Fire. Quality, Gold. Transformable, None. Note: the divine fire left behind by a dark god in the dark world of the god's continent after his death was transformed into a wisp of fire by chance. Special item, Scale of Earthly Python. Quality, Gold. Transformable, Scale of Eternal Protection of Mythical Python. Note: a piece of snake scale shed by the mythical creature Earthly Python. Because it has been nurtured by the power of myth for a long time, it has been separated from its original form and directly transformed into a golden holy domain special item. As for the last one, it is naturally a drop of blood of the 8th level evil god. Looking at the properties of these 3 items, Song Chi first ruled out the dark divine fire that could not be transformed into the fire sea to upgrade the fire source. The latter 2 made him fall into a brief tangle. He had already seen the properties of the scale of the earthly python, the fire component of the strange object, which was definitely the component that Tianxu Sanqiu urgently needed at the moment. The scale of the eternal protection of the mythical python LV0 quality, gold unique feature, mythical blessing of the earthly python consumption, 100/S upgrade required, 100 wisps of floating land origin 0 order, 10,000 psionic points. Note: this component needs to occupy 5 slots. Mythical blessing of the earthly python. The loaded warship obtains the blessing of the mythical power, and will ignore the search and lock of all beings with a lower status than the earthly python. This component is very similar to the family's Star Destroyer's Fury and secondary Star Destroyer's Fury components, both of which have only one unique feature. It is precisely because of this that their characteristics and effects are extremely powerful. Song Chi is not clear about what level of existence the earthly python is, but it is not difficult to see from the attribute introduction of this component that it is a mythical creature. What is a myth? It is a peak existence that has at least entered the 10th level. Since they are at least 10th level creatures, their lowest status is colorful/lower level. In this way, it is not impossible to use it to block the continuous tracking of the Shang family. This is also the reason why Song Chi took a fancy to the other party at first sight. However, compared to this eternal scale of the earthly python, the drop of blood of the 8th level evil god also made him extremely jealous. Apart from anything else, if the Dinghai Longxiang failed to be promoted this time, at the moment when the 6th level time realm fruit took effect, it was entirely possible to put this drop of the 8th level evil god's blood into the warship. In this way, with the secondary impact provided by the time realm fruit, the promotion success rate would be greatly increased again. Thinking of this, Song Chi organized his words for a while, and then gave a reply. Due to special reasons, this transaction will be postponed for 5 years. After saying this, without waiting for the 5th level night elf to say anything more, a huge repulsive force enveloped its body. It was not just the night elves, but all the alien races in the market at this moment. Hundreds of thousands of alien races were then repelled from the market's secret realm one after another. Of course, this was just a false illusion of an emergency deliberately created by Song Chi, in order to prevent Moon Goddess alone from noticing anything and raising the price. Anyway, this market transaction was coming to an end, and ending it dozens of minutes earlier would not have much impact. After this, everything will have to wait for 5 years. Time passes. 5 years go by in a flash. Morningstar Kingdom, Dinghai Star Region. Looking down from the outer starry sky, it can be seen that the Dragon Ridge continent still maintains a diameter of 1,000 light-years 10 years ago, without any tendency to transform into a 7th-level floating land. Hundreds of light-years away from the outside world, deep in the dark starry sky, a Zhulu ship hidden in the void is hovering here. In the main control room of the Zhulu ship, the 4th-level Xinhua captain, who is a direct descendant of the Morningstar family, once again activated a silver communication component on the battleship. There has been no abnormality in the Dragon Spine continent in the past year. Headquarters received. Continue monitoring. Understood. Before he could finish his reply, the captain of the Zhulu ship suddenly widened his eyes, and stared at the remote projection screen in front of him with disbelief. In the screen image, the Dragon Spine continent, which had been peaceful for a whole year, suddenly shattered, and what appeared later was a super-floating continent with a diameter of more than 3,000 light-years, and it was still rapidly merging the large number of floating land fragments and asteroids around the floating continent, and continued to expand. Damn it. It's an illusion. The Dragon Ridge continent is already impacting the 7th-level floating land. What are you talking about? Hull. Please repeat it immediately when you hear it. No. It's not impacting the 7th-level floating land. The Dragon Ridge continent has successfully been promoted to the 7th-level floating land. The first 7th-level floating land of my Morningstar Kingdom actually came from the Dragon Ridge Song family. Not only the Morningstar family. At this moment in the starry sky around the Song family's Dragon Ridge continent, the hidden monitors of various forces all sent this news that was enough to alarm the entire Morningstar Kingdom, and even the entire Tianpan River system, back to their own headquarters one after another. In a short time, the top leaders of all the forces in the Morningstar Kingdom were all shocked. Inside the Dragon Ridge continent, somewhere at the bottom of a cenote connected to the Earth's core, the 11 core members of the Song family all stood there, looking at the Dragon Ridge continent's origin core that was surging wildly in front of him. Song Wujiang stepped forward. Soon, Dinghai Longxiang was summoned out of his Xinhua Zuqiao, and when the warship slowly hovered over the restless floating land's origin core, Song Wujiang's sight suddenly turned, looking at Song Xiuan and others behind him. Xiuan, go outside the floating land to welcome the upcoming guests. Remember, summon the flagship of the three-eyed royal family directly. Only in this way can our guests behave themselves. Understood. After Song Xiuan turned around and left, Song Wujiang continued, Shirshing, you stay here and ensure that the promotion of Dinghai Longxiang will not be disturbed in the slightest. Xiaoqi, Xiaoyan, the two of you will immediately go to the selected promotion point of the bathing energy tide. Ru Yatu, Tianhao, Tianshu, you are responsible for protecting Xiaoqi and the other person. Song Wujiang issued one command after another. At this moment, the peak combat power of the entire Song family was tense to the extreme. Dragon Ridge Continent, Fire Valley. The Tianshu Songqiang was hovering in the middle of this valley. This was exactly the place Song Qi had chosen for his promotion. Inside the battleship, Song Qi stared at the attribute panel in front of him. Battleship Promotion Mission, Tianshu Songqiang. Current promotion success rate, 90.81%. Initial promotion success rate 0.01% plus special resource formula 10% plus 6th level peak evil god blood 6% plus 7th level tribulation immortal source blood 17% plus 7th level ordinary master blood 1% plus bathing in alien blood 56.8%. Promotion special resource formula 2 halves sky meteorite asterisk 1 advanced space law crystal asterisk 1. Additional promotion resources 6th level peak evil god blood 7th level tribulation immortal source blood, 7th level ordinary master blood. Bathing in alien blood, 6th level blood battle clan asterisk 68. In 2 years, he has raised the promotion success rate to more than 90%, Although compared to the previous 98%, 95% is much worse, but don't make a mistake, this is a battleship promoted to a dreadnought. For warships of this level, even for the core descendants of immortal families, with a heritage of more than 100,000 years, the promotion success rate can only be raised to more than 70% at most. 90% is already very exaggerated. As for why Song-Chi did not continue to improve, it is very simple. It is not that he does not want to, but it is difficult to do. After the promotion success rate exceeds 90%, it is no longer possible to kill the 6th level alien race to improve it. You have to dominate the living beings. However, Song-Chi is naturally very satisfied with this. With a 90% promotion success rate, plus a 5th level time realm fruit that has been used, even if the first promotion fails, he can continue to try the second time. The probability of failure is already very small. Moreover, even if he was really unlucky enough to fail in 2 promotions with a 90% success rate, he still had the time chessboard parts left in the battleship. If it really came to that, he could only use the 9 lives chess once. As time passed, the expansion of the entire Dragon Ridge continent continued, and everyone knew that as long as the expansion of the floating land ended, the energy tide would be generated. At this moment, countless members of the Song family were looking forward to the arrival of the energy tide. Another promotion point on the continent. Several cruisers gathered here. In the Warship Magnetic Wave Communication Group chat, several members of the new generation of the Song family were communicating. Yiming, how is it? Are you sure you can be promoted to the Zhulu ship this time? Well, my current promotion success rate has reached 76%. If the energy tide is added, maybe it can reach 85%. 76%? You are awesome. I only have 64%. I will be good if I can get over 70% later. People like this waiting for promotion are everywhere in Longji continent at this moment. Unlike the expectation-filled Dragon Spine continent, the situation outside the Dragon Spine continent is quite tense. Xiwan, what are you doing? Dragon Spine continent has been promoted to level 7. We are just here to congratulate you. You are blocking us at the door. This is not a good way to treat guests. Outside the Dragon Spine continent's floating shield, the Aquila dreadnought hovered quietly. Above it, the three-eyed royal family's dominant flagship was ready to fight. The faint light at the bow of the ship showed that the dominant flagship was ready to open fire at any time. Suddenly, the battleship group in front of the Aquila separated from it. The next second, the Morning Star Destroyer, with a length of tens of thousands of kilometers, slowly swept from behind. Obviously, the promotion of Dragon Spine continent to level 7 also alarmed the only Star Destroyer captain of the Morning Star Kingdom. Chapter 557 Tianqiu Saiqiong's promotion. The moment he saw the Morning Star Zongheng, Song Xiwan's expression inside the Aquila became much more serious. The only Star Destroyer of the Morning Star Kingdom was here, which was incomparable to any number of battleships and dreadnoughts. But even so, his eyes were still firm, with no intention of giving in at all. The promotion of the Dragon Ridge floating land is nearing its end, and no one can change the result this time. Song Xiwan, you are a little too radical. The indifferent voice came from the Star Destroyer, with a hint of the unique pressure of the Star Destroyer captain, as if to warn in this way. But Song Xiwan didn't buy it, and his attitude didn't change at all. Your Majesty, my ancestor said that he would come out to greet all the distinguished guests after the energy tide. But it can only be after the energy tide. Hearing this answer, Rosetta Morningstar in the Morningstar Cross was obviously not satisfied. He didn't expect that after he showed up, Song Xiwan would still be so tough. In the Aquila, Song Xiwan's heart was as clear as a mirror, and he still didn't give in to the threat of a Star Destroyer captain. The promotion of Dragon Spine continent is the most important event for the entire Song family in the past 3,000 years. The successful promotion of the 7th level floating continent is not only another step for the Song family to become an immortal clan, but the subsequent energy tide is also the key to make up for the gap between the family and the real immortal clan. Rosetta Morningstar's words before are indeed correct. The expansion of Dragon Spine continent is unstoppable. But this does not mean that these foreign forces can't do anything else. If these dozens of battleships, dreadnoughts, and a Star Destroyer were allowed to enter the Dragon Ridge continent at this moment, they would also be able to share in the subsequent energy tidal baptism. In this way, the effect of the energy tidal baptism would be greatly reduced. Not to mention the low-level members of the Song family. I am afraid that the promotion bonus received by the Dinghai Longxiang located at the core of the floating land will be reduced by half. Buzz buzz buzz. Akala above the dreadnought. Light was gathering at the bow of the three-eyed royal family's flagship. The Golden Star Destroyer Death Star cannon mounted on the flagship of the Domination started to store energy under the command of Song Shiwan. Your Majesty, please don't be so aggressive. Otherwise, at worst we can go to the Xinhua Zooting together later. Song Shiwan emphasized the last four words Xinhua Zooting. And after hearing these four words, the faces of the representatives of the kingdom's various forces changed slightly, including Rosetta Morningstar and the Morningstar Zongheng. All forces know Song Shiwan very well. As one of the most core members of the Song family, he can be called the second pillar of the Song family. When Song Shiwan said this, it meant that he was really ready to take action. This also means that if these people really dare to continue to force, the dominant flagship in front may open fire at any time. Once the 7th level combat power takes action in the territory of the Xinhua human race and causes casualties, it is inevitable that the 4 ancestral temples of the Xinhua human race will be alarmed. So the final result is that, including the Morningstar Zongheng, the representatives of all forces in the Morningstar Kingdom fell into a strange silence, and could only watch the dragon spine continent below expand step by step. 4,000 light years, 5,000 light years, 6,000 light years. Until a certain moment, the diameter of the dragon spine continent completely broke through 8,000 light years, and its expansion speed gradually slowed down after that. Finally, the diameter of the dragon spine continent stopped at 8,400 light years. For a level 7 floating land, this diameter is obviously a bit smaller. After all, a normal level 7 floating land is about 10,000 light years. However, it is understandable that the dragon spine continent has just completed its promotion. After hundreds or thousands of years of sedimentation, the floating land area will still expand to a certain extent. As the expansion of the floating land is completed, circles of special energy fluctuations begin to emerge on the dragon spine continent. It's the energy tide of the level 7 floating land. There was a rapid gasp in the warships representing the various forces in the kingdom. Many captains had intense passion in their eyes. The energy tide generated by the 7th level floating land was enough to push the captains, who had been in the battleship and dreadnought stages for more than 1,000 years, to take a step forward. However, when the passion and envy faded, what remained in their eyes was only helplessness and unwillingness. This was not the promotion of their own ancestral land, but another quasi-immortal family in the kingdom was trying to take the last step, which was not something they could get involved in. The Song family members on the Dragon Ridge continent did not know what was happening outside the sky. At this moment, all their attention was focused on the energy tides that were gradually rising on the floating land. As the energy tides slowly increased, the promotion task panels of the Song family members' Xinhua battleships were also fluctuating. Fiery Valley, inside the Tianxu Songqiong. Song Qi stared at the battleship promotion task panel in front of him. Battleship promotion task, Tianxu Songqiong. Current promotion success rate, 92.03%. Battleship promotion task, Tianxu Songqiong. Current promotion success rate, 90.81%. Current promotion success rate, 92.84%. Current promotion success rate, 90.81%. Current promotion success rate, 93.52%. Current promotion success rate, 90.81%. With the arrival of each energy tide, the promotion success rate of the Tianxu Songqiong will gradually be pushed to new heights, but when it returns to the trough, it will immediately fall back to the initial 90.81%. Because of this ever-changing promotion success rate, all the Song family members who are trying to get promoted dare not be distracted at all. At a certain moment, the promotion success rate of Tianxu Songqiong reached a new height again. Current promotion success rate, 95.01%. When he saw this promotion success rate, Song Qi suddenly had a sense of enlightenment in his heart, and his intuition told him that this was the peak of the energy tide of the Dragon Ridge continent this time. The moment this feeling emerged, he did not hesitate at all, and chose to trust his intuition. Tianxu Songqiong, promote. The moment the battleship's official promotion button was pressed, the entire Tianxu Songqiong began to be surrounded by endless ionic energy, which meant that the battleship officially started its promotion to a dreadnought. Taking this opportunity, Song Qi himself withdrew from the battleship. Not only Song Qi, at the same time when he pressed the battleship's promotion button, hundreds of thousands of clansmen from all over the Longji continent also started the promotion of their ships. This also includes the Dinghai Longxiang, which is now located deep in the core of the Longji continent. At the moment when the highest wave crest arrived, Song Wujian caught that the promotion success rate of Ding Hai Longxiang had just exceeded 60%. He did not hesitate any longer, and started the official promotion of the battleship to a Star Destroyer. Time seemed extremely long at this moment. In the center of the fiery valley, above the sky, under the influence of the psionic energy, Song Qi stood high in the sky, looking at the Tianxu Sangqiang below with a hint of worry. Until a certain moment, the infinite psionic energy surrounding the battleship suddenly boiled. And the next second the body of the Tianxu Sangqiang began to expand rapidly. Success? Seeing this scene, Song Qi's heart was completely relieved. The Tianxu Sangqiang successfully upgraded to a dreadnought, and did not use the Time Realm fruit. This is obviously great news. This means that when attacking the Star Destroyer in the future, the 6th level Time Realm fruit can still be used, instead of having to put all the trial and error costs on the 9 lives life and death chess. Although the 9 lives life and death chess is powerful, it can only be used 9 times anyway, so it is best not to use it. Song Qi did not withdraw his gaze from the Tianxu Sangqiang, and watched the warship expand step by step. 15,000 meters, 18,000 meters, 32,000 meters. As time passed, the warship's hull length finally stopped at 160,000 meters. Just from this exaggerated hull length, one can see the Tianxu Sangqiang's outstanding warship foundation. However, Song Qi did not pay much attention to this matter at the moment. He rushed into the warship as soon as possible, and waited to reload the parts that had been unloaded through the three-eyed soul-fixing ring, including the all-soul destruction bow, the second super main gun. He could not wait to open the detailed attribute panel of the Tianxu Sangqiang. Name, Tianxu Sangqiang. Model, Xinhua, Dreadnought-class psionic flying ship. Level, LV-60. Additional features, air stabilization, self-healing. Basic parts, silver Xinhua hull LV-60, blood spear, gold, LV-70, all-spirit destruction bow, silver, LV-70, purple sky divine thunder cannon, gold, LV-70, Tai quantum sword light cannon, silver, LV-70, Tianyu god killing cannon, silver, LV-70, soul destroying pupil light cannon, red, LV-60, explosive particle cannon, red, LV-60, golden source armor piercing cannon, red, LV-60, shadow devil breaking cannon, orange, LV-50, red fire sky cannon, orange, LV-50, electromagnetic lightning cannon, orange, LV-50, cold light sky frost cannon, orange, LV-50, neutron star core armor, gold, LV-70, antimatter energy evolution engine, black, LV-70, yin-yang counterattack annihilation shield, gold, LV-70, eye of heaven, gold, LV-70, phantom energy training room. 32, 18/20. Additional parts, time chessboard, color, LV-70 black hole evolution layer, black, LV-70, empty sea projection emperor's tomb, black, LV-70 Pajou Zen meditation seal, gold, LV-70, angel king's wings, gold, LV-70, destiny CNN plate, gold, LV-70, heavenly power control ring, gold, LV-79 last blessing, silver, LV-70, mirage dragon 1 Wapearl, silver, LV-70, sky intelligence brain system, silver, LV-70, Qizong's number 004 cultivation secret realm, silver, LV-70, Yang Tongqing pendant, silver, LV-60, death tracking seal, silver, LV-70, super body contraction card, silver, LV-70, fixed sky locking seal, silver, LV-70, red sky jump device, silver, LV-70 mother-child controlling spirit ring, red, LV-60, black gold collision horn, red, LV-60, fallen angel soldier tree, red, LV-60, behemoth's heart, red, LV-60, super power controller, red, LV-60, spirit summoning demon puppet, red, LV-60, oath of oath, red, LV-60, god binding chain, red, LV-60, totem spirit pillar, red, LV-60, super long distance communication disc, red, LV-60, master servant contract, red, LV-60, sky breaking cone, red, LV-60, plasma guardian, red, LV-60, Tai soul calming monument, red, LV-60, void shadow killing clan warrior tree, red, LV-60, battleship transposition instrument, red, LV-60, aurora transition device, red, LV-60, proportional zoomer, red, LV-60, void membrane, red, LV-60, life system medical repair cabin, red, LV-60 External Armor-Piercing Cobalt Bullet Launcher, orange. LV-59 Brain Wave Remote Control System, orange. LV-50 Chapter of Shadow Descent, orange. LV-50 Escape Bead, orange. LV-50 Phantom Thruster, orange. LV-50 Abnormal State Purifier, orange. LV-50 Virus Spore Repelling Membrane, orange. LV-50 Holy Cross Beacon, orange. LV-50 Ultrasonic Geomagnetic Detector, orange. LV-50 Psychic Beam Interlocking Device, orange. LV-50 Wing Delivery Platform, orange. LV-50 Multifunction Converter, orange. LV-50 Atomic Repair Device, orange. LV-50 Water Molecule Isolation Membrane, orange. LV-50 Fixed Point Delivery Platform, blue. LV-30 Blood Soul Seal, blue. LV-30 Air Beacon Launcher, blue. LV-30 Sonic Silence Field, blue. LV-30 Xinhua Warship Man Certificate, blue. LV-30 113/170 Psionic Pool 1000000/100000000 Supplies: Meteorite Spear, 7th level Black Devouring Beast Corpse, Silver Dragon Spear, Sword of God, 22 copies of the Master's True Spirit, 10 strands of the 8th level Floating Land Origin. After seeing the attributes of the Tianxu Sangqiong, which had been promoted to a dreadnought, Song Qi's eyes were even happier. With the successful promotion to a dreadnought, Tianxu Sangqiong not only has an extra super main gun slot, but also has its effect on basic components increased from 300% to 400% for battleships. At the same time, as the battleship Xinhua hull reaches level 60, the battleship's additional slots have also skyrocketed to 170 slots. Originally, there were only more than 20 slots left, but now it has increased to more than 50 slots. There is no need to worry about this problem in the short term. In addition, the most important thing is that the upper limit of the enhancement of each component of the battleship has been increased from level 79 to level 89, which means that the components on Tianxu Sangqiong can be enhanced to level 8 in the future. But the problem was not here, but that he was still only a silver fire seed, which limited the possibility of strengthening the components to the 8th level. Golden Upgraded Fire Source. Golden Upgraded Fire Source. How easy is it to get this level of upgraded fire source? Thinking back to the fact that he had been buying golden fire seed treasures at high prices for more than 200 years, including news related to it, but never got anything, Song Qi couldn't help but have a headache. After a moment, he shook his head heavily, stopped thinking about it, and controlled the battleship to rush into the sky, and then immediately activated the battleship jump. The most critical thing at the moment is the promotion of the ancestor Song Wujiang's flagship Dinghai Longxiang, and all other things have to be put aside. Deep in the core of the Dragon Ridge continent, the Tianxu Sangqiong, which has been successfully promoted to a dreadnought, arrived. Not long after the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Yan's Lian Zhuhai also followed. Seeing that both of their flagships have been successfully promoted, Song Wujiang and Song Shishing, who stayed here, all showed relief on their faces. In the main control room of the Tianxu Sangqiong, after a quick greeting, Song Qi condensed an ethereal body and stayed in the main control room. And he immediately entered the market, in front of the ultra-long-range space gate random dispatch platform in the market. With a thought, this device was activated. After the light gate was projected, a new market transaction was officially opened. The reason why he was so eager to open this market transaction was naturally because of the transaction with the Night Elf that had been postponed for 5 years. Although the time it takes for a dreadnought to attack a star destroyer is longer than that for a battleship to be upgraded to a dreadnought, it is also very fast. If the transaction is not opened in advance, once the subsequent Dinghai Longxiang fails to be upgraded, he will not have time to trade the 8th level Evil God Blood from the 5th level Night Elf. Chapter 558, the second Star Destroyer of the Morning Star Kingdom. In the Market Strange Item Exchange Shop, the 5th level Night Elf stood respectfully. It still held the 3 items from 5 years ago, but at this moment, it was a little uneasy, and didn't know whether the Market Lord was dissatisfied with it, and it had not received a reply yet. But the fact is, Song Qi didn't care about it at the moment. His attention was completely on the empty body. Deep in the core of the earth, the Dinghai Longxiang suspended above the core of the floating land was shaking violently. The dark energy permeating the surface of the ship was continuously intercepting the tidal energy emitted by the core of the origin, and just one of them almost intercepted 30% of this majestic tidal energy. This is also the reason why the Dinghai Longxiang can increase the promotion success rate by more than 10% at one time during the process of attacking the Star Destroyer. Under the tense gaze of 4 pairs of eyes. Suddenly, the violently vibrating hull of the Dinghai Longxiang came to a standstill. And the psionic energy covering the surface of the hull was also rapidly dissipating. However, the expansion of the battleship body has not yet appeared. Just when several people were about to determine that the Dinghai Longxiang had failed in this first promotion, the battleship suspended above the core of the floating land origin began to expand quietly. It succeeded, and it was a one-time success. Ha ha ha. Today the Song family should celebrate. The deafening laughter came from the Dinghai Xinglong. But no one felt it was harsh. On the contrary, everyone present was extremely excited at the moment. The successful promotion of the Dinghai Longxiang not only represents the birth of a new Star Destroyer, but also represents that today the Hulongji Song family will legitimately enter the ranks of immortal families. Instead of being always added with the word quasi as before, the immortal clan, not only in the territory of Xinhui human civilization, even if looking at the entire Broken Star Sea, can also be ranked first class. As long as there are no accidents, their Longji Song family will be able to prosper for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. For any force, this is a big deal. The key Dinghai Longxiang is still a one-time promotion to a Star Destroyer, and the 6th level Time Realm fruit is also not used, so it may not be impossible to impact the galaxy ship in the future. In the Zhutian market, after the excitement, Song Qi turned his attention back to the strange item exchange shop. Just this snake scale, but Eternal Night Gem is a component of a Black Supreme Wonder, and just one wonder of the same level is not enough. Finally waiting for the reply, the 5th level Night Elf felt relieved. As for the specific content of Song Qi's reply, it didn't care, because before that, the new Moon Mistress and Moon God had already anticipated this situation. The 5th level Night Elf patted its storage necklace again, and then 2 more balls of light appeared in its hand. Sir, these 2 are 20 pieces of the Master's true spirit, and 10 strands of the 8th level floating land origin. The Moon Goddess said you can choose one. Seeing that the other party was well prepared, Song Xi was not surprised. After all, this Eternal Night Gem was part of the Black Crown treasure. Both parties knew this very well. As long as he was not stupid, he would never trade this Eternal Night Gem for the same price. After pondering for a moment, Song Qi finally chose 20 pieces of the Master's true spirit. It's not that the 8th level floating land origin is not precious, but he is more in need of the Master's true spirit at the moment. To strengthen the components to the 8th level LV80, only 1 strand of the 8th level floating land essence is needed. At present, he already has 10 strands of the 8th level floating land essence in his hand. Later, he only needs to upgrade the fire seed to gold, which is enough to strengthen the 10 components to the 8th level. In comparison, to strengthen each golden component to the 8th level, at least 10 Master True Spirits are needed, even though he still has 22 in his hand. Even if he adds the ones that can be extracted from the corpse of the Black Devouring King Beast later, it is far from enough. With the formal conclusion of this transaction, Song Qi successfully obtained 20 dominant true spirits plus the scale of the earthly python. And the 5th level Night Elf took the Eternal Night Gem and immediately withdrew from the market. 1 day later, when the market transaction was officially concluded, Song Qi returned to the outside world. In the core space, Song Wujiang, Song Shishing, and Song Yan were still there. But Song Xingru, Song Tianhao, and others did not come. They had already gone to the outside of the floating land to help Song Xiuan and confront those representatives of various forces with ill intentions. In the main control room of Tianshu Songqiong, since returning from the market, Song Qi has been staring at the Dinghai Longxiang in front of him. After 24 hours of buffering, Dinghai Longxiang has successfully transformed into a Star Destroyer with a length of tens of thousands of kilometers. Seeing that the battleship has been completely upgraded, Song Wujiang in the main control room said, Shishing, Xiaoyan, Xiaoqi, the 3 of you stay here, I will go to meet our Majesty Rosetta. After that, Dinghai Longxiang turned into a ray of light and sank into the brow of Song Wujiang, who had just left the battleship, and then rushed straight to the top of the Tianqing under the influence of the dark energy. Although the core space under his feet was built large enough to allow a Star Destroyer with a length of tens of thousands of kilometers to hover, the diameter of the Tianqing tunnel connecting to the ground was not that large, and Song Wujiang could only return to the ground by himself. Song Qi and the other 2 did not object to Song Wujiang's order, as they could all guess the meaning. They just didn't want them to be exposed to outsiders too early. At present, the Song family had a Star Destroyer and 2 dreadnoughts on display. This strength was already exaggerated enough. If 3 more dreadnoughts came out at once, it would make all forces in the Morning Star Kingdom extremely uneasy. If it were just this, it would be fine. I'm afraid that the outside forces would guess something after seeing 5 dreadnoughts appearing in their own country. Although it should be at most 30 or 40 years before the 4 empires of Xinhua will take the initiative to spread the news of a full-scale civilization war. This is a river community-level civilization war, and the significance of pre-war preparations 30 or 40 years in advance is completely different. Shaoqi. After Song Wujiang left, Song Shishing and Song Yin immediately came over. The 3 of them looked at each other, and Song Qi immediately understood what Xingzu meant. Without thinking too much, the Eye of Heaven component was activated. The next second, a huge projection screen appeared in the vast core space. And the image on the screen was exactly the scene outside the Dragon Spine continent at the moment. Buzz! As the floating shield of the Dragon Spine continent rippled. The next second, dozens of warships representing various kingdoms and forces opposite the Akala were in turmoil. Inside the warship, the pupils of the high-level representatives of various forces suddenly shrank, staring at the Dinghai Longxiang that rushed out of the Dragon Spine continent with disbelief in their eyes. Even when they learned that the Dragon Spine continent had successfully been promoted to a level 7 floating continent, everyone had some guesses about it, but that was only a very small possibility after all. How difficult is it for a dreadnought to attack a Star Destroyer? Even with the energy tide blessing after the promotion to level 7 floating continent, the chance is still very small. That is why, when they saw the Dinghai Longxiang that had been successfully promoted to a Star Destroyer, everyone's reaction was so exaggerated. The latest news: Dinghai Longxiang has been successfully promoted to a Star Destroyer. From now on, the Longji Song family will be the second immortal family in the Morning Star Kingdom. Tell the ancestors as soon as possible, the Song family's Dinghai Longxiang has been promoted to a Star Destroyer. The Morning Star Kingdom is about to change. For a while, the news that the Dinghai Longxiang had been successfully promoted to a Star Destroyer was sent to the top leaders of various forces in the kingdom at the fastest speed. It's not just the Morning Star Kingdom. Many forces in the Yaoan Kingdom on one side also learned the news. Compared to the undercurrents between the various families in the Morning Star Kingdom, the Yaoan Kingdom was more sighing. With 2 Star Destroyers in just a few hundred years, the newly established Kingdom of Morning Star Kingdom has completely established its foothold. For the turmoil in the outside world, the group of people outside the Dragon Spine continent at this moment don't care at all, because compared to the outside world, the Dragon Spine continent at this moment is more like a huge powder keg. Once Song Wujiang, the new Star Destroyer captain, shows a little anger, this powder keg will be ignited instantly, and it will be out of control. After all, everyone understood that they came here not for congratulations, but to find ways to make things difficult for the Song family. For them, this might be a reasonable move from instinct. But for the Song family, it was a real vengeance. Even though nothing was accomplished in the end, it was because the Song family was strong enough. Not because they were merciful. Just imagine, if the Song family was not well prepared, or if Song Xuan was not so tough, the outcome would be completely different. What is more likely is that the opportunity created by the Song family, with the efforts of the entire family, has been lost. The danger and hatred involved can be imagined. Buzz! The engine roared. And Song Wujiang almost put the Dinghai Longxiang and Rosetta Morningstar's Zhongling together. The 2 sides were just a little bit away from colliding. Just from this scene, it can be seen that Song Wujiang was absolutely full of anger. But fortunately, he still kept a sense of propriety, and did not crash into them directly. Your Majesty Rosetta, it is a great honor for our Song family to have you come to our house to congratulate us. We will remember this favor, and repay it if we have the chance in the future. Song Wujiang paused between words, and his tone suddenly changed from the previous coldness to a tougher and harsher tone. It's just that the continent has just been promoted today, and there are many things to do. I won't invite you to visit. Please go back. Hearing this, the representatives of other forces in the kingdom breathed a sigh of relief. Without any hesitation, they immediately turned the ship around and flew towards the dark starry sky as if they were escaping. On the other hand, the Morning Star still did not respond after Song Wujiang took the initiative to send him off. Obviously, the undisguised innuendo in Song Wujiang's previous words seemed to make His Majesty the King a little embarrassed. Why? Your Majesty, Rosetta is unwilling to leave? Chapter 559, The Amazing Effect of Energy Tide. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. If Rosetta Morningstar continued to show his previous strength, a battle between the two star destroyers would be inevitable. Of course, even if they really started fighting, the two should go to the alien star field, and would not foolishly fight in the Dinghai star field. The judgment of the Xinhua Zuding is not just talk. Fortunately, things did not develop in that direction. After looking at the Dinghai Longxiang with a captain of barely 12,000 kilometers, and the three-eyed royal family flagship that had already drawn its bow, and was ready to go above the two, Rosetta Morningstar inside the Morningstar Zongheng finally chose to give in. Even though Song Wujiang's guidance technique has not yet broken through the 7th level, and he can only be regarded as a quasi-star destroyer captain. But with a star destroyer and a three-eyed clan dominant flagship, the Song family has become a dominant force. And he cannot change this no matter what. In this case, it is obviously not a good choice to have a direct conflict with the other party. The king of the Morningstar Kingdom changed his tone, and his gloomy tone turned gentle. Wujiang, how about a deal between our two families? In the communication channel of the two star destroyers. Song Wujiang did not reply. There was obvious doubt in his eyes, and he did not know what Rosetta Morningstar wanted to say. Rosetta Morningstar did not hesitate, and said bluntly, the ancestral lands of our two families were promoted to the 6th level floating land almost at the same time. The Dragon Spine continent was able to be promoted to the 7th level again in just a few hundred years. It must be that there are high-quality special components that can greatly accelerate the promotion of the floating land. Right? Song Wujiang did not refute. The terrifying promotion speed of the Dragon Spine continent is there. The outside world has long speculated about this. Even if he denied it, it would be useless. Seeing that Song Wujiang did not refute, Rosetta Morningstar's eyes flashed with eagerness. And he said in his heart, as expected, if the Song family really has this kind of heaven-defying component, we must borrow it. Only in this way can the Morningstar Ean land be promoted to level 7 at the fastest speed. As an immortal family, without a level 7 floating land as its base camp, the disadvantage is too great. As her thoughts flowed, Rosetta Morningstar's eyes gradually became firm. And she spoke again, my Morningstar family has a heavenly jade spirit well, which can breed resources such as heavenly jade spirit marrow. Heavenly jade spirit marrow can greatly accelerate the time it takes for the 6th level guidance technique to break through the 7th level guidance technique. The reason why I was able to break through the 7th level guidance technique in just 100 years was thanks to this thing. In this way, a heavenly jade spirit marrow in exchange for 100 years of use of the special component that accelerates the evolution of the floating land in your Song family. How about it? In the communication channel, Song Wujiang's projection fell silent. The deal proposed by Rosetta Morningstar did make him a little tempted. This heavenly jade spirit could increase his chances of breaking through the 7th level guidance technique in the next few decades. Although he had prepared before, he could not guarantee that he would be able to break through. With this heavenly jade spirit, the success rate would be much higher. After pondering for a long time, he finally chose to refuse. No need. My Song family has no intention of lending this component. Your Majesty, please go back. Song Wujiang, are you really sure? This heavenly jade spirit can at least save you 1,000 years in the future. Rosetta Morningstar was obviously unwilling, but Song Wujiang's attitude was very firm. The silver quality origin core stealer is of extraordinary value. It not only greatly promotes the previous level 6 Dragon Spine continent, but also the current Dragon Spine continent. Moreover, the Song family now has more than one level 6 floating continent under its jurisdiction. There will be many places where the origin core stealer components will be needed in the future, and there must be no mistakes. Although Rosetta Morningstar is humble enough at the moment, saying that it will be borrowed for 100 years. Who knows if she has special means to completely turn this component into the Morningstar family's property in the end. Let alone confidentiality contract components. The highest confidentiality contract components in the Song family are only of silver quality. As long as the other party is gold, or even some top quality silver contract breaking components, this so-called guarantee can be lifted at any time. The risk is too great. Under Song Wujiang's firm attitude, Morningstar had to leave in the end. Even if Rosetta Morningstar was unwilling, it was useless. Dragon Spine Continent, Dragon Whale Palace, shrouded in the fog of chaos. More than 200 Song family captains gathered here. Above the palace, Thousands of stars shone on the dome of the palace. Song Wujiang, who had completed the upgrade of his ship, sat on a giant starry throne, different from the golden throne in the past. After his ship was upgraded to a star destroyer, Song Wujiang, who was already half a 7th level creature, received a new treatment from the Dragon Whale Palace. The throne under him was no longer a golden throne, but a starry throne covered with stars. Under the shining stars, the whole hall was more solemn and dignified. At the head of the hall, the head of the family, Song Xuansong, was giving a detailed report on the promotion of the Dragon Ridge continent to the 7th level. Today, the Dragon Ridge continent was successfully promoted to the 7th level floating continent, because the family had made sufficient preparations in advance. The energy tide generated after the floating continent was promoted was fruitful. According to detailed statistics from each branch, the new generation of clan members who successfully awakened the seeds of the flame through this energy tide reached as many as 300,000, including 1 red flame, 8 orange, and 75 purple, which is twice the average number in the past 100 years, and nearly 4 times more than hundreds of years ago. Hearing this first piece of news, the captains of the Zulu in the hall all nodded with satisfaction. The floating land energy tide not only promotes the promotion of the Xinhua warship, but also has a certain bonus for the awakening of the Xinhua seeds. The family population exceeds 200 million, and the average number of newborns participating in the awakening is about 2 million per year. 300,000 people awaken at one time, and the success rate has exceeded 15%, which is definitely far beyond the ordinary family power. In particular, there are more than 80 people who are born with purple fire seeds. These will all be excellent seeds of the family in the future. Song Xuansong did not pause. After reporting the situation of the awakened clansmen, he continued, before the Dragon Ridge continent was promoted, more than 200,000 clansmen below the 3rd level cruiser attempted to upgrade to warships, and more than 70% of them were successfully promoted. In just the past 2 or 3 days, the family has added 1,026 cruiser captains, and the cumulative number of cruiser captains has exceeded 5,000. Even though they were mentally prepared, many family captains were still greatly shocked when they heard this number. In just a few days, more than 1,000 cruiser captains were added, and the number of 3rd level clan members in the family exceeded the 5,000 mark. This data can only be said to be exaggerated. Once upon a time, the total number of cruiser captains of the entire direct and hidden lineages did not reach 4 digits. In just a few hundred years, it has increased 6 or 7 times. Hearing this, everyone became more curious about the number of new Zulu ships. If I remember correctly, the number of 3rd level clansmen who tried to attack the Zulu ships this time exceeded 3 digits. But I don't know what the success rate is. Under everyone's expectation, Song Xuansong's voice sounded again. A total of 125 clansmen tried to attack the Zulu ships this time. Recently, 92 Zulu ships have been successfully promoted, and the success rate is as high as 3/4. As soon as these words came out, the Dragon Whale Hall was suddenly silent, and you could hear a pin drop. And then the breathing of many Zulu captains became increasingly heavy. It's no wonder that everyone was excited, because the number was 92, not 29. If what Song Xuansong said was correct, it meant that from now on, the number of captains in their Song family would officially exceed 300. For a family that had just been promoted to the immortal realm, this was definitely a qualitative change in strength, not to mention the other immortal realm families that had been passed down for thousands of years. At least compared to the Morning Star family that had been passed down for more than 6,000 years. They were completely on par in strength. The fact was that their Song family had only been passed down for more than 3,000 years. Only half of the Morning Star family. But because of the promotion of the Dragon Ridge continent, the gap in strength was abruptly eliminated. From this, we can see how great the impact of the promotion of the Dragon Ridge continent is. Of course, this is only theoretical at the moment. To completely close this gap, we must at least wait for the 92 members of the clan who have completed the promotion of the warships to break through the 4th level of their own guidance skills and become true captains of the Zulu. However, there is no need to worry too much about this, because before this, Song Chi took the initiative to provide dozens of deepwater clam pearls of 8,000 years, all of which were produced by the Green Water Spring. In addition, the super-quality Tianqing grass on the hidden vein is also produced in a fixed amount every year, so that the family has not lacked super-quality bodybuilding potions in recent years. With the blessing of these two, I believe that these members should be able to break through in a short time. Above the palace, Song Chi, sitting on a golden throne, smiled and seemed to be in a good mood. Among the 92 people, Dad, Mom, second uncle, and his wife were also among them. As for Uncle Song Shan and Song Yu, they were promoted not long after Song Ting was promoted to Captain Julu. After reporting the news about Captain Julu, Song Xuansong moved on to the battleship captain. The clansmen who successfully promoted to battleship this time are the same as those of Dreadnought. There are only two, Song Xianfeng and Song Mingsong. The crowd was in an uproar. Song Xianfeng was okay. After all, he was a family elder who was over 1,000 years old. But Song Mingsong was really unexpected. You should know that Song Mingsong is only over 600 years old at most. And the key is that he was not famous before. However, when people think that he is Song Chi's grandfather, they are not surprised. Okay, this is the result of the promotion of Lingji continent. It is indeed enough to celebrate. But I emphasize one point. The war of civilizations is imminent, and all clansmen must not relax because of this. Take advantage of my Song family's advantage, and use all energy to acquire war resources as much as possible. Jiexing continent, Yaoan kingdom, Ipan river system, and even Red Star continent. Those who are capable can go all out to acquire them. Otherwise, when the four empires officially release the news, the prices of various war resources will skyrocket. But don't be anxious. At least for the next 30 years. You must not be noticed by other forces. Do you understand? We understand. Your order? A few minutes later, there were only a few people left in the Dragon Whale Hall. Song Chi and Song Yen were among them. They did not stay on their own initiative, but received the message from the ancestor. Come with me. The chaotic fog dissipated. Song Wujiang led Song Chi and the others out of the Dragon Whale Hall. Are we going to the Dragon Ridge Secret Realm? Having entered the Dragon Ridge Secret Realm many times, Song Chi knew the destination that the ancestor was going to at the first time. The three of them walked forward, and after entering the Dragon Ridge Secret Realm, they walked for a while, and finally stopped in front of a towering mountain. This mountain range is not the Longjing Mountain that houses all the family's law inheritance tablets, but a towering mountain that Song Chi has never been to before. This made Song Chi and Song Yen both feel a little curious. It was not until they followed Song Wujiang to the top of the mountain that they suddenly understood. On the top of this towering mountain, there stood a secret spiritual root. The spiritual root was a towering ancient tree, and there were a few fluorescent fruits hanging between the branches and leaves of the ancient tree. Looking up at the special fruits above, a name suddenly flashed through Song Chi's mind. Nirvana body tempering fruit? I remember that during the pioneering war against the Jiexing clan, the original ancestor successfully broke through the 6th level guidance technique at a very fast speed, and rushed to the frontline battlefield as a formal fearless captain to provide support. At that time, he said that he was able to break through so quickly thanks to the Nirvana body tempering fruit. So Song Chi subconsciously said these 5 words. Hearing his voice, Song Wujiang was slightly surprised. Shao Qi, do you know the existence of this Nirvana body tempering tree in the clan? Song Chi immediately shook his head, and quickly explained. So it was that time. You have a good memory. Yes, this is the Nirvana body tempering tree, and the fruits on it are Nirvana body tempering fruits. Nirvana body tempering tree is a secret resource of the Dragon Ridge Secret Realm. The Nirvana body tempering fruits it produces can greatly assist Captain Shinhua in breaking through the guidance technique. Unfortunately, the Dragon Ridge Secret Realm is a primitive secret realm after all, and its upper limit has reached the 7th level. It is too difficult to accelerate the secret realm, which also leads to the extremely slow production speed of Nirvana body tempering fruits. Sighing, Song Wujiang shook his head, and said, the 3 over there are all 30,000-year-old Nirvana body tempering fruits, suitable for use when the guidance technique breaks through the 6th level. After speaking, he waved his hand, and the space law of the great success level turned into a breeze, and soon 2 of the 30,000-year-old Nirvana body tempering fruits were picked. After Song Chi and the other 2 took it, Song Wujiang waved his hand again. And finally the largest Nirvana body tempering fruit on the Nirvana body tempering tree was picked. This is an 80,000-year-old Nirvana body tempering fruit. It also has a good effect on breaking through the 7th level guidance technique. It's a pity that it's not 100,000 years old. Otherwise the effect would be better. Hearing this, Song Chi, who hesitated for a long time, still tried to speak, Ancestor, I have a way to speed up this nirvana body tempering tree. And it doesn't need to consume high-level void crystals. It just needs to transplant the nirvana body tempering tree. Hearing this, Song Wujiang and Song Yan's eyes all shifted to Song Qi's face. But the method you use to produce silver apples continuously? Chapter 560 10 Years and Breakthrough. Song Qi nodded, did not deny. The two people in front of him were not outsiders. There was nothing to hide. Seeing him nod, Song Wujiang did not rush to reply, thought for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Shao Qi, the ancestor knows your good intentions, and also knows that you should have special transplantation methods, which can ensure the success rate of the transplantation, but do you understand the principle that eggs cannot be put in one basket? Hearing this, Song Qi naturally understood what the ancestor meant. Song Wujiang didn't distrust him. But there were already enough high-level spiritual plants in the cultivation secret realm. If they were transplanted without restriction, the hidden dangers would be too great. The secret realm accelerator feature was indeed amazing, and it could greatly speed up the production of various rare resources. But it was a ship-mounted secret realm after all, and everything depended on the Tianqiu Sangqiong. And Song Qi couldn't stay in the family for a long time and give up going out to explore. In this way, if the Tianqiu Sangqiong really had an accident one day, all the high-level resources transplanted into the cultivation secret realm would be sold to foreign races, for a clan power that has been passed down for thousands of years. This is obviously not advisable. Not to mention the Tianqiu Sangqiong, which had just been promoted to a dreadnought. Even the Dinghai Longxiang, which had already entered the Star Destroyer, would still be in danger of falling stars as long as it had not completely stopped exploring alien star regions. A mature force could not rely on a Xinhua warship that was at risk of falling stars at any time, as that would easily lead to the complete extinction of the inheritance. In this regard, Song Qi, who could understand, did not care too much and followed the two people to the outside of the secret realm. When they were about to leave Dragon Ridge secret realm, Song Wujiang suddenly gave him a message. Shao Qi, break through the 6th level guidance technique as soon as possible. After that, we have to go to the alien star region. Song Qi? This sudden sentence made him full of questions. However, Song Wujiang rarely kept the secret this time, and just glanced at Song Yin on the side. Seeing Song Qi's eyes turn to him, Song Yin smiled, and finally said mysteriously, "It's related to the inheritance of the advanced civilization I obtained." Related to the inheritance of that civilization? Song Qi's heart suddenly became interested, because he knew that the inheritance his elder brother had obtained was from an unusual advanced civilization. It is said that the civilization was powerful enough to be compared with the current human civilization in ancient times. The relics of this level of civilization definitely have more good things than ordinary relics. So after hearing about it, Song Qi had this reaction. Seeing that the two were unwilling to reveal too much, he did not continue to ask. After leaving the Dragon Ridge secret realm, the three of them prepared to go into seclusion. But before they separated, Song Qi took out 2 deep-water clam pearls of a somewhat scary size. These are 2 high-year-old deep-water clam pearls, one of which is 30,000 years old, and the other is 60,000 years old. If used together with the super-level body-building potion and the nirvana body-tempering fruit, the effect should be better. As he said this, he threw the 60,000-year-old deep-water clam pearl to the ancestor, and the 30,000-year-old one to Song Yan. And then the three of them separated. Back at Qingwen Manor, Song Qi went straight to the market. After learning about the high-level civilization inheritance from Song Yan, he became more eager to break through the 6th level guidance technique. In the LV61 all-attribute training room, Song Qi took the standard training posture of the Dalian technique. He was holding the nirvana body tempering fruit in his hand, and in his left hand was a deep-water clam pearl of equally large size. From the perspective of size, this clam pearl was obviously larger than the one given to Song Yin before, and only a circle smaller than the 60,000-year-old pearl of Song Wujiang. The age was probably between the two. This was indeed the case, and it was 50,000 years old. Speaking of the origin of these high-level deep-water clam pearls, they were naturally inseparable from the cultivation secret realm and the green water spirit spring. Before, when the guidance technique reached the peak of LV59 and could not be improved any further, Song Qi did not rush to move the clams cultured in the clear water spring. He only cleaned up the dead clams and added batches of deep-water clams. After decades of this, he was able to cultivate several deep-water clam pearls of real high age. Unfortunately, the time was too short, and the survival rate was too low. The oldest one was only 60,000 years old. After that, there were 50,000 years and 30,000 years old. There were 20,000 years old. Unfortunately, after the guidance technique broke through the 6th level, deepwater clam pearls of this age would no longer have much effect. They had to be at least 30,000 to 50,000 years old. Shaking his head, he did not think about it anymore. He crushed the deepwater clam pearl, took out a super-level bodybuilding potion, and after the two were completely neutralized, he swallowed it in one gulp. After taking this special super-level bodybuilding potion, the practice of guiding technique officially began. He was not in a hurry to use the nirvana body-tempering fruit. Song Chi was waiting for a suitable opportunity. An opportunity to completely break through the bottleneck of the 5th and 6th levels. Streams of heat emerged from his abdomen, and were continuously sent to all parts of his body, as the nether energy circulated around him. In just over 10 minutes, Song Chi felt that his whole body was filled with hot currents. His whole body was like a hot steamer at this moment. His skin was dyed red, and there were heat waves rising on it. This was obviously the effect of the 50,000-year-old deepwater clam pearl. However, unfortunately, his guiding technique had already reached the limit of the 5th level, and there was no further progress. So he could only let this majestic energy overflow through his skin. Song Chi was not in a hurry. His whole mind was completely focused on every part of his body. As long as the opportunity to help him break through appeared, he would take the nirvana body-tempering fruit without hesitation, and use it to break through the door of the 6th level guiding technique in one go. However, when it comes to the 5th and 6th levels, how can it be so easy to break through? Even with the help of super-level bodybuilding potions and higher deep-water clam pearls, it is still difficult to achieve it in one fell swoop. In this state, time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Jiexing Continent, public open area, Longji City, Song Family Longji Shop. Top floor. Two Song family members with 4th level life breath are talking in a low voice. They are surrounded by a special psionic isolation-like curtain. This is not all. In the 4 corners of this top floor room, there are 4 special mechanical pillars. Under the combination of these 4 mechanical pillars, a miniature illusion space is constructed in the top floor room. With this double insurance, the 2 people in the room dared to communicate quietly. "Hayes, how is it?" "Don't worry." The clansmen secretly said to various trading cities, have sent back a new batch of purchased war resources. After saying that, Song Zai's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. Catching this scene, Song Bei didn't think much, and asked directly, "What's wrong? Did something go wrong?" Song Zai shook his head. "No." After our repeated instructions, the clansmen who purchased below were very careful, and did not attract the attention of outsiders. I am worried about another point. Since the family issued the purchase order, we have been secretly purchasing in this Jiexing floating land for nearly 40 years. Even if we have not revealed any tricks, we can continue to purchase. Now the war resources in the markets of major trading cities have already shown a trend of rising prices. If we continue like this, I am afraid that without us showing our feet, other forces in the kingdom will soon notice the abnormality. After listening to what Song Zai said, Song Bei also frowned. This is indeed a big problem. And it's probably not just Jiexing floating continent, including Yaoan Kingdom, Ipan floating continent, etc. I'm afraid this problem has occurred. That is, Red Star continent will not have this situation. The size of an 8th level superdimensional continent. Even if the Song family lets go of everything to acquire, it will not cause much impact. Just thinking about it, Song Bei heard an old voice in his mind that only he could hear. There's nothing to worry about. Just keep acquiring. You have been doing this for 40 years. The 4 empires should release the news within the next 10 years. Instead of worrying about these things, it's better to let go and make a full acquisition. Get as much as you can before the price of war materials rises sharply. Of course, this matter is of great concern, so it is safer to report it back to Longji Continent. Hearing this, Song Bei did not hesitate, and looked at Song Zai. The next second, they left the room, and went straight to the depths of the underground of Longji shop. Deeper than the battleship summoning room, an underground stone chamber of astonishing size was excavated in the underground of Longji City. And in the middle of this stone chamber, there was a space wormhole with a large diameter. This space wormhole emits strong space fluctuations all the time. which means that a medium-sized combined illusion is arranged in the stone chamber to cover up all the space fluctuations. Otherwise, this movement will definitely not be hidden from the hundreds of thousands of people in Longji City above. That's right. This space wormhole was created by the Space Wormhole Generator. And it was created a few years ago, with the official promotion of the Dinghai Longxiang to a Star Destroyer. The family successfully entered the ranks of immortal clans, and the people of the Song family no longer had the same concerns as before. During the period when Song Wujiang was in seclusion to break through the 7th level guidance technique, he used the three-eyed soul-fixing ring to unload the Space Wormhole Generator, and thus opened up space wormholes on several important floating lands of the family. In this way, the travel between the various floating lands of the family became much more convenient, including the speed of acquiring war resources. Soon, the two returned to the Dragon Ridge continent through the space wormhole. In the Dragon Whale Hall, there was a chaotic fog. After listening to the report of Song Zhe and the others, Song Xuan's reply was exactly the same as the old voice in Song Bei's mind before. After the two left the hall again, Song Xuan's sight shifted to Song Qi, who had just finished his retreat. Feeling the rich 6th level life breath on Song Qi, Song Xuan's face was full of smiles.